Section 1 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2016. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Part 4. Particular Offences. Chapter 16. Bodily Injuries and Poisoning. Section 1. General. In indicating here the most important points to be kept in view in the examination of injuries to the body, it is not intended to intrude upon the particular province of the medical man, but merely to give such brief hints to the investigating officer, be he magistrate, policeman, or lawyer, as may preserve him from making serious blunders, when at the first moment before the arrival of the medical man he finds himself obliged to form a provisional opinion. The position of the investigating officer in such matters is somewhat delicate. He must know how to manage the affair himself when no medical man is at hand, but at the same time should not go a step further than the situation demands. He must direct the work of the medical man and see that it fits into the general plan of the inquiry, but on the other hand he must show all respect to the special knowledge of the scientist. He must accept his statements with confidence, but should also, by skillfully directed questions, lead him to the special point demanded by the object of the inquiry. To accomplish this task successfully, to be able to discuss scientifically different cases with the medical man without wearying his patience by useless questions and irrelevant suggestions, the investigating officer should possess a fair amount of medical knowledge, more at least than is usually expected from a man of ordinary education. Such knowledge indeed the intelligent medical jurisprudent expects the lawyer to possess, so that the latter may assist the former and render his labors fruitful. He desires to be able to discuss matters scientifically, for he knows only too well that conversation in which neither party understands the other renders all collaboration impossible. The time when the medical man was content to tell the lawyer to hold his tongue has long since passed, and the medical man knows that the disdain with which he was at one time treated by the lawyer only arose from ignorance of the scientific value of medical knowledge. Only the lawyer who has taken the trouble to acquire the medical knowledge necessary for his duties can estimate at their real value and utilize the truly scientific attainments of the medical man, who is sufficiently intelligent to comprehend the lawyer and is not jealous of his medical attainments. It must be confessed that while there exist many books on medical jurisprudence, they have been written neither by nor for the lawyer. The medical man, with the very best intentions, can never place himself at the exact point of view of the lawyer who has no medical education. He does not know in what the investigating officer is deficient. In particular, he does not know the requirements of that officer when no medical man is available. The following remarks are accordingly made solely from the legal point of view. They are not mere extracts from books of medical jurisprudence. They attempt to answer questions commonly arising in practice, which must be answered before the arrival of the medical man. Instances of difficulties occurring from one cause or another will also be cited. Section 2. Wounds by blunt instruments. These injuries are the most frequent, and among the instruments employed may be mentioned the fist, smooth stones, sticks, poles, clubs, hammers, and, particularly in India, the handles or backs of mamooties, lathis, male bamboos, rice pounders, and ox yokes, also many household objects, as brass vessels, etc. Among the pokris or hooligans of our large towns, a soda water bottle, sometimes broken, is a common weapon of offense. In fact, the number of objects that may be used for striking or beating is unlimited, and the knowledge of what instrument has been employed is often of first importance in procuring the identification of the assailant. One sometimes comes across the most unlikely weapons. In mountainous and other districts where the inhabitants are often endowed with exceptional strength and exceptional brutality, strange things sometimes happen. One day a woodcutter in the midst of a quarrel seized a large piece of wood, over 9 feet long, part of a tree which he had just cut down, and holding it in front of him like a ram, rushed on his assailants, inflicting no fewer than 5 serious wounds: fracture of ribs, fracture of collarbone, dislocation of hip joint, etc. In a quarrel in a tavern a young man of gigantic height seized the heavy top of the inn table, and brandishing it in the air brought it down on the heads of the young men who were fighting with him, inflicting a dozen grave wounds on the skull. With wounds made by blunt striking instruments we must class other injuries, somewhat difficult to distinguish from those just mentioned. Such are wounds following a fall upon, a collision with, or a push against some hard substance, and also wounds caused from large moving masses, as in railway accidents, boiler explosions, accidents in factories, etc. As to all these kinds of injuries we note the following points. 1. It is not always possible to decide from the nature of the wound itself what kind of instrument was used. Indeed, the wound sometimes presents appearances pointing to a cutting or stabbing instrument as the cause. A. Although not strictly in this class, there are cases which must not be neglected, where an instrument to all appearance perfectly blunt, yet has some sharp or pointed projection, more or less visible, such as a fence stake with a nail not very readily observed, or a small sharp splinter on a branch of wood. In one case, a farm servant had received on the forehead a wound so deep, and accompanied by such brain injuries, that it was believed to have been caused by a blow from a hatchet or a sword. The inquest, however, disclosed that he had received a blow from a carriage crossbar, which had a splinter over an inch in length. This splinter stood out at right angles to the hard beech bar, and was so firmly fixed that it could, when gliding over the skin, produce a wound bearing all the appearance of a slash or cut. In cases of this kind it must be remembered that the portion of the instrument which gave the wound its special character may be easily lost, the nail may drop out, the splinter of wood may be broken off, and this is the more likely as the guilty person does not usually exercise special care in laying down the instrument he has used. On the contrary, in alarm at the result of his onslaught, he generally throws the weapon violently from him. One should never therefore summarily lay aside instruments which at first sight appear to have no connection with the crime, but on the contrary examine them most minutely for the purpose indicated. B. Instruments really blunt may in certain cases inflict long wounds with clean cut edges, especially on those parts of the body, as the skull, where the skin is stretched tightly over the bone. In the case just mentioned, one of the young men who was struck by the tabletop had a deep wound right across the skull, the skin being completely rent. The same result may happen from a blow on the front of the leg, and once, on a person on whom a heavy mass had fallen, there was found a clean cut in the integuments of the abdominal wall. Hoffmann has laid down that wounds caused by a cutting instrument are always wedge-shaped at the base, while the base of the wound caused by a blunt instrument is crushed or bruised, but the latest surgical authorities declare that it is often difficult and sometimes quite impossible to draw any distinction. It may be said that if the bottom of the wound shows signs of crushing or bruising, the inference that the instrument employed was blunt may be drawn, But in the other case, where the bottom is wedge-shaped, no inference can be safely drawn one way or the other. This difficulty is little recognized in India, where hospital assistants and other medical subordinates, as a rule, profess their ability to distinguish without a doubt between a cut caused by a blunt and one caused by a sharp instrument. In ordinary riots, where the combatants are armed only with the sticks or bamboo lathis usually carried by country people, there are frequently head wounds bearing all the appearance of incised wounds, from which the inference is sought to be drawn that axes or knives have been used, and the accused are consequently charged, solely on this hypothesis, with the serious offence of rioting armed with deadly weapons. 2. Effusion of blood proves little in itself as to the force of the blow. The amount of blood varies with the form of the instrument, the part of the body struck, and even with the individual. It is well known that the same instrument, used with the same force, may produce from an adult but slight bleeding, while causing considerable effusion from an infant or an old man. 3. If the direction of the striking instrument has been perpendicular to the part struck, the surface of separation of the wound appears cut, bruised, or crushed, while if the instrument has glanced on one side, the wound is ragged or torn. 4. If the blow has caused rupture of an internal organ, it is almost always fatal. Yet the wounded person may live for some time, for example, with a rupture of the liver from 5 to 11 days, with a fracture of the base of the skull 3 to 12 days, with a rupture of the intestine 10 hours. In such a case this fact must be kept in view. In one case a man had been thrown from the top of a balcony or veranda, but there was no external wound. 4 days after he died, and his death was attributed to a stroke of apoplexy. The medical man whose duty it was to inspect the corpses in suspicious cases, a country surgeon, old and ill, was absolutely certain that the death was not due to internal injuries caused by the fall. A subsequent examination and post-mortem of the corpse disclosed a rupture of the liver nearly 2 inches in length. 5. When considerable force is exerted, as in the case of a fall from a height, crushing under a heavy weight, etc., serious internal injuries may be caused without the slightest external mark. Even when there is no internal rupture, death may follow from nervous shock. In a case of robbery, a workman begged an old peasant who was passing to take him along in his carriage on the pretence that he was ill, and the peasant agreed. As they were going along, the old man fell asleep, whereupon the workman seized him, threw him out of the vehicle, went off at a gallop, and sold the horse and carriage in a distant village. Some time afterwards the peasant was found dead at the very spot where he had been thrown out. Apparently he had fallen on his head, without losing his hat of hard felt, which saved him from any external wound. The post-mortem discovered no injury, not an organ was damaged. As, however, it was impossible to attribute the death to a stroke of apoplexy, it was necessarily the result of shock, and so the medical men, taking all the circumstances into consideration, recorded as their opinion that the man must have been thrown from the carriage, though at that time nothing more was known than that the peasant had, the previous evening, quitted a neighbouring tavern. The whole truth subsequently came out, the accused confessed, and every detail was verified. 6. In public house brawls, attacks of robbers, etc., fractures of the base of the skull often happen. It is now established that Wall's theory, that the direction of the blow can be established from the aspect of the wound, is correct. Section 3. Wounds made by a sharp instrument. In this category are included instruments for cutting and stabbing. Frequently the different blows are combined, a blow with the point and sharp edge, a blow with the handle and the edge, and it is precisely in such a case that it is important for the Investigating Officer to form an idea of the instrument that has caused the wound before the arrival of the medical man. Generally the shape of the wound, its dimensions and its situation will afford some information on this point, although it is true that it will be difficult for the layman and even for the medical man to distinguish blows by some instruments, although very different from each other. It is easy to confound a blow from a hatchet with one from a knife, or a blow from a piece of wood with sharp angular sides with that made by a sword. Above all, the examination should be prolonged and patient, care being taken to place the wounded person in the position in which the blow was received. If one concludes that a certain instrument has been used, the whole scene must be reconstituted in the mind and its possibility verified. If doubt remains, one passes on to another instrument, a new hypothesis is formed and tested, and so on by a process of elimination until the real instrument has been found. This is a very simple method and gives even to an outsider a good idea of the whole affair, especially if the inquiry be conducted calmly and carefully. 1. Among the wounds produced by cutting weapons, some at least can almost always be referred with certainty to an easily determined instrument. Thus wounds made by broken glass, which frequently occur in tavern brawls, are arched and somewhat shell-shaped, like the broken outline of the glass itself. Straight cuts due to broken glass are rarely observed. In India, glass vessels are not much used for drinking purposes, but, as remarked above, broken soda-water bottles are sometimes used in towns. In a case tried at the Madras Sessions recently, the weapon was a soda-water bottle held by the neck, the bottom being broken off. With this, a stabbing blow was dealt on the neck just above the shoulder and collar bone, inflicting a terrible jagged wound penetrating to the principal blood vessels. Death was almost instantaneous from shock and loss of blood. Again, wounds inflicted by sickles and scythes never show a straight line but a broken zigzag line. This is because sickles and scythes are not sharpened in the same way as knives. Knives are sharpened to a straight edge, while scythes and sickles are thinned out by hammering on an anvil with a steel hammer. They are hammered until thin enough to cut, but there still remains a slight serration, so that the wounds produced by them are irregular and very characteristic. A wound of this nature once seen can never be confused with another. From the peculiar shape of mammootties, the wounds inflicted by them are rarely direct, but of a glancing or slanting character. On the other hand, wounds inflicted by axes or axe heads with convex edges on long shafts, carried by the country people in many districts, and commonly called in courts battle axes, kodali kuti, are often, especially if well aimed, straight and clean cuts. See page 441 and figures 62 through 77. 2. In wounds caused by cutting instruments, the form of the wound rarely corresponds to the true form of the weapon. This frequently causes serious mistakes. Often an instrument is neglected solely because it does not correspond exactly with the wound. Further, it is of very little use to compare with any instrument wounds which are either swollen or cicatrized and healing. Indeed, the process of healing, which commences from the moment the wound has been inflicted, rapidly transforms the wound so that it is hardly possible to recognize the primitive form. Even some perfectly fresh wounds, and those in which healing is impossible owing to the death of the victim, correspond but imperfectly with the instrument. The wound lengthens out when it runs along the muscle. On the contrary, when it runs across the muscle, it contracts. It is evident that the edges of a gaping wound must be drawn together before measuring its length, for the edges of a gaping wound are two curved or bow-shaped lines, which are straightened by bringing the two edges together. It is only after this operation that measurements can be taken. If taken before, they will be too short. In few cases will the length of a stabbing wound made by a knife correspond with the size of the instrument, unless it be withdrawn from the body exactly as it has been inserted. What most frequently happens is that the opening made at the moment of penetration will be lengthened by the act of withdrawing the weapon. Stabbing wounds made by a knife have another important peculiarity, which frequently passes unobserved. They almost always present the form of a slit having two pointed extremities, so much so that one is tempted to believe that the wound has been inflicted by a dagger, an instrument with two cutting edges. To verify this, experiment may be made on a soft body, clay, dough, wood, tanned skin, etc. If a vigorous blow be given with a pocket knife, that is, a knife with one cutting edge and a blunt back, to such a substance, the wound will undoubtedly be wedge-shaped. But these substances are not the human skin, and the experiment by no means proves that a similar result will follow a blow on the human body. Examine the point of any knife. We see that this point presents two cutting edges for a distance of at least 3/8 of an inch. Beyond that, one of the edges commences to thicken so as to form gradually the back of the knife. If then one sticks the knife into soft wood, for example, to the depth of 3/4 of an inch, the cut will have the form of a slit with two pointed ends. But if one proceeds to force the knife further in, the back will straighten out one of the points into a line, the wound will definitely assume the shape of a wedge. When the knife is withdrawn, this shape of the wound remains, for the wood is not sufficiently elastic to resume its original form, that is a cut pointed at each end. But it is very different with the human skin, which is extremely elastic. When the point of the knife penetrates into the body to the depth of half an inch more or less, it forms at first a wound with a sharp or pointed angle at each end. As the knife proceeds further in, the end in contact with the cutting side of the knife naturally remains sharp and pointed, but the other end which is in contact with the back of the knife remains so also. This is because the back of the knife does not give its shape to the skin, but only causes further separation, so that the skin continues to be torn in the original direction and still forms a sharp and pointed angle. Medical authorities call this property of the skin its fissibility, or tendency to split, splittability, and point out that it is prone to take different directions according to the different parts of the body. The skin thus possesses the same property as some other substances, that namely of continuing to split or tear in the original direction, even under the action of a blunt body. The same phenomenon is observed in tearing cotton cloth or paper which has been folded. If the uncut leaves of a book be cut with the back of a knife or a round pencil, the result is seen in a simple form. Thus, when a wound has each end sharp and pointed, it must not be concluded that the wound has been inflicted by a dagger or other double-edged instrument. More frequently the wound has been caused by a knife with a large round or square back. Another peculiarity must be taken into account. Frequently the wound is somewhat narrower than the instrument employed. This is a very important point, often leading to the exclusion from the hypothesis of some instrument which all the time was the weapon really employed. Hoffmann, who is believed to have first pointed out this interesting peculiarity, explains it thus. A case of this kind can only occur when the point of the weapon is slightly blunted. When such a point touches the skin, it depresses the latter in the form of a cone. A simple experiment showing this is to apply the point of a slightly blunt lead pencil to the skin, say between the thumb and the first finger. When this depression has become somewhat extensive, the continued pressure causes the instrument to penetrate below the surface. But in consequence of this depression, the skin, which is extremely elastic, is much dilated, and when the pressure ceases and the knife is withdrawn from the wound, the skin contracts again, the result being that the exterior wound opening is narrower than the knife. The maximum difference between the size of the wound and that of the knife may be, according to Hoffmann, 3/8 to 3/4 of an inch, a quantity not to be neglected. 3. Another important error may arise with reference to the number of blows struck by the knife. Often one might think there have been several, while in reality there has been only one. This will occur when the blow has been struck on a part of the body where the skin is folded back on itself, as on the necks of old and thin persons. On stretching the skin, one sees several cuts connected together in the form of the letter Z, or even completely separated one from the other. In the same way, if a knife be struck into a piece of cloth folded or rolled up, there will be several cuts. In one case a young peasant had his ear completely mutilated by a terrible wound. It appeared as if the ear had been transpierced by a number of blows by a knife, starting from the ear hole and going upwards to the top of the lobe. The medical man at once declared that there had been only one blow struck. Owing to the folds of skin and the peculiar anatomical construction of the ear, the knife with a single blow caused a wound showing 6 strips of flesh, so that an outsider would have imagined that there had been as many separate wounds inflicted. 4. If it is of importance to know in what direction the blow of a knife has been delivered, it should be remembered that a medical man can seldom give precise information on the point by simply inspecting the wound. Hence all the accessory circumstances must be examined and recorded with the closest attention. For instance, the position of the corpse, the shape of the wound, the number of traces, however slight, of effusions of blood, as well as where they are found, the position of the clothes, and, if the hypothesis of suicide cannot be safely put on one side, the position of the hand, whether open or shut, etc. 5. Wounds caused by a sharp instrument may prove mortal, though there be no trace of hemorrhage. They may consequently pass absolutely unperceived. Of these, the most important are wounds made by bayonets or other weapons of a similar shape. Every war furnishes an opportunity for observing a number of such wounds. The most remarkable are wounds caused by a bayonet with 4 cutting edges, as in Fig. 114. The wound produced is in the shape of a cross, the length being greater than the width, generally without hemorrhage, even if death ensues from the wound. One must therefore in all suspicious cases search with minute care for marks left on the body by weapons of the bayonet class, which are numerous. In one case a person had been killed by a blow from a gimlet in the abdomen, but the wound was not perceived by the examining doctor. His oversight was excusable, for the wound could hardly be seen from the outside, although on examining the body and holding a post-mortem it was clearly exposed. Again, it is very difficult even for experts to estimate the depth of such wounds. The officer who makes the first investigation frequently reports a small wound, insignificant and superficial, having no possible connection with the death of the individual, while in reality the wound is both deep and mortal. This difficulty of ascertaining the depth of a wound caused by a cutting instrument arises for the most part from the fact that the wound closes upon itself owing to the concentration of the muscles underlying the skin and the first cellular tissue. The problem is still more difficult when the wounded person has turned at the moment of receiving the wound. The parts are then twisted. When they regain their previous position, the twisting disappears and the different layers of pierced flesh are superimposed differently from before. They have been displaced and no longer correspond. Each layer pierced is closed by an unperforated portion. Thus one must act with extreme caution when one hears of an unimportant blow with a knife, in case of a suspicious death. When the knife penetrates into one of the cavities of the body, e.g. the pleural cavity, the depth of the wound can as a rule be ascertained only on a post-mortem examination. The contrary is equally true. Some knife wounds present a horrible aspect and yet are not mortal or even dangerous. This is notably the case with wounds of the head. A skull in Professor Hürtel's collection bears in a cicatrized wound a knife blade 1 inch in length. The individual died of an illness having no connection with the wound many years after the knife had been struck in his head. The following case can be vouched for as authentic. One man had in a quarrel struck his knife into the head of another man, M, just where the hair commences to grow on the forehead. The knife was so firmly fixed that none of the persons present could pull it out. M went to the blacksmith, who tried his utmost to extract the knife with his largest pincers, but to no purpose. M then repaired to a medical man, 3/4 of an hour's walk, who at last succeeded in pulling out the knife with the help of a crowbar. 15 days later, M appeared in court to testify that he was quite well and completely restored to health. Again, an old shoemaker in a fit of frenzy drove 5 nails, each about 2 inches long, into his head, and yet left the hospital perfectly cured. Many similar instances might be cited. We cannot often enough repeat the words of the celebrated surgeon Liston: "Every wound affecting the head, however slight it may be, runs the risk of becoming grave, while however grave such a wound may appear to be, hope should never be abandoned." 6. Very sharp knives do not always produce clean cuts. In fact, a knife, however sharp it may be, the point of which touches any part of the body, can produce only a slashed and irregular wound if its blade, instead of being guided in the direction of the wound, is held obliquely thereto. If then, Fig. 115, the knife takes the direction AB, the wound would be clean cut. If, on the other hand, it takes the direction CD, the wound will be slashed. Wounds made not with the point but with the edge of the knife are never very deep. 7. Scratches are often very important, especially when they arise from the resistance of the victim to an attack. When both individuals are available, the scratcher and the scratched, the nails of the scratcher must be at once examined, to see if there is any relation between the nails and the scratches observed. This examination must evidently be made at once, as the nails may be cut, pared, etc. The dirt under the nails, see page 211, often affords strong evidence and should be examined by specialists. This must always be done when there is reason to suppose that a person assassinated has attempted to defend himself by scratching his assailant, a case by no means rare. Women especially in despair have recourse to this means, when they have not been rendered defenseless at the outset. The dirt under the nails of the corpse should be collected by means of a piece of wood or paper folded several times. A knife should never be employed, as it may scrape scales from the skin and so lead to serious mistakes. Microscopic examination of this dirt will show if it contains traces of skin or blood, in which case the assailant should bear marks of scratching. On the contrary, if the corpse bear marks of scratches and the dirt under the nails of a suspected person contains traces of skin and blood, some relation between the accused and the scratches on the corpse may be inferred. Footnote: Minakoff maintains that the greater the girth of the chest, the wider the nails, so that one would conclude that very wide nails have something in common with a very wide chest. It is also maintained that the nails of the hand most used, which would be the right hand with right-handed people, are wider than the nails of the other hand. Such points, if established, are of great importance. End footnote. 8. One cannot be too careful in examining weapons put forward as the supposed instrument of crime, It is a strange fact often observed that a guilty person, while otherwise making a full confession, brings forward a weapon very different from that actually employed. An error of this kind may be the starting point for grave blunders. The Graz Criminal Museum contains a skull, the roof of which is damaged by many dents given with a heavy shovel. On the corpse only a cut 3 centimeters long was to be seen, which looked as if it had been caused by a sharp knife, and at first a youth was arrested whose pocket-knife showed traces of what was supposed to be blood. So also in wounds to bones, the fissure and instrument do not always agree. The Graz Criminal Museum possesses a piece of skull with the knife that produced the wound. The wound is almost rectangular, only a little longer than the breadth of the knife, but 3 times wider than the thickness of the blade. One would have imagined that the wound was caused by a wide 2-beveled chisel or some similar implement. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 16, Bodily Injuries and Poisoning, continued. Section 4, Wounds Caused by Firearms. In Chapter 11 we have summarized the technical details likely to prove useful to investigating officers in dealing with firearms. In treating of wounds caused by the discharge of a firearm, the following points have to be considered. A. The projectile or projectiles. B. The wad, the patch, and the cartridge case. C. The explosive gases. D. Grains of powder unconsumed. E. The flame of the powder. F. The smoke. The production and even the existence of the effects caused by these various factors depend on the nature of the arm, the charge, and the distance at which the shot is fired, not to mention other accessory conditions, such as the action of the wind, the angle of incidence, etc. Obviously, the results may be combinations of different elements, so that the same result may arise from different causes. Thus, an arm of inferior quality with a heavy charge of powder may, at the same distance, produce the same effect as a superior arm with a smaller charge, or a first-class arm with a heavy charge may produce the same result as an inferior arm with a smaller charge fired from a shorter distance. In general, the best effects, so far as accuracy and range are concerned, are produced by breech-loading rifles, especially with modern bullets of small caliber. Then come shotguns, and finally revolvers. Here again it is clear that the make of the arm is of great importance. Our remarks will for the most part have reference to firearms of medium quality. At the present time, in Europe at all events, we have frequently to deal with revolvers. They are cheap and easy to carry. They are also popular because with one a person considers himself well armed. They are easily loaded and can be purchased almost anywhere. It is also useful to have the whole charge of the revolver collected in a single cartridge, whereas for a pistol the bullet, the wads, the powder, and the percussion cap must be carried separately. Revolvers in common use are for the most part of the worst manufacture, badly bored, and wanting in precision. The bores of the cylinder do not correspond with that of the barrel, and the gap between the cylinder and the barrel is so large that the bullet is obliged, so to speak, to jump from the cylinder into the barrel, which causes a great loss of the explosive gases. The wounds caused by such revolvers are rarely classed by experts as mortal, but it goes without saying that under certain conditions a fresh and fully charged cartridge, short range, and a suitable part of the body, a mortal wound may be caused as certainly as by the most perfect modern breech-loading weapon, with a defective charge and at long range. It is always necessary to be careful where only the result is seen and other attendant circumstances are unobserved, to give no other opinion than that the result is serious or trivial. The officer who without hesitation should speak of "a shot fired at short range by an arm of long range," would prove only that he knew little about firearms, and would be likely to make the most serious mistakes. For the following details reliance is placed chiefly on the excellent work of Hoffmann. The orifice of the wound is large, mangled, with flesh torn away, when the shot has been fired point blank, or the weapon is of first-class quality. This is explained by the fact that in such cases the gases developed by the powder penetrate directly into the opening made by the projectile, expanding under the skin, which is torn and in part blown away. This happens especially when the part of the body struck is near a bone. The gas cannot then penetrate far into the flesh, and is, so to speak, driven out again. A further proof of the shot having been fired point blank is that the hair or garments around the orifice are burned or singed, which is due to the heat of the flame of the powder. The presence of a sort of dry border around the orifice of entry of the bullet does not prove absolutely that the shot has been fired at close quarters. This border, though much narrower, is met with also in shots fired from a great distance, and may be due to the shock of the projectile. But if the wound is blackened by the smoke of the powder, and if grains of powder have penetrated the skin, it is certain that the shot has been fired point blank. The presence of these grains of powder in the skin is of greater importance than usually recognized, as it is possible from them to draw conclusions as to the construction of the weapon. Remember that the firing of the powder takes place from behind forwards. All attempts to set fire to the powder in front have failed. From the time that a small quantity of the powder is set fire to, the impulsive force is developed, and eventually the portion of the powder not yet consumed is drawn out of the barrel along with the projectile. If the powder is very inflammable, if the barrel is very long, or if it be rifled so that the bullet is compelled to turn relatively very slowly, the powder has time to be completely consumed. But in the contrary case, powder burning slowly, short barrel, and no rifling, the powder is not entirely consumed, a portion remains intact, which is drawn out with the lead, with sufficient force, if the range be short, to penetrate under the skin. It is impossible to efface the black mark caused by the grains of powder, while marks made by the smoke are easily obliterated. If then grains of powder are found embedded in the skin, it may be safely concluded that the shot has been fired from a very short distance, and with a weapon preventing the complete combustion of the powder. So far nothing further can be stated with confidence, but the investigating officer should note minutely the number of grains and how they are scattered. For example, 3 grains on the jaw at such and such distances from each other, 10 on the forehead, 4 on the temple. If the grains are on a flat surface, as the breast or the back, the best and easiest method is to mark on a sheet of paper the positions of the grains and the distances in the natural size. If subsequently the weapon be discovered, experts can in any particular case give important information. If there be several unknown quantities, for instance if the range and the strength of charge be unknown, experts can naturally say little. But if the range be known, and there is anything to lead to a conclusion as to the strength of the charge, then experts can give very precise information. By experiment with the weapon in question it can be verified, whether it is capable of discharging against a fixed target an equal quantity of grains of powder. Again, the depth to which the grains of powder penetrate varies between 1/32 and 3/32 of an inch, 1 to 2 millimeters. These grains will be found buried in the object by the discharge of a large American revolver at the distance of 1 yard, but not at 5 feet. For a saloon pistol the distance may be 7 feet, and for guns and rifles even further, according to the experiments made by Hoffmann upon dead bodies. Other experiments, however, show that the combustion of the powder is, owing to the length of the barrel, more complete in guns than in pistols and revolvers. Thus, while the grains are thrown as far, they are more nearly consumed, and the penetration is no greater than for the other weapons. As for other effects, a shot from a pistol will set fire to paper at a distance of 20 inches. Revolvers of 9 millimeters, equal about 3/8 of an inch caliber, will singe the hair at a distance of 10 or 15 centimeters, 4 to 6 inches, and blacken the object up to 1½ feet. The following points should be noted. 1. Gunshot wounds, using the phrase gunshot to describe compendiously all wounds caused by the discharge of a firearm, are distinguished from wounds made by a knife or dagger by the channel of the wound. For the latter the channel is contracted as the wound goes deeper, while for the former the channel expands the further the projectile penetrates. But wounds from a firearm and from a sharp weapon are not often confounded. 2. Shot discharged at short range may produce a wound similar to that made by a bullet, because the shot on quitting the barrel remains packed, separating only later to form what is called the cone of dispersion, for this phenomenon, like others of the same nature, is often influenced by many accidental and unforeseen facts. This distance may be from 4 to 6 feet, and even more, it being difficult to calculate it with precision. In modern choke-bore shotguns the distance is much greater, the object being, of course, to concentrate the shot and so cause greater destruction among a number of birds flying close together. This dispersion of shot differs with, and has no correlation to, the quality of each arm. Sometimes the pellets remain massed for a considerable distance, but when they separate, spread more widely than when fired from other arms, where they separate immediately on leaving the barrel. But in all cases the cone of dispersion remains the same. This packing or cohesion of the shot depends on, besides their size and number, the strength of the charge and the quality of the two wads. The size of these last and the force with which they are rammed into the barrel or cartridge are of enormous influence. Experience shows that the relation between the weight of the powder and the number of shot is of great importance. With the same arm and wads absolutely alike, very different results are obtained, depending on the relation between the shot and the powder. It is a well ascertained fact that when the pellets are enclosed in a small cotton bag slipped into the barrel, as is the habit of poachers, they remain packed. The same result happens when the shot is mixed with about an equal quantity of sawdust. Thus nothing very precise can be asserted as to the causes of this packing of shot, and great care must therefore be taken in forming too precipitate conclusions, as to, for example, the distance from which a shot has been fired, when the only factors one has are the wound itself and some projectiles found by chance. But even when the weapon itself can be experimented with, conclusive results cannot be arrived at, for the weight of the powder and shot must be known. Further, there are always unknown factors of primary importance, as for instance the position of the charge, the force with which the wads have been rammed home, and a crowd of other secondary matters. Experiments can easily be made on the cone of dispersion. Let screens of paper be placed parallel, one behind the other, at distances of 10 paces between each. Let the first be fired at so that the shot pierce successively the screens, as many as liked may be used. Then, by examining the screens, the scattering of the shot can be easily seen. Using a first-class muzzle-loading gun, which permits the charge to be more easily regulated than a breech-loader, with the same weight of powder and the same counted number of shot, with similar wads rammed home with equal strength, with the same wind, etc., all the conditions being as nearly as possible identical in the various experiments, in spite of every precaution the results were absolutely different, or at least so different as to prevent any practical conclusions of legal value being deduced from them. 3. The edges of the orifice made by the projectiles are not always turned inwards, inverted, as is commonly supposed. Frequently there is so much tearing and mangling that there cannot be said to be either inversion or eversion. Often the edges are raised up by the fat beneath, or bloated through advancing decomposition. 4. Bullets properly so called, that is, cylindrical with a rounded conoidal end, often make peculiar openings, not at all resembling those usually made by a shot from a firearm. Sometimes they are triangular, appearing to have been made by a lancet. Not rarely they resemble a knife thrust. 5. While there is little satisfactory authority as to wounds caused by the wind of a passing ball, yet serious effects may be produced by the explosive gases from a blank shot, that is, without projectile. V. Beck examined 40 suicides, whose skulls were smashed into innumerable morsels, who yet had fired blank. Naturally, in such cases, the muzzle of the barrel must be placed directly under the chin, or in the mouth. It is not therefore impossible that a murder may be committed in this way, and all the more likely as it lends itself easily to the suspicion of suicide. It is a fair supposition that a person asleep, stupefied, or bound may thus be killed by a blank charge fired point blank. 6. Although appearing impossible, wounds due to a firearm may be confounded with wounds due to a cutting instrument. This mistake is in particular easily made in portions of the body where bones are found directly under the skin. The following case was reported in 1893. A man was found apparently killed by a blow from a knife in the nape of the neck. The judicial post-mortem confirmed this supposition. The individual, it was believed, had received in the nape a blow from a knife, which, not being very deep, was not thought mortal. By mere chance, suspicion was aroused that the man had been killed by a shot from a firearm. Exhumation of the body and a new post-mortem confirmed this suspicion, for a revolver bullet was found lodged between 2 vertebrae of the neck. 7. Another difficult question which frequently arises is, whether death from gunshot is due to suicide, accident, or murder. Here medical knowledge and the post-mortem itself are of less value than an attentive, minute, and exhaustive examination of the attendant circumstances. Frequently, too, the Investigating Officer has to come to a decision before the arrival of the medical men and before the post-mortem, as to whether the presumption of murder exists, necessitating a judicial inquiry, or whether the case is so clearly one of suicide or accident as to warrant the abandonment of further proceedings. Few general rules can be laid down for this purpose. The exterior circumstances are generally the most important: the positions of the corpse and the weapon, the personality of the dead person, and analogous matters. Here, above all, it is necessary not to lose one's head, and not to attribute any decisive signification to isolated facts and suppositions wanting in a solid foundation. On the one hand, it must not be forgotten that persons who attempt their own lives have frequently the most odd and eccentric notions, so that from facts not clearly established, murder cannot be presumed. Even the place of the wound proves nothing. Cases have been recorded where persons have fired at the stomach, dying only after horrible suffering. Footnote: It seldom happens, however, that a suicide takes place through a shot through the eye, although this is a sure means of death. Obviously, the destruction of the eye is distasteful to a suicide. If a corpse is found having been shot in the head through the eye, it is to be concluded, until the contrary is proved, that it is not a case of suicide. End of footnote. Again, it may happen that the shot goes astray, owing to too heavy a charge, and the projectile goes elsewhere than the spot aimed at, the lungs, for example, instead of the heart. On the other hand, it must be remembered that it is often very easy so to arrange matters as to make a murder pass for a suicide or accident, especially at a superficial view, and even after a more minute examination. The situation and position of the body may have been arranged artificially after the fatal wound, and false letters may be written in which the victim bids a touching adieu to the world. A very important, and in fact almost certain proof of suicide, is the manner in which the corpse retains the weapon in its clenched fist. Many experiments on persons just dead, by pressing objects into their hands, have proved that they cannot retain such objects with the convulsive grasp of a person holding the object in his hand during life and in the death agony. The last point must not be overlooked, for it is possible a very refined murderer may place a weapon in the hand of a dying victim. A very remarkable and instructive case where the question was accident or suicide is that known as the Ardlamont mystery. We quote the following account from an article by Lord Moncrieff in Blackwood's Magazine, June 1906, page 774. I shall now proceed to the third case, that of the Lord Advocate against Monson and another, decided in December 1893, which is popularly known as the Ardlamont case, or the Ardlamont mystery. As in the case of Dr. Smith, the charge against Monson was that he had first insured young Hambrough's life for £20,000, and in order to obtain payment of the insurance, first tried to drown him on the 9th of August, and having failed to do so, murdered him on the morning of the 10th of August by shooting him in the head while they were out shooting rabbits together. The evidence as to the attempt to drown, taken by itself, would certainly not have been sufficient. But when it was proved that the man, who in company with Monson had been nearly drowned on the night of the 9th, was, while also in company with Monson on the morning of the 10th, shot dead by a shot from a gun generally used by Monson, the circumstances connected with the alleged attempt to drown became of great significance. It was an admitted fact in the case that the gun which shot Hambrough was Monson's gun, a 12-bore fowling piece. Hambrough's gun, and indeed the only other gun in the house, was a 20-bore. The cartridges which fitted the 12-bore gun were loaded with amberite powder, and No. 5 shot. On the other hand, the cartridges for the 20-bore gun were not loaded with amberite, and only carried a charge of No. 6 shot. The wadding of the cartridges of the 20-bore gun was, of course, much smaller than that of the cartridges of the 12-bore gun. Now 4 pellets of No. 5 shot were found in Hambra's head, and a piece of wadding of a 12-bore cartridge was found at the spot where his body was found. If Hambra that day was shooting with his own 20-bore gun, there would, I presume, have been no doubt that he was shot by Monson either by accident or design. Accidental shooting by Monson was excluded by the nature of the defence, which was that Hambra that morning wished to try the amberite powder, which could only be done by using Monson's gun, and that, in point of fact, although Monson had got Hambra's gun from the keeper to give to Hambra, Hambra went off with Monson's gun, and Monson carried Hambra's 20-bore gun. Monson did not mention this till 3 weeks later, and left it to be supposed that Hambra was shot through his own carelessness by his own 20-bore gun. There was no direct evidence as to what took place in the wood, because the man Scott, who was present in the wood, absconded, or at least was not to be found at the date of the trial, and therefore the case had to be decided mainly on skilled evidence as to the nature of the wound, the level at which the gun must have been held or gone off, and the distance from which the shot must have been fired. There is no doubt that guns do strange things when they are whisked out of the hands of the sportsman. I myself saw a gun knocked out of the hand of a friend with whom I was shooting by a large retriever, go off in the air and discharge a shot backwards within a few inches of its owner's head. And therefore, in Monson's case, a great deal depended upon the evidence as to the distance from which the shot was fired and the position of the gun at the time when it was fired. End of section 2. Section 3 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers and lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 16, Bodily Injuries and Poisoning, continued. Another important and rather frequent circumstance is when the weapon bursts. This generally happens when a suicide, determined not to fail in his design, overloads the arm, which a murderer would think quite unnecessary. Further, a firearm pressed too closely against the body is, especially if of a poor quality, likely to burst, owing to the inability of the explosive gases to escape. The murderer would rarely require thus to press the firearm against the body, and even if he did, the victim would always shrink back sufficiently to produce, between himself and the firearm, a space by which the gases could escape. On the other hand, the presence of the weapon is for the most part quite indifferent. It is common to find no weapon beside persons who have undoubtedly committed suicide. This is generally attributed to the theft of the weapon by those arriving first on the scene, the weapon used by a suicide being usually supposed to produce superstitious effects. The following is a most instructive case. Early one morning the authorities were informed that the corpse of a murdered man had been found. At the spot indicated, in the middle of a bridge crossing a rather deep stream, the body was found of a grain merchant, A.M., supposed to be a well-to-do man, face downwards with a gunshot wound behind the ear. The bullet, after passing through the brain, had lodged in the frontal bone above the left eye. His pocket-book was missing, and the seam of the inside pocket in which it was usually carried was ripped up, as if the pocket-book had been rapidly and violently snatched out. His watch and chain were also missing. Of the latter, the ring attaching it to the waistcoat button was alone left. A policeman stated that A.M. had been seen the evening before in a spirit shop, where he drank with moderation, and left about 10:30 p.m., stating that he was about to return home. To reach his house he had to pass over the bridge, where he was found dead. In the spirit shop there was at the same time as A.M. an unknown wretched-looking man, who throughout the evening drank but a single glass of spirits, and left shortly after A.M. The latter had several times taken out his pocket-book, which appeared well filled, though no one could say whether he had any money or how much. The supposition was therefore natural that the unknown had followed A.M., murdered him on the bridge, and robbed him. He was accordingly searched for, arrested, and brought to the spot. He denied all knowledge of the crime, and said he had passed the night in a barn, which, however, he could not point out to the police. Just when the inquiry was concluding, and the corpse was about to be removed after the post-mortem, the investigating officer observed, quite by chance, that on the decayed wooden parapet of the bridge, almost opposite the spot where the corpse lay, there was a small but perfectly fresh injury, which appeared to have been caused by the violent blow on the upper edge of the parapet of a hard and angular body. He immediately suspected that this injury had some connection with the murder. Examination with a magnifying glass showed nothing important, but it was impossible to avoid the impression that here the murderer had thrown something into the water and thus damaged the parapet. Accordingly, the investigating officer determined to drag the bed of the stream below the bridge, when almost immediately there was picked up a strong cord about 14 feet long, with a large stone at one end, and at the other a discharged pistol, the barrel of which fitted exactly the bullet extracted from the head of A.M. The case was thus evidently one of suicide. A.M. had hung the stone over the parapet of the bridge, and discharged the pistol behind his ear. The moment he fired, he let go the pistol, which the weight of the stone dragged over the parapet into the water. But the pistol had struck violently against the parapet in passing over, and so caused the injury observed. Experiment showed the trick to be quite easy, and that the parapet was damaged every time. Subsequent inquiries disclosed that the pistol actually belonged to A.M., that his affairs were hopelessly involved, and that he had just effected an insurance on his life for the benefit of his family for a large sum. As the company did not pay in cases of suicide, A.M. had adopted this means to conceal the suicide and lead to the belief that he had been murdered. 8. Another important point not to be forgotten is this. It is not uncommon to find large gunshot wounds while the dress covering them is not in the slightest degree injured. Dr. Bernard V. Beck writes thus: "During the campaigns of 1848 and 1849, as well as in duels with pistols, I have observed this phenomenon, especially with spherical projectiles. Once I found a deep wound in the arm with fracture of the humerus, without any corresponding hole in either the cloak or tunic. Another time I found a wound in the forearm, while neither the chemise nor flannel vest was pierced. I have twice seen the projectile bury itself close to the iliac bone without injuring the linen, and several times have found wounds in the region, and even in the joints, of the foot, without injury to the boot." Dr. Richter also has remarked that it frequently happens that the shirt or the soft upper leather of a boot is driven by the projectile into the wound without being pierced. If then a companion or the wounded man himself drags out the garment, he pulls out at the same time the projectile, which cannot therefore be found in the wound. The same author states that a doctor, on the battlefield, searched in the brain of a wounded man for a ball which all the time was sticking in the trimming of his cap, yet the ball had hit the cap hard enough to break the soldier's skull. Knotts relates an analogous case, in which a woman received a violent horn thrust from an ox. The skin arranged itself like the finger of a glove round the horn, but yet the abdominal muscles were torn. These surprising observations may elucidate more than one insoluble case and prevent serious errors. But they also teach those who arrive first on the scene of a crime, either to leave everything exactly as it has been found, or, if it is absolutely necessary to move anything, to make the most accurate report to the medical man of everything that has been done, however insignificant it may appear to the outsider. If they do not, the ablest medical man may lose all his trouble. 9. In dealing with this subject, it would, for theoretical completeness, be necessary to discuss in detail the effects of modern rifle fire. But, as has been pointed out in Chapter 11, page 431, for the purposes of this work, and especially in view of the conditions for the carrying and use of firearms in general, and military rifles in particular in India, such a minute examination is unnecessary. The following general remarks will suffice. They are based on experiments made by Dr. Habert with the Mannlicher rifle, and may be taken as generally representative of modern rifle practice. For other experiments, see the works of authors in Appendix 1. It should first be noted that modern arms of precision produce very characteristic wounds, but the phenomena of these are not identical for all distances, great differences being produced according to the range. Roughly speaking, we may distinguish 4 zones or ranges. 1. The first extends to about 500 yards. Here the projectile crushes the cellular tissue, reducing it to atoms and destroying its cohesion over an extensive surface. 2. The second zone, approximately from 500 to 1200 yards, is that of clean wounds. The bullet makes a clean passage through the fleshy parts and a hole of its own caliber in flat or spongy bones. 3. At the third range, from 1200 to 1800 yards, the bullet breaks and tears the part touched and causes much destruction. The bones are broken in 1,000 morsels, the fleshy parts are mangled, and the orifice of exit by which the bullet leaves the body presents the appearance of a crater 7 or 8 times the size of the orifice of the entry. 4. Beyond this range the bullet begins to lose its force, although its killing power may extend up to 4500 yards. The bullet wounds the fleshy parts, shocks, splits, or goes round a bone, and at last produces only contusions. The explosive effect of some non-explosive projectiles has been explained in various ways. That most generally accepted is that the effect is due to hydraulic pressure, by which the incompressible liquids with which the organs and vessels are filled transmit the shock in all directions, and thus produce an extremely powerful radiating effect. The following observations may be made. A. The orifice made by the bullet in entering the body is generally small, and may, when the range is very short, and the elasticity of the skin comes into play, as in the belly, be less than 3/16 of an inch in diameter. The opening is either a well-marked tear in the form of a star, or perfectly round with very clean-cut edges, as if struck with a punch. If the shot has been fired point-blank, as in the case of suicides, the skin round the orifice is burned and blackened, often in an irregular manner. For shots fired at a distance of 1 to 10 yards, the orifice is surrounded by a blackish circle, less than 1/8 of an inch wide, which is not due to burning but to the terrible crushing of the tissues. This coloration may also be produced at the orifice of exit. B. In the first half of the zone, that is, up to about 250 yards, the diameter of the orifice of entrance varies from 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch, and for greater distances may extend to half an inch, a diameter rarely surpassed. If the projectile does not strike the body at right angles, the orifice of entry is lengthened, or even forms a channel on the surface, and the edges and hair are buried more deeply in the flesh than with round orifices. When the bullet produces an explosive effect, the orifice of entry is often filled with splinters of bone buried therein, or presents strips of flesh hanging outwards. C. The diameter of the orifice of exit varies from half an inch to 1½ inches. In the latter case the opening generally contains splinters of bone, and damage is also sometimes caused by the steel envelope of the bullet, which may become detached. If the fragments of bone and morsels of muscle are thrown beyond the orifice of exit, the range was probably under 100 yards. And if a projectile, which retains its shape, quits the body at a spot where the skin is stretched tightly over a bone, as on the skull, the orifice is firm and tense, and so much resembles the orifice of entry as to be easily mistaken for it. In these rare but important cases the orifice of exit is less than that of entry, and such insignificant orifices often lead to the assumption that the wound is of little importance. Careful examination alone discloses the severe internal injuries. D. If the projectile encounters little resistance, as in the intestines, the orifices of entry and exit are generally small, and the projectile is not misshapen. E. If the projectile strikes a hard bone, and so gets misshapen, or the steel envelope gets turned up, the orifice of exit will necessarily show traces of the same. While these results remain true for ordinary rifles, it must be noted that recent practical experience, particularly in the Anglo-Boer and Russo-Japanese wars, has rather upset the old theories as to the killing and stopping powers of high-velocity projectiles. Without going into unnecessary detail, we may point out that the wounding power of a bullet depends on 1. The kinetic energy or power of doing work or damage imparted to it by the explosion of the charge, and 2. The facility with which it converts its energy into work on striking an object. As to the former factor, the power of any given bullet of doing work or damage depends on its velocity. Again, for a number of bullets of different weights moving with the same velocity, the power depends on the weight. The kinetic energy of a bullet depends, therefore, on its weight, and on the velocity with which it is moving. Kinetic energy, or simply energy, is expressed in foot-pounds, which show the number of pounds weight that the energy stored up in the bullet would be capable of lifting 1 foot in height at any given time, and may be calculated from the usual formula W times V squared over 2G, where W equals weight of bullet in pounds, V equals velocity of bullet in feet per second, G equals the acceleration due to gravity, which, for purposes of approximate calculation, may be taken as 32. This formula shows that an increase in velocity has much greater effect in adding to the energy than a proportionate increase in weight, on account of the velocity being squared. For instance, if the weight of a bullet were doubled, and the muzzle velocity were unaltered, the muzzle energy would be doubled. But if the weight were unaltered, and the muzzle velocity were doubled, the muzzle energy would be quadrupled. This explains one reason for endeavoring to give the greatest possible velocity to a bullet. The energy of a bullet is therefore easily and accurately determined when we know its weight and velocity. Turning now to the second factor, we shall find that there is no simple formula to enable us to calculate the facility with which the bullet gives up its energy, by converting it into work on striking an object. It depends on the following considerations. 1. The cross-section area of the bullet. 2. The ability of the bullet to set up or break up. 3. The resistance it meets with. 1. The greater the cross-section area of the bullet, the larger is the hole it has to cut for itself. Consequently, more work is done by the bullet in traversing the object. 2. If the bullet sets up or expands, it will do more work, for the reason given in 1. If the bullet breaks up, each piece cuts a track for itself. Therefore it will do far more work on the object it passes through than if it made only one track. 3. The greater the resistance the bullet meets with, the greater the amount of work the bullet has to expend in overcoming it. In other words, more of the bullet's energy is expended on the object, and less energy is carried on by the bullet in its flight after passing through the object. If the resistance were great enough to stop the bullet, all the bullet's energy would be expended on the object. The above hints, summarized from the official Textbook of Small Arms, give some idea of the principles on which the wounding power of a bullet depends. The author of the textbook then proceeds. Up to the advent of the modern small-bore rifle below .320" caliber, with its hard-coated bullet, there were no serious complaints of want of stopping power. But on the subject of the wounding power of small-bore bullets, the greatest diversity of opinion has been expressed. This appears to be due to several causes, the chief of which is the fact that the wounding power varies enormously in proportion to the striking velocity and to the resistance the bullet meets with. Most of the experimental work in connection with this subject has been carried out against dead horses or dead men as targets. A correct conclusion cannot be drawn from such experiments, as it is found from experience in South Africa and elsewhere, that the small-bore bullet does less damage on living creatures than the experiments would lead one to expect. The following extract from Surgeon Colonel W. F. Stevenson's work, Wounds in War, emphasizes this point. It is now apparent that conclusions drawn from experiments made on dead animals or men are not borne out by what is observed when living men are wounded by small-bore projectiles. Whether this is because dead animal tissue is harder or more resistant, the fats having solidified and the liquids being greatly diminished in quantity, or from some other cause, is not just now quite certain. But it is steadily becoming more and more evident that the appalling destruction produced in dead animals and cadavers by small projectiles, tried in any of the ways above referred to, is not experienced when men are hit by them under the ordinary conditions. Footnote: the ways referred to consisted in either firing with the full service charge at the various ranges at which it was desired to test the wounding power of the bullet, or in firing at a short range with a reduced charge that gives the bullet the same velocity it would have at the longer range at which the experimentalist desired to ascertain its effect. End of footnote. In considering the wounding power of bullets, it is advisable to divide the subject into two parts. First, the wounding power at ranges where the bullet may produce explosive effects. Second, the wounding power at longer ranges. The explosive effect observed in some wounds is due to a cylindroconoidal bullet traveling at a high rate of speed, striking a hard bone, or meeting with great resistance in its passage through an object. The many splinters into which the bone is broken are driven forward by the bullet with great velocity, and themselves act as secondary missiles, producing great destruction in the neighboring tissues, and make an enormous exit wound, such as would lead one to suppose that the bullet itself had exploded. The effect has occasionally been observed where soft parts only have been traversed, but such cases are very exceptional. With rifles of the Martini-Henry class, such wounds might be produced up to 150 or 200 yards, and, on account of the leaden bullet setting up and becoming deformed on striking the bone, the explosive effect might be even more severe than that produced by the modern small bore. On account of the higher velocity of the modern rifles, explosive effect may occur up to 300 or 350 yards. When soft parts are struck, bullets of the Martini-Henry type crush through the tissues, causing more laceration and shock than the small-bore bullet with its higher velocity, which cuts through the flesh more cleanly, making a wound which often heals in a very short time. At the longer ranges, from 350 to 800 yards, the small-bore bullet and the .450 produce bone fractures of about the same gravity. From 800 to 1200 yards, the fractures produced by the small bore are the less severe of the two. At ranges over 1200 yards, the small bore, on account of its retaining its velocity better, causes greater destruction in striking bones than the larger bullet. At the longer ranges, soft parts are more lacerated by the large bore bullet. The latter may also complicate the wound by remaining in it. In experiments with the Mauser rifle bullet of .311 inch diameter, it was found that the bullet never lodged in the tissues of the body at ranges up to 1500 yards. Taking the surgical results of the South African War as a whole, it appears that, although terrible wounds have been caused by explosive effect, the small arm wounds have generally been more successfully treated than in the days of plain lead bullets. It is more common nowadays to hear of cures being effected when the abdomen or brain have been perforated than in the days of the 45 bore. Although this satisfactory state of things must be partly attributed to the advance of scientific and surgical knowledge, and also to the increased range at which modern battles are fought, still the small bore hard-coated bullet must be given its share of the credit in bringing about this humane result. The subject of the stopping power of small bore rifles is of importance in the present day, as the reduction of caliber is still proceeding. The last step in this direction is the Mondragon rifle of 5 mm, or .197 inch bore, firing a bullet of 6 calibers, or 1.22 inches in length, with a velocity of 2,656 feet per second. With such a rifle, the velocity stated to be obtained must have an important influence on its wounding power. Explosive effects would probably be produced at greater ranges than at present. It also appears probable that such extremely small bullets would cause but slight flesh wounds, which would readily heal. It would thus appear that the modern small caliber, high velocity bullet, although it may wound at a longer range, is a much less deadly weapon than the old military breech-loader. No one who has seen the terrible smashing and lacerating effects of the chassepot and needle-gun bullets, and one of the editors has seen hundreds, can doubt that the modern projectile is, if less effective, more humane. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liz Trollinger, Vienna, Virginia. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Bodily injuries and poisoning continued. Section 5. Marks on the bodies of persons strangled or hanged. All the questions connected with this subject may be summed up in one. Was such and such a death by hanging a murder? Was the person assassinated before being hung? It is a fair presumption, a presumption which experience shows to be well founded so far as India is concerned, that a considerable proportion of so-called suicidal deaths by hanging are really caused by another hand. Of course, in such cases the murderer will not select a mode of death leaving two distinct traces. One would not hang up, under pretense of suicide, a person killed by a gunshot wound or with a fractured skull, but this is frequently done in cases of poisoning, strangling, or even killing by means of a fine and long stabbing instrument. Recently, a servant in an anatomical laboratory at Krakow was condemned for having killed his wife by driving into her heart a long needle. The case was as follows. Knowing the exact position of the heart, the murderer thrust in the needle, and prevented any bleeding by pressing his finger over the wound. Then he hung up the body so as to simulate suicide, which was all the easier as the left breast of the woman, being extremely developed and pendant, concealed the minute wound. If he had not boasted about it one day when drunk, the crime would probably have never been discovered. We constantly read in the daily papers of mysterious cases of hanging without any apparent motive. But how rare it is to read that in such a case an inquiry has been instituted to see if it was not a case of poisoning. Many of these victims, again, have been strangled, a sure and less dangerous method, as the proof of murder is much more difficult. A person may be rendered almost instantaneously unconscious, or even killed by pressure on the carotid arteries and the vagus nerve. Everyone knows how easily unconsciousness is produced in a few seconds by placing the palms of the hands on the cheeks near the ears and pressing strongly with either thumb on the corresponding carotid arteries. The pressure on the arteries prevents the flow of blood to the brain. Unconsciousness follows, and finally death. The same result ensues when one throws from behind round the neck of the victim a cord, a cloth, or, like the thugs, a silk handkerchief, and drags it forcibly towards one. The victim cannot defend himself or cry out or make any noise. He dies quickly, bearing no other marks save those of strangulation. If then the body be hung up, care be taken to place the cord approximately over the marks of strangulation. It will be almost impossible to prove that death was not due to hanging. A long line of medical jurisprudence has established that marks of strangulation inflicted on a living person are hardly, if at all, to be distinguished from those produced on a corpse, especially if death be very recent. Moreover, the characteristic symptoms of death by hanging are also those of death by strangulation. The bluish discoloration of the face, the froth on the mouth, the protrusion of the tongue, the erection of the penis, the increased secretion of mucus in the sexual organs of the female, and many other so-called infallible signs. These signs may be absent in deaths of this nature, and may be found in cases of death by other means. It must not be too precipitately concluded that a third person has intervened, for there are many instances of suicides having attempted death in various ways before having recourse to the rope. It is not uncommon to find on the bodies of suicides by hanging marks of ineffective gunshot wounds. In one case, an old woman, after inflicting several severe wounds in the region of the heart, stopped the hemorrhage, carefully washed away the traces of blood, and then hung herself. In another case, an old man first gave himself several severe blows on the head with a hammer, and then turned himself off. Accordingly, the investigating officer, in the case of one of these doubtful suicides, must above everything seriously weigh all the exterior circumstances of the affair. To begin with, he will read any farewell writing that may have been left by the supposed suicide, without however deeming it a conclusive proof, and if possible will compare the handwriting with an authentic manuscript of the deceased. If it be impossible to do that on the spot, he can at least see if the handwriting orthography and style of the document correspond with the education and culture of the deceased. If the document disclose any motive for suicide, and it be easy to verify whether such motive be well-founded, as for instance, financial embarrassment, family troubles, bodily suffering, the suicide will appear less suspicious. But if no motive be disclosed, or only such vague motives as disgust of life or fear of some unknown disaster, suspicion will be increased. It will be the same if the terms of the document are such as to suggest some sudden mental disturbance not existing beforehand. The investigating officer must not forget to verify whether or not the paper, ink, and pen with which the document is written belong to the deceased. If they do, still that will not be a proof of suicide, for the murderer may have been able to write the false letter on the spot after the perpetration of the crime. But if there cannot be found among the possessions of the deceased paper similar to that of the document, and if the latter has been certainly written with another ink than those possessed by the deceased, the affair becomes very suspicious. It must be remembered that carefully disguised crimes of this nature rarely occur among very poor people, whose ordinary motives are robbery, succession to property, jealousy, revenge. But such ingeniously contrived crimes are, so to say, the privilege of the better classes. One rarely finds in European countries such pretended suicides among the peasants on the thrashing floor or in the open air, but in the bedchamber or workroom of the deceased, where it is possible to proceed to investigate on the spot and find the paper, ink, and pen. While in India also the most ingenious crimes of this class are to be found among the better classes, in the mansion, mutt, or temple, yet the primitive idea is common enough among the lowest classes, and it is an ordinary device of the countryman to suspend the murdered corpse from a tree or throw it into a well. At the same time, it can be established, if there has been any robbery, if the deceased left an heir, any one in short who would profit by the death. The next step will be to examine the instruments of strangulation and the mode of its employment. It must be determined if the cord, ribbon, strap, shawl, cloth, etc., employed is the property of the deceased. If third parties had easy access thereto, and, above all, whether the instrument of crime has been carefully chosen with a view to its special purpose, it cannot of course be denied that intending suicides frequently have recourse to instruments badly adapted to their object, as braces, weak cords, etc. But this almost always happens when either they have no other means handy or act with such precipitation as to render a careful choice impossible. This is notably the case with insane persons, but as a rule of suicide proceeds to choose his instrument with the greatest care and minuteness, he takes precautions that it is strong and safe, that the knot runs easily and rapidly, and above all, strange as it may appear, that the material coming in contact with his body should not hurt the skin. It is for this reason that the suicide so often selects cloths, shawls, thick and soft ropes, etc. Very rarely is iron wire used. In one case only, to the knowledge of the author, was a chain used for hanging, and that was not a case of suicide. A woman passed a chain round the neck of her husband when dead drunk, threw the free end over a beam, and so suspended and strangled the unfortunate man. When she found suspicion rest on her, she hanged herself in turn, but selected for the purpose a soft handkerchief. In every case the investigating officer must be careful to describe with exactness the instrument, whence it comes, its nature and size, and the mode in which it has been used, so that if at a later date suspicion should be aroused, he possesses a basis for further investigations. It must be remarked again that the best means of observing important details is to write down with scrupulous exactitude the description of how everything is found on the spot. So long as one only looks on the scene, it is impossible, whatever be the care, time, and attention bestowed, to detect all the details, and especially to note various incongruities, but these strike us at once when we set ourselves to describe the picture on paper as exactly and clearly as possible. This point can never be sufficiently impressed on the young investigating officer. It has frequently happened that important circumstances have been overlooked which, as the dictation of the report was proceeded with, were noticed and threw a flood of light on the affair. Naturally, to obtain this result, one must proceed slowly and methodically. It is easy to understand that one takes note of contradictions, omissions, improbabilities, when one reasons from the general to the particular, from cause to effect, from preceding events to succeeding, from intention to action. Artists readily appreciate this when they recollect that defects in a drawing are most easily and surely detected when it is looked at in a mirror. So here, the exact description of the surroundings is, so to speak, the mirror in which all defects of the situation are reflected. But the defects of the situation are just those contradictions, those improbabilities which occur when one desires to represent the situation as something quite different from what it really is, and this with the very best intentions and in the purest belief that one has worked with all the forethought, craft, and consideration imaginable. But this is not always the procedure, especially in great crimes. There, with hardly an exception, the investigating officer can discover the grand blunder which the most experienced and crafty criminal rarely fails to commit. Take an illustrative case. The scene was the room where a man was supposed to have hung himself. The investigating officer was sent for before the corpse was cut down. Absolutely trustworthy evidence showed that nothing had been changed or disturbed. The body was hanging in the middle of the room from the bracket of a chandelier, the feet about 18 inches from the ground, and absolutely isolated from a chair or any other object. As far as seats were concerned, there were in the room, which was the office room of the deceased, only an office chair, 2 sofas, and an ordinary chair. The office chair was, as usual, at the desk, the sofas in a corner beside a smoking table, and the ordinary chair was beside the office chair, covered with books and papers. At first the investigating officer observed nothing extraordinary, but dictating his report, the idea suddenly struck him. But how did the man hang himself? It happens often enough that persons attempting suicide by hanging remain standing upright while passing the cord round their neck and then let themselves fall forward. See illustrations in Taylor's Medical Jurisprudence, 4th edition, Volume 2, pages 56, 57, 58. The body is then found in an inclining position, often on its knees, and sometimes almost lying down. But if the feet are separated from the floor, the victim must have attached the cord to a nail, a bracket, top of a door, etc., while standing on a chair, stool, box, etc., then passed the noose round the neck and leaped from the support, or kicked it away with his feet, and if the feet do not touch the ground, and there be no chair or other support near, the only conclusion is that another hand did the deed. So it turned out to be in this case. There was neither suicide nor murder. The old man, who was an invalid, had been placed by his relations in charge of 2 servants, who went out one night to a ball without permission. On that very night the old man had a stroke of apoplexy, dying alone and uncared for. To escape being taxed with their neglect, the 2 servants, a footman and a cook, resolved to pretend that the old man had committed suicide. With the help of a long dusting brush they attached the rope to the chandelier, the footman lifted up the body, and the cook put the rope round the neck. The only thing they forgot, in their hurry to rob their master's safe, was to put a chair beside the corpse. Above all things, it is to be remembered that every complicated situation does not point to murder. Some years ago the wife of a peasant in Galicia was found dead in a well. On the corpse being pulled out, the magistrate noticed on the neck of the corpse strong marks of strangulation. It was concluded that the peasant had strangled his wife and thrown her into the well, whereupon the man was arrested. Only after some time had passed by was the true cause of the marks discovered. The people who had pulled the corpse out of the well had been clever enough to put a noose round the neck and so drag it up. The woman had without doubt, in a fit of melancholy, thrown herself into the water. End of section 4. Recording by Liz Trollinger, Vienna, Virginia.
Section 5 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Criminal Investigation, A Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 16, Continued. Section 6, Bodies Found in the Water. When a corpse is discovered in the water, various kinds of guilty acts suggest themselves. There may be simply negligence, for when, example, a child is a victim of an accident for want of being looked after, or a person falls from a bridge badly protected. On the other hand, a person may have been wounded and then thrown into the water, living or already dead. And lastly, the water itself is sometimes employed as the agent of death. A person may be simply thrown into the water, or he may be plunged under the water and held there until he has lost consciousness or till he is dead. This is the usual method when it is intended to represent a suicide. Questions of this kind present the greatest difficulties. There are no rules indicating the course to follow in such cases, all the more that there is generally wanting one important starting point which we possess for the other kinds of death, namely, the position of the corpse after the crime. For even when the person has been drowned in still water and left there by the murderer, the corpse, through eddies in the water, currents of air, and even animals living in the water, undergoes such changes that there can be hardly any question of the situation remaining intact. Besides, people who find a body in the water do not generally leave it there. They are always anxious to bring it to life again. When a body is found on the ground, it is easy to see if it has received a gunshot wound in the head or a stab in the neck. One has only to touch it to see if it is cold or if the heart has ceased to beat. The merest amateur can conclude that the person is dead without in the slightest degree altering the position of the corpse, and the investigating officer can then find it in its primitive position. It is very different for a body found in the water. The wounds, the stoppage of the heart, the coldness of the body, can rarely be ascertained if the corpse be not taken out of the water. When that is done, the coldness of the body is attributed to the effect of the water. The wounds, slight or supposed to be slight, are assumed to be accidental, and the consequence is that people frequently try to bring again to life corpses which already show symptoms of advanced decomposition. It follows that on arrival of the investigating officer, the corpse is almost always found in a place of safety, and the investigating officer has to describe it as he finds it. This description may be of importance afterwards, and should never be neglected when suicide is not absolutely certain. The wounds on the body, disarrangement of the clothes, appearance of the hands, mud or sand found under the nails, should all be ascertained and described. In forming a conclusion on suicide or accidental death, one must not be too hasty and let oneself be led into a careless acceptance of any theory. Particularly dangerous, in this direction, is a decided conclusion on the existence or absence of clothes. Thus, for example, a man was poisoned in his home and died in bed. He was afterwards fully dressed by the poisoner and his confederates, with fur cap and winter coat, and thrown into a part of the river free from ice, so that the conclusion was that the dead man had fallen into the water. In the same way it is related in a newspaper that a young man was suffocated, then dressed in swimming drawers and thrown into the water, so that the conclusion might be arrived at that the misfortune had happened while bathing. On the other hand, the wounds that the unfortunate one suffers, living as well as dead, on jumping into the water, grating on stones, etc., and striking against objects, are often put down to murder, and the impression of a shirt collar or a cravat on the swollen neck of a body that has been in foul water has been taken for strangulation. It is so common as to be considered an almost certain test of suicide that a Hindu woman, before throwing herself into the water, draws her cloth tightly between the legs and fastens it firmly at the waist, so as to prevent any indecent exposure of the person on discovery of her body. The same feeling renders it most improbable that a woman committing suicide in the manner suggested in the next paragraph would divest herself of her clothing. One, however, should never be too ready to jump at the conclusion of suicide or accident. The following case is instructive on several grounds. One day there was found in a stream the corpse of a young peasant woman, perfectly naked. The season was the height of summer, and everyone at first took it for granted that the young girl had been drowned while bathing. A post-mortem, however, disclosed that she was 4 months enceinte, when it was at once as rapidly concluded by the crowd that this was a motive for suicide. But the corpse bore on the back and buttocks curious parallel marks of a deep red color, presenting all the characteristics of scratches made on a person during life, which showed that the deceased must have passed over some object bearing sharp points fixed at equal distances from each other, and that it had passed over this object while still in life. Exact measurements as well as a drawing of these scratches were taken. Burial was delayed in case new comparisons might be necessary, and the borders of the stream were followed in the direction whence the body had floated. Observing attentively the stream and everything found in it, there was at last discovered a piece torn from a garment, sticking on the root of a tree covered by the water. Other pieces were found attached to prominent objects. Meantime, a policeman had established the identity of the deceased, and brought the mother before the investigating officer. It was then easy to determine that the fragments discovered belonged to the clothing of the young girl, that she was certainly not naked when she entered the water, but that her garments were torn from her body by the strong current of the stream and the stumps of trees, etc., which were very numerous. She was not in the habit of wearing shoes. To say that footgear is the only thing a corpse does not lose easily through the action of water is inaccurate. The author has never been able to believe it is ever lost. Bodies often make horrible journeys, especially in swiftly flowing mountain streams, over boulders and trunks of trees, and thereby occasionally lose whole limbs. But if the feet are kept intact, and if the corpse has on boots or shoes, not mere sandals, these are never lost. The foot swells, the leather shrinks, and so the footgear fits uncommonly tight. After having followed slowly and carefully the borders of the stream and fished up nearly the whole of the remains of her garments, the investigating officer came to the dwelling of the young woman, about 1,500 yards from the bank, without having discovered the obstacle which had produced the wounds covering the body. Meanwhile, it was ascertained from the mother that her daughter had a lover who was employed in a tan mill, situated a little further up the stream. It was therefore presumed that the deed had not been committed beyond the mill, and indeed there was discovered just below it a big wooden rake which was jammed across the mill race. This rake carried teeth sticking out several inches from the transverse axis, the latter being submerged in the water. The distances between these teeth were then measured, and they corresponded exactly with the scratches on the back of the deceased. It was therefore no longer doubtful that she had fallen into the water above this rake, but at a very little distance above, for the appearance of the scratches clearly showed that she was still alive when she passed over this apparatus. A little above this was the mill where the lover, who without doubt was the father of her child, lived. It was proved that 2 days before he had sent for the girl to come to him, and that from that moment she had never been seen alive. On the other hand, the young man could not be found in the mill. He had disappeared as soon as he had learned that the body had been discovered. There remained no longer any doubt that it was he who had thrown the young woman into the water, not wishing to have the unborn infant fathered on him and intending to marry some other girl. Frequently there are other accidental circumstances which enable us to ascertain with precision, as in the case just related, the exact spot where the person has been thrown into the water. Such are injuries or objects attached to the body which could come only from one definite place. Other peculiarities can be discovered only by the most minute investigation and ingenious theories. Thus there is the case of a corpse found in the water, whose clothes bore traces of oil which could come only from the parapet of a bridge about a league up the river, which was being newly whitewashed. This single circumstance was sufficient to lead to the arrest of the murderer. The following is an interesting case, though it failed to lead to any satisfactory result. A bailiff of the court, so it was supposed, had been inveigled into a sham interview, near a mill channel, when someone in revenge for some official act had thrown him into the water. The only thing to be done was to determine the exact spot where the crime had been committed. The canal led to a paper mill, where a night watchman had seen the corpse floating on the water. The watchman's duty was to call the time every quarter of an hour, and he was standing near a passage window looking at the water, waiting for the clock to strike 10:45 p.m. Thus he came to observe the corpse, and helped in its recovery. It was thus clear that the corpse arrived at the paper mill at 10:45 p.m. The watch of the victim had stopped at 10:30. Two expert watchmakers were then called in, and made a long series of interesting experiments. One of them, when asked offhand, said that a good watch, for example one hermetically enclosed in a case in good order, would go for hours without stopping. The other said it would go on only for a very short time, unless the case were rendered specially impermeable by india rubber or leather washers. Different watches were then taken, old works being placed in the cases, and were submerged in water. They all stopped in a few seconds except two, an Englishman chronometer and a country watch, both of which kept going for 12 to 15 minutes. The latter had a double case, made like a demi-hunter. The winding-up key had been greased, and so was impermeable. Finally, the watch of the dead man was cleaned, oiled, and set going. When submerged in water it also stopped in a few seconds. It was thus certain that the person had fallen into the water just before 10:30 p.m., and that the body had been floating for a quarter of an hour when it reached the mill. The drowned man, it may be observed, had only very light summer clothes, which could not prevent or delay the penetration of water. Next, a big sack was filled with hay and sand, of a volume and weight corresponding to that of the human body. This sack was allowed to float in the canal for a quarter of an hour, an experiment all the more conclusive from the fact that the banks of the canal were straight and lined with wood, so that neither the body nor the sack could be caught and delayed by roots or shallows. The distance thus covered was then measured from the spot where the body was seen, and that point fixed on as the place where it had been thrown into the water. At this exact spot indeed nothing was found to excite suspicion, but a very short distance farther up the grass on the edge of the water was found trampled down, with every sign of a struggle having taken place. Further on careful search of the spot a button was found, which was missing from the coat on the body of the corpse. It thus appeared clear that the person had been deliberately thrown into the water, but the culprit was never discovered. On general grounds the following points should be noticed in the case of corpses found in the water. 1. The exposed external signs of death by drowning are very deceptive, and if they prove anything, prove only that the body has been a longer or shorter time in the water. But for a body to remain in the water and the person to be drowned are two totally different things. 2. Again, the lowering of the temperature supposed to be observed on the corpses of drowned persons proves nothing. Every substance acquires after a certain time the temperature of the surrounding medium, and a human body which has been long enough in the water takes the temperature of that water. So if, as frequently happens in warm weather, the water is colder than the air, the body will also be colder than the air, and on the contrary, if a person were drowned in warm water which retained its temperature, the body would also remain warm, even after several days in the water. 3. As to the extreme paleness which is said to be a characteristic sign of drowning, it has certainly been occasionally noted by experts, but most frequently it is non-existent. Also it is often found in corpses where death has been caused from quite different causes. Hence this proves nothing. 4. It is the same with what is commonly called goose skin, which is frequently found on the bodies of drowned persons, but also quite commonly in death from other causes, especially where death has been sudden. 5. The maceration of the skin, the signs being bluish color, thickening and corrugation of the hands, the feet, and even the knees and elbows, is almost always present on corpses which have remained a sufficiently long time in the water, and proves nothing more than this, a fact which except in the rarest cases can always be readily ascertained. If the point be whether or not a corpse has remained a long time in the water, the fact can evidently be proved by such maceration, though it is impossible to state precisely the period of submersion. On this point some curious observations were made by the author during the Bosnian campaign of 1878. In the first weeks of August, in which period the most of the battles with the Turks took place, during the day the heat was tropical, while every evening, almost without exception, there was a violent storm lasting all night. As forced marches had to be made during the day, and the night had to be passed in the open air without shelter, the soldiers remained sodden with moisture for almost a fortnight. during the day from perspiration, during the night from rain. The result was a severe maceration of the hands, feet, knees, elbows, and also round the hips, but that around the body was the most marked, as the belt was very heavy, the men carrying a bayonet and 2 heavy cartridge pouches, and the officers sword, revolver, and sabretache. This maceration, which was very painful, formed a constant subject of conversation and was found to vary without any apparent cause, some suffering in an acute form, others not at all. The conditions were the same for all, and it was found that the difference did not result from the greater or less fleshiness of the individuals, nor from their color, fair or dark. The only conclusion possible was that it was due to some peculiar and hitherto unknown character of the skin. An exaggerated value must not therefore be attached to the presence or absence of this sign on a corpse found in the water, and 2. Positive conclusions must not be drawn therefrom. 6. Perhaps the strongest piece of evidence is the great contraction of the penis, or in the case of a woman of the breast nipples. When this is found, it must be admitted that the person has entered the water while yet alive, or perhaps immediately after death. 7. A withered umbilical cord, which the water cannot soften, leads to the conclusion that the body of the infant has been exposed to the air several days before being placed in the water. In water or damp earth the umbilical cord decays but does not dry up. Section 7. Injuries to corpses. That a body after death is exposed to injuries is often the case. Of little interest to us, however, are instances where the ill treatment of a corpse has been caused through so-called corpse robbery, superstition, vampires, werewolves, etc., post-mortem rape, or the taking away of parts of the corpse for study or scientific purposes. 2 classes of incidents may, however, be referred to as important. 1. Injury to a corpse by taking away certain portions. Up to date, the details of about 10 cases have been published, in all of which the murderer sacrificed his victim without any demonstrable reason. A part of the body or the clothes have been taken away, or scattered around, or hung up, and any reason given for the murder is obviously untrue. All that can be said at present about these remarkable and important cases is that they have to do with some superstitious motive of a highly developed psychopathic individual. It must be remembered, as indeed we have seen, Chapter 10, page 378-388, that superstition in varied forms is still very widely and deeply spread among the common people. The normal person will accept a superstitious precedent only when the way it is arrived at is easy or not forbidden, as killing an animal, eating part of it, carrying a portion of it about with one, etc. If, however, the result can only be arrived at by criminal means, it is a different matter. Thus, for example, the normal superstitious person believes a man can fly or become invisible by eating the heart of a child, that he gains power in a court of law by carrying with him there the bones of a murdered person, but his fear of punishment prevents him procuring these means by a criminal act. But if compulsion arises, externally through great need or danger, or internally through illness, then the idea becomes too powerful, all bars are burst through, and necessary crime is committed. These cases are important and occur oftener than is thought. A conclusion as to murder through psychopathic superstition may be arrived at when no motive for the crime can be detected, and when it is proved objectively that a part of the body or pieces of clothing have been scattered about or taken away. 2. Not interesting from a psychological point of view, but practically important, are injuries caused otherwise than by criminals. Injuries inflicted on a corpse by animals, as gnawing by ants or woodlice, and portions of the corpse torn away by foxes or dogs, etc., could not readily be imitated. Frequently it has happened that a corpse lying in the open air, for instance in a wood, has been shot by a sportsman taking it for some wild animal. This may easily happen with the corpse of a suicide, or of a person who has died suddenly and alone in a wood, and lain there for some time. If such are found with shot wounds, doubt can easily arise as to the cause of death. End of section 5. Section 6 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 16, Continued. Section 8, Poisoning. Here, more than elsewhere, we appear to be dragging the investigating officer beyond his limits and launching him on a perilous quest. But nevertheless many cases arise where it is of the greatest importance for him to have at least some general knowledge of the different poisons and the effects produced by them, especially when he is obliged, without medical assistance, to make a domiciliary search in a poisoning case. The investigating officer may suddenly suspect poison and be compelled to act without waiting for expert aid. For the examination of witnesses, moreover, he will find it useful to have some knowledge, however slight, of poisonous bodies. He cannot have an expert to sit with him and advise him. Either in such a predicament the investigating officer would have to consult with the expert before every question and after every answer, or the expert would himself put the questions and so take the control of the inquiry out of the hands of the officer. Apart from the impracticability of such a proceeding, the presence of medical experts at the examination of witnesses, often many in number, would be both embarrassing and costly. The necessity of some elementary knowledge of this kind is all the more imperative in India, where poisoning, homicidal, suicidal, and accidental, is so rife. In the 5 years 1896 to 1900, in Calcutta, the number of causes per 1,000 suicidal cases were poison, 554, males and females about equal; hanging, women in excess, 263; drowning, men in excess, 91; cuts, stabs, etc., 38; all other causes, 54. In India, poisons have been studied and the art of poisoning practiced from the earliest times. Indeed it has often been carried to a pitch of refinement that would put medical Europe to shame. One instance will suffice. In a semi-historical legend of mid-India it is related that the grandfather of Asoka, Chandragupta, a contemporary of Alexander the Great, sent to the latter monarch in the guise of a present a fascinating girl who was a poison maiden, fed on poison until she was so saturated with venom that her embrace would prove fatal to an ordinary mortal. The mere conception of the idea of such a Borgia-like siren would imply considerable familiarity with poisoning. There are many cases of death by poisoning in India which are not in their intent either homicidal or suicidal, and yet can hardly be called accidental, for there is an enormous employment of poisonous substances as aphrodisiacs, abortifacients, debilitatories, sedatives, intoxicants, and exhilarants, to give Dutch courage. The use of poisons is greatly facilitated by the ease with which innumerable deleterious substances can be bought in every bazaar or gathered in every jungle. Many are used for various household and manufacturing purposes, and are kept without the slightest pretence of care. Again, innumerable poisonous substances are used in their medicines by native physicians, hakims, and Vaidyans, as well as by the veriest quacks. Poisonous substances are also used largely for cattle poisoning. Such considerations must greatly complicate the task of the investigating officer. On the other hand, it is simplified by the fact that the poisons in ordinary use are very limited in number. Statistics for homicidal and suicidal cases combined show that in Madras, Bombay, and the Punjab, over 50% of the cases are arsenical. In the Punjab about 30%, in Bombay about 16%, and in Madras about 7% are due to opium. In Bengal the positions are reversed, about 58% being cases of opium poisoning and only 30% arsenical. This is due to the prevalence of suicide in Bengal, for which opium is everywhere the favorite medium. All other substances follow far behind. In the Punjab and Bombay, datura comes third; in Calcutta, aconite; in Madras, mercury, with aconite fourth. The only other substances we need mention here are pounded glass and strychnia. A great variety of substances, both mineral and vegetable, are used sporadically, generally for specific purposes, death being due to an overdose or some other incidental cause. Two cautions may be added. First, it is only too well known that the symptoms of arsenical poisoning closely resemble those of cholera. To detect the difference may be beyond the power of the Investigating Officer unaided by medical experts, but he can at least accurately record the symptoms, for without such accurate record the medical expert can come to no trustworthy conclusion. In a solitary case, in a district free of the disease, the presumption will naturally tend to poisoning, but there is only too much reason to believe that a cholera epidemic is at times taken advantage of for the getting rid of troublesome or useless relatives and friends. Secondly, the action of some of the vegetable poisons closely resembles that of the various ptomaines, either produced in the course of cadaveric decomposition or introduced into the body through some fertile medium. See for references page 218. It is true the common sources of ptomaine poisoning in Europe and America, tinned provisions, sausages, etc., could rarely affect anyone in India outside the small body of Europeans, but there are other causes just as potent. Fish, often by preference rotten, is one. Again, when we consider the immense consumption of milk, the carelessness in its use, often drawn from diseased or unhealthy cows, kept in open and often dirty vessels in filthy outhouses, drunk at times by preference when sour, we may well conclude that milk is responsible for a heavy mortality. Again, grains frequently become diseased and spread disease. We may cite the historic instance quoted by Chevers, how an attack of so-called cholera in Lord Hastings' camp in 1817 was traced to unwholesome rice, and, so late as 1900, an outbreak of severe diarrhea in a Bengal jail was traced to the maize in the food. In India the penal code gives comprehensive definitions which prevent any technical discussions as to the meaning of poison. Thus sections 324 and 326 recite, any poison or any corrosive substance, or any substance which it is deleterious to the human body to inhale, to swallow, or to take into the blood, and see also section 328. It must not be imagined that in poison cases occurring in practice a start can always be made from the supposition that A has killed B with the poison X, which is luckily found in A's house. Such a case would be easily decided; it will be sufficient to establish the identity of the poison found in the stomach of the poisoned person, with that which A possessed, and to be sure that the symptoms of B's illness correspond to those ordinarily produced by the poison X. Under such conditions all doubts are removed. But it is not always so easy as that. Suppose, for example, that all that is known is that B has died under suspicious circumstances, that a post-mortem examination excludes the idea of a natural death and shows symptoms of poisoning, although the doctors cannot on the spur of the moment state the exact nature of the poison, and further that A is suspected as the only person who could have poisoned B. A search in the house of A will probably have no result, for the non-possession of a poison in such a case shows that it has been used, and consequently cannot be found again. Hence the Investigating Officer endeavors to prove by the depositions of witnesses that A was formerly in the possession of such a poison. We know that it is, even when possible, troublesome and difficult to establish poisoning by chemical analysis or microscopic examination. The task of the expert is therefore much shortened when the statements of the witnesses give some indication of the inquiry that ought to be made. As for example, if it is possible to affirm that the suspected individual had been known to possess a certain definite poison. But when the Investigating Officer wishes to question the witnesses about minerals and plants of which they may not even know the name, then if he wishes to lead them in the right lines, he ought at least himself to know their external appearance. Of course he can get the necessary information from the expert, but to be useful such information should be full and complete, and even then there will always be something wanting, for an expert can never seize all the details which come out in the course of an inquiry. It is therefore far easier for an Investigating Officer once for all to know something about toxicology, something about natural history, and especially about the more important poisonous substances. He should examine the poisonous plants of his country, either fresh or dried. He should observe the mineral poisons under their different forms, and he must do this not once but often, at regular intervals, for such details very easily slip out of the memory and a mistake of this kind may lead to very serious consequences. It should be added that it is absolutely essential for him to know the different denominations of the different poisons in different countries. Poisonous plants in particular bear everywhere different names, and many of them have often even in the same district several denominations. Besides, it is important to have information on the effects, which, rightly or wrongly, are attributed to poisonous bodies in the district in question. Popular beliefs are often very characteristic, and may, combined with other information, largely contribute to clear up poisoning mysteries. Thus in certain districts of Thuringia it is believed that the repeated drinking of a decoction of hemlock produces no symptoms of poisoning, but that the individual to whom it has been administered is destined to certain death with all the symptoms of consumption, so that in any specific case, if the suspected guilty person has told the witnesses that the deceased certainly died of consumption, while there are no other grounds for suspecting that disease, that alone would be a reason for suspecting him of the crime of poisoning. A similar case occurred in Bohemia. A man had poisoned with dried poisonous mushrooms the whole of a family of peasants. Among the victims was a daughter of the criminal, who was a servant in the family. This circumstance was adduced in favor of the accused, but served only to corroborate the suspicion against him when it was found that, in the part of the country from which the accused came, it was an universally believed opinion that poisonous mushrooms were perfectly harmless to young women. Besides such scientific knowledge, the Investigating Officer ought to have at least an approximate idea of the effects of poison, but this he can only acquire by careful study of some first-class manual of toxicology. Here only the most striking points can be noticed. 1. All cases of death are suspicious which follow a sickness of which the cause is unknown, presenting symptoms not agreeing with the usual symptoms of a natural illness. Undoubtedly such an indication is very vague and still further loses in value when it is remembered that the classic symptoms of poisoning, such as vomiting, diarrhea, giddiness, etc., do not necessarily accompany all poisons, and that on the other hand the sudden appearance of these symptoms does not conclusively indicate a case of poisoning. It is exactly the people who are circumspect, and therefore the most dangerous, who know how to make use of a slow and creeping poison, producing only a sickness marked by long continued weakness without any of these alarming symptoms. 2. An Investigating Officer should never neglect an opportunity of being present at a chemical analysis made by experts, for example in endeavouring to establish the presence of arsenic in the stomach. Not until he has seen this done will he realize the difficulty and trouble he is giving them. He will also at the same time learn for future guidance what may reasonably be demanded of them and what are the limits of their knowledge. He will also learn that one cannot search for the poison, so to say, in the dark. Amateurs and even lawyers are often found who imagine that to establish the presence of a poison by chemical analysis, one can proceed as if one were looking for a lost ring in a bag of flour, where you might also happen to find a pocket knife, a watch, or any other object that is contained in it. The chemist can, in general, direct his investigations to one single poison or a group of poisons alone, and if it is necessary to extend them to another poison or group, special investigation must be made for the purpose. If, for instance, a chemist after a careful and conscientious examination finds no trace of arsenic, that does not prove that the object examined does not contain 10 other poisons and particularly organic poisons. In a case of poisoning, therefore, even more than in cases of another nature, the Investigating Officer should endeavour to be in close communication with the experts, to communicate every information he has on the matter, and to endeavour if possible to have a conference between the medical men who treated the deceased, those who made the post-mortem, and the chemical examiner, so as to decide in what direction inquiries should be made, whether it is necessary to call in the aid of microscopists or botanists, whether any particular portions of the body should be preserved for further examination, and lastly, if, in view of the statements of the witnesses or other indications, it appears necessary to start fresh inquiries. As a general rule, such conferences should always be arranged. They frequently give important results and they ease the conscience of the Investigating Officer. he has the consolation of having done everything it was humanly possible for him to do. 3. When the least suspicion of poisoning exists conformably to instructions, the stomach and its contents should be removed by the nearest available medical man, generally in India a hospital assistant or apothecary, and preserved for the purpose of putting them at the disposal of the court and the chemical examiner. Then one should scrutinize on the spot, with the aid of the medical man and the assistance of a good magnifying glass, and without avoidable disturbance, the stomach and intestines, etc., to see if any plants or fragments of plants, suspicious foreign bodies, etc., are to be seen. If there are, they should then be examined to see if they are poisonous. Organic bodies in favorable circumstances offer little resistance to decomposition, and always become very difficult to detect after a few days, but if the medical men remove the stomach at the moment of the post-mortem, and put it in water, or in alcohol, or dry it for the purpose of preservation, they will perhaps have preserved the most important object in the whole inquiry. 4. For the interrogation of witnesses before the examination of the corpse, the following characteristic signs should be noticed, which if not altogether conclusive, at least justify suspicions of poisoning. A. In general, poisoning, and particularly arsenical poisoning, may be suspected when there are found vomiting, violent thirst, sensation of burning in the throat, pains in the stomach, diarrhea, and cramp in the calves of the legs, or some of these symptoms. Many believe that the perspiration and respiration of persons poisoned by arsenic have an odor of garlic, like that disengaged when arsenic is sprinkled on burning charcoal. But it appears that this odor is found only in cases of chronic poisoning. It has already been pointed out how closely the symptoms of cholera resemble those of poisoning by arsenic, the Indian poison par excellence. Arsenic is largely used as an antidote to fevers of all kinds, as an aphrodisiac in cases of rheumatism, gout, and syphilis, and externally for skin diseases such as itch and eczema. It is also employed for many industrial purposes, as in curing skins and gold working, and preserving roofs, floors, and walls of buildings from the ravages of vermin, and particularly white ants. For the latter purpose it is commonly mixed with tar and brushed into cracks and holes. The arsenious oxide, or common white arsenic of the bazaars, is that most commonly used for all these purposes. For homicidal employment, it is frequently mixed with coarse sugar and made up into a sweetmeat. It is sold either as a white powder or as a solid white mass resembling enamel. In the latter form it must of course be pounded before use. Traces of pounding should therefore be looked for. Red arsenic, or realgar, and yellow arsenic, or orpiment, are also occasionally employed, generally mixed with a proportion of white arsenic. B. In poisoning by phosphorus, there is pain in the stomach, vomiting, feeble pulse, and collapse. In chronic cases there may be yellowing of the skin, and slight bleeding from nose, mouth, and bowels. The phosphorus for poisoning is ordinarily obtained from the ends of matches, and the phosphorus from 16 matches has been found sufficient to poison an adult. C. In homicidal and suicidal cases, mercury poisoning mostly takes the acute form. The agent is chiefly corrosive sublimate, or mercuric chloride, a white crystalline mass, or crystalline powder sold freely in the bazaars. The most striking symptoms are those of irritant poisonings generally. As a rule they come on more quickly than in the case of arsenic. Moreover, while arsenic is almost tasteless, corrosive sublimate has a metallic taste. D. Opium, as already pointed out, is the favorite medium of suicidal poisoning, and can generally be at once detected by the characteristic odor. Opium both in its solid form and as a decoction is so universally used, especially as a febrifuge, and so familiarly known throughout India, that no investigating officer needs any description of it. E. Strychnine causes death by convulsions and immediately renders the corpse rigid, a rigidity which sometimes remains for weeks. F. Datura, the poison of the thugs, is still used mainly to facilitate robbery, and that chiefly in the western districts, where traditions, even memories, of these daring depredators still exist. It has been pointed out that as datura is popularly supposed not to be poisonous to death, The fatal result is due to the overdose necessary to put the robber on the safe side. The datura seeds, whole or broken up, are commonly mixed with sweetmeats or food, and whole seeds or fragments may consequently be found in the stomach or the remains of the meal. Great care must be taken not to confuse the datura seed with that of the capsicum or chili, one of the most common ingredients of native curries. The seed of the tomato may also be mistaken for datura, but is in less common use. Figure 116 represents the plant bearing the seed capsules, while Figure 117A and B shows side-by-side sections of datura and capsicum seeds. Chevers notes the following superficial distinctions. The one great distinguishing feature above all others is the form and shape of the embryo. If one of each of the seeds be divided by cutting parallel with the flattened sides, the embryo of the capsicum will be found curved like the figure 6, while the end of the curve of datura is twisted or recurved, not towards the downstroke of the 6, but away from it, or towards the right hand. There are, however, many minor differences of great importance. When taken together, these may be contrasted thus. Seeds of the common or white datura. 1. Almost kidney-shaped, but one end much smaller than the other. 2. Outline angular. 3. Size rather more than 1/4 of an inch long and rather less in width. 4. Color greenish-brown when fresh, changing to yellow when dry. 5. Attached to the placenta by large white fleshy mass, which separates easily, leaving a deep furrow along half the length of the concave border of the seed. 6. Subsurface scabrous, almost reticulate, except on the 2 compressed sides, where it has become almost glaucous from pressure of the neighboring seeds. 7. Convex border thick and bulged, with a longitudinal depression between the bulgings caused by the compression of the 2 sides. 8. When divided into 2 by cutting with a knife placed in the furrow on the convex border, the testa is seen irregular and angular in outline. The embryo is seen lying curved and twisted in a fleshy albumen. Seeds of the common capsicum. 1. Kidney-shaped. 2. Outline rounded. 3. A little shorter and wider than datura. 4. Yellow. 5. Attached to the placenta by a thin cord from a prominence on the concave border of the seed. 6. Uniformly scabrous, the sides being equally rough with the borders. 7. Convex border thickened, but uniformly rounded. 8. When similarly divided, the testa is more uniform in outline. The embryo is seen lying in a fleshy albumen, curved, but not twisted or recurved. The taste of the capsicum is pungent, while that of the datura is insipid. The most distinctive external symptoms of datura poisoning are giddiness, followed by drowsiness and muttering delirium, picking at imaginary objects, sometimes wild and excited behavior, but always wide dilation of the pupils of the eyes, while internally the brain is congested, and so also frequently are the lining of the mucous membrane of the stomach and intestines. G. Aconite Aconitum ferox, though a long way behind arsenic and opium, is the 3rd favorite poison in Bengal. It is so virulent that it is commonly called in Bengal the poison. Aconite is one of those poisons of which the alkaloid, if discovered in the body, may be hastily mistaken for the cadaveric alkaloids of ptomaine poisoning. For practical purposes the only test available is the physiological, for example by taste, and it is stated by the authorities that no other alkaloid has yet been discovered with the characteristic results of tasting this alkaloid, namely tingling of the lips and tongue followed by numbness. The root is the most active. It closely resembles horseradish roots, see Figure 118, and as Chevers points out is sold very cheap in India. The symptoms resemble those caused by many of the ptomaines. We find irritation of the stomach with vomiting, the membrane after death being of a highly inflamed red color. There is generally muscular weakness with dilation of the pupil of the eye. Aconite is largely consumed medicinally for fever, cholera, and rheumatism. It is also a favorite medium for poisoning arrows, and also in war for poisoning wells and tanks and other sources of drinking water. H. Carbolic acid and phenol, the most commonly used disinfectant of the present day, is a very ready instrument of poisoning. The skin where touched by the acid becomes white and the urine is colored red or green. The odor of phenol is known all over the world and is very readily recognized. It is also remarkable that the taste of phenol is not so disagreeable as one would think. Introduced in a small quantity into the mouth, it has a particularly piquant flavor, recalling rather a strong and sweet liqueur, which explains perhaps the frequence of its use in cases of poisoning. J. Prussic acid and all its combinations are recognized by the strong odor of bitter almonds. This odor can sometimes be distinctly felt in the room in which the corpse is found. K. Atropine and all the forms of belladonna strongly dilate the pupil of the eye. Sometimes this dilation is so great that the membrane of the iris is reduced to a very narrow circular ring. Besides, the person poisoned will complain of this dilation, which produces a very disagreeable effect on the eye. L. Nicotine is recognized by the well-known odor of tobacco juice. The general symptoms of nicotine poisoning resemble those of datura. M. Santonine is commonly used for extirpating worms, and as infants are extremely sensitive to this medicament, its absorption is at times followed by sudden death. In poisoning by santonine, the urine is yellowish green. The use of other poisons, such as sulfuric acid, oxalic acid, etc., is not so frequent as to necessitate more than a passing reference here. 5. In cases of poisoning by organic substances generally, the medium cannot, as explained above, be readily detected by chemical or microscopic analysis, but the absorption of organic substances has been frequently noted to produce brain affectations, sometimes rising to furious delirium. Such substances are cantharides, henbane, hemlock, datura, belladonna, digitalis, absinthe, opium, hashish, and poisonous mushrooms. The effects of henbane or hyoscyamus, sometimes called koi bang or mountain hemp, applied externally or internally, should be noted. Elzelt Neuen describes how an old lady used poultices of henbane leaves for some disorder. Two old servants, who had prepared the poultices, began to quarrel during the evening without any apparent motive. Soon they came to blows, and finally the old lady herself joined in the affray with the greatest animation. This illustrates a common remark that persons under the effect of henbane poisoning are very fond of quarreling and beating each other. It is also stated that decoctions of this plant produce violent accessions of rage, and even that the ancient Germans drank it before going to battle to give them courage. The Commissioner of Sind, in 1894, reports that the Baluchis smoke it exactly like ganja, but it is very powerful and makes them positively mad. Under its influence they strip themselves naked and dance about like lunatics. Illustrations of the seed, capsule, and section are given in Fig. 119. For historical notice, see drash, etc. Among other organic substances, cantharides, datura, and some others are strong erotics. 6. In poisoning by sulfuric ether and chloroform, in the case of women, phenomena similar to those resulting from copulation are sometimes produced. Hence medical men have occasionally been falsely accused of having taken advantage of women while under the influence of narcotic sleep. 7. Pounded glass is not infrequently, perhaps less frequently now than formerly, used both homicidally and suicidally. It is not a poison, though popularly believed to be so, but a mechanical irritant, and the more finely it is pounded the less likely it is to do harm to the victim. Hence there is some compensation in its use for homicidal purposes, for the poisoner, to avoid detection as soon as the food is taken into the mouth, is careful to pound it as finely as possible, and thus diminishes the risk to his prey. The glass is frequently the convenient glass bangle. A small fragment of colored glass in the stomach must therefore arouse suspicion. An instance of attempted suicide by this means, prompted by jealousy, occurred in Madras while this page was passing through the press. 8. In concluding this section, a primitive method for ascertaining the presence of arsenic may be described. Arsenic poisoning is so frequent that the Investigating Officer constantly finds himself under the necessity of deciding, even at the moment of the post-mortem, whether the case be one of murder or not, and consequently if he should take further action in the inquiry. For example, The post-mortem proves the existence on the mucous membrane of the stomach of small red spots or lines, containing small white or yellow grains. The natural conclusion is that the substance is arsenic, but such suspicion is not sufficient for the arrest of anyone on so grave a charge as poisoning. Recourse should then be had to the following simple experiment, so simple that it should never be omitted. Take a glass test tube closed at one end, which the Investigating Officer should always have with him. Remove from the mucous membrane one of those white or yellow grains, being careful to leave sufficient for the purpose of the chemical examiner. Dry it with a very clean blotting paper or cigarette paper and place it in the tube. Heat carefully, holding the tube in an inclined position over a candle or spirit lamp. If the grain be arsenic, it will be vaporized. The vapor will be condensed and will be deposited on the cold portion of the tube as a white or yellow patch. This does not indeed absolutely prove that the grain is arsenic, but the probability is so great that the persons supposed to be guilty may be arrested without hesitation. Of course all this should be carefully recorded and the test tube preserved intact. End of section 6. Section 7 of Criminal Investigation Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Bodily injuries and poisoning continued. Section 9. Abortion. In a country like India, where the laws of society exercise the most vigorous and vigilant control imaginable over the conduct of females, and where 6/7 of the widows, whatever their age or position in life may be, are absolutely debarred from remarriage, and are compelled to rely upon the uncertain support of their relatives, it is scarcely surprising that great crimes should be frequently practiced to conceal the results of immorality, and that the procuring of criminal abortion should, especially, be an act of almost daily commission, and should have become a trade among certain of the lower midwives or dais. No one who has even superficially come in contact with the people, who is but acquainted with their ordinary terms of abuse, above all who knows something of what is revealed in medical practice and the proceedings of the criminal courts, can doubt that these words of Cheever's are about as true today as when they were written. Cases of abortion or supposed abortion must inevitably come for final report to the hands of the medical expert. But here, as in other directions, the Investigating Officer must possess such elementary knowledge as will enable him to grasp the situation when he arrives first on the scene, and collect and preserve for the expert everything of a suspicious character. The external condition of the patient, the expelled matter, and any suspicious mineral or vegetable debris lying about, should all be scrutinized with the most assiduous care. At the same time great caution must be used. In the first place, miscarriage may be perfectly natural or caused by accidental violence. Disease in the mother, mental shock, or even a predisposition towards miscarriage may be the cause. Again, exceptionally violent exercise, a blow or fall, or even tight lacing may produce the same effect. Again, the matter expelled may not be an embryo at all, a blood clot, a tumor, or other internal growth may be naturally extruded. In the latter case any suspicious matter will of course be carefully preserved for future examination. Further, the Investigating Officer must remember that many abortifacients, and especially the minerals as arsenic and mercurial compounds, are employed as poisons and medicines, and therefore their mere discovery in a dwelling is no conclusive proof of abortion, though combined with other circumstances it may go far as cooperative evidence. In India a common, perhaps the most common, expedient is the use of the abortion stick. Just as in Europe the discovery in a case of supposed abortion of a piece of prepared sponge, of a knitting needle, or of a vaginal irrigator, will at once arouse or confirm suspicion, so in India the discovery of an abortion stick, or a portion thereof, will justify the worst assumptions. The stick is either a twig of the abortifacient plant itself, or an ordinary twig wrapped round with cotton and covered with the abortifacient in the form of a paste. This is inserted into the vagina and applied to the mouth of the womb. The stick must of course be sufficiently rigid, and care must be exercised lest it break internally. Cases are reported where pieces of such a stick have on post mortem examination been found inside the womb itself. The plants, the twigs of which are most commonly used for this purpose either in their natural state or dipped in asafoetida, are the laucitra, the oleanders, and less commonly the euphorbias, or milk bush. The juice of these plants may also be administered internally as an irritant, but the effect may be more dangerous to the patient. The laucitras commonly used are the Plumbago xylanica and the Plumbago rosea. The former bears small white flowers, very clammy and disagreeable to the touch. The latter, rosy scarlet flowers of moderate size. The blue-flowered Plumbago, so common as hedgerows in South India, is the Plumbago campensis. The active principle is called plumbagon. Figure 120 is a representation of the Plumbago xylanica. The white or pink sweet-scented oleander, Nerium odorum, is frequently also used by women for suicidal purposes, and also ignorantly for venereal diseases, so the presence of the plant does not always indicate criminal abortion. Its physiological action resembles that of digitalis. It is represented in Figure 121. The yellow or bastard oleander, Cerbera thalividea, Figures 122 and 123, and the Cerbera odalum, Figure 124, produce effects similar to the true oleander, and are used similarly. The Cuscuta reflexa is said to be largely used in the Punjab. Figure 125. The juices of all these plants may be used as ingredients of pastes or other preparations to be placed on the extremities of ordinary or cotton wound sticks. In addition, the most common agents are jaquarity, marking nut, madar, and especially, it is said in Bombay, red lead. The jaquarity, or Indian licorice, Abrus peccatorius, has red or white seeds about 1/3 of an inch long and 1/4 of an inch wide, having on one end a black spot. They are used as weights by goldsmiths under the name of ratty. Average weight 1 3/4 grains. Madar, Calotropis gigantea, and Calotropis procera are almost alike. They grow everywhere, bearing rose and purple flowers. Cameron remarks, page 488, they are unquestionably handsome flowering shrubs, and nothing but their extreme commonness in the jungle and by the wayside excludes them from admission into the garden. The milky juice or the root bark is extensively used for skin diseases, as a depilatory, a purgative, a cattle poison, an infanticide, and an abortifaciant. Figure 126 depicts the stem, leaf, and flower, and Figure 127 the root of Calotropis gigantea. Marking nut, Synocarpus anacardium, is shown in Figure 128. The bruised nut is a strong irritant. It is used for disfigurement in infidelity, as vitriol is in Europe, and also by malingerers for imitating wounds and for bringing false charges. Lyon, page 494, says marking nuts, in the dry condition in which they are usually met with, are black in color and more or less heart-shaped, with a rough projection at the base. They measure, excluding this projection, in longest diameter from about 7 to 11/10 of an inch, and weigh from about 25 to 55 grains each. They have a thick cellular pericarp, the cells of which contain the irritant juice. Inside the pericarp is a large, flat, non-acrid kernel. The oily juice of the bruised nut turns black when exposed to the air. Many other plants are also used as decoctions for this purpose. Of these, the most dangerous is aconite, already referred to under poisons. The most powerful, and that generally sold in Indian bazaars, is the Acanthium ferox, the poison. The Acanthium napellus, very similar, is the common English monk's hood. Other species are also found, all grown mainly in northern India. The simplest physiological test is the unmistakable tingling sensation on the tongue. The dried root, 3 to 4 inches long, is very like horseradish, but the latter is lighter in color and less tapering in shape. It also has straight rootlets. Papaya seeds, carrot seeds, and croton oil are also used. Of the common European aborsificints, the following are occasionally used in India: savin, Juniperus sabina; rue, Ruta graveolens; yew, Taxus baccata; tansy, Tanacetum vulgare; and the grain fungus ergot. Where there are specimens of these trees, and especially of the savin, growing in the botanical gardens of European towns, they are generally found robbed of their young shoots and leaves by the many women desiring to use them as abortifacients. It will be sufficient for the Investigating Officer to make himself acquainted with the appearance of the more common Indian plants which we have described or pictured, and in suspicious circumstances to make a careful search for twigs, leaves, roots, nuts, seeds, or portions thereof, which may have been carelessly thrown aside as useless. End of Section 7. Section 8 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Maxwell. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 17. Theft. General considerations. In many cases, the investigating officer strictly so called will not have to trouble with the detection of thefts. This is the business of the police of the Criminal Investigation Department. And yet it will often be a good thing for the investigating officer also to make certain inquiries himself concerning thefts, and thus contribute his assistance towards diminishing the number of those which remain undetected. What generally happens is this. Dozens of theft cases of small importance are disposed of as a matter of routine without being probed to the bottom, and when there comes along a theft of objects of great value committed generally by skilled thieves, and with every imaginable refinement, we must frankly confess the Investigating Officer is not, as a rule, sharp enough to lead the inquiry to a satisfactory result. It may besides be remarked that where a fairly large number of insignificant thefts is discovered, it is mainly due to the remarkable silliness of the thief, that is to say, his incapacity for mastering his impatience to enjoy the subject matter of his theft. If all thieves were capable of preserving the produce of their thefts for some time, not touching it but waiting before enjoyment till the crime be forgotten, not half of the thefts found out at the present time would be discovered. An old saying states, when a youth steals, he must needs buy something for his girl. And this is so true as to make it evident that many insignificant thefts can be discovered without any very great difficulty. Yet when these comparatively inoffensive thieves and the international burglar, who is a man of refinement and whose object is rolls of banknotes or boxes of jewels reposing in safes guaranteed proof against burglary, which safes are situated in shops perfectly lighted and always watched, there is not such a very great difference, and if the Investigating Officer would take the trouble to thoroughly investigate thefts of small importance, instead of merely going through the usual and absolutely indispensable routine, if he would attempt to completely clear them up, he would not be slow to obtain self-instruction, and be very soon able to bring the most important cases to a satisfactory conclusion. It must not be forgotten that the high-class thief did not start with big and sensational thefts. He commenced quite simply with thefts of small articles, and if today with the greatest effrontery and all possible cunning, and so to speak under the very nose of the authorities he clears out a jeweller's shop, his first theft was probably of an old watch hanging in some open room where anyone might go, and quite unprotected. And if the thief were asked the difference between these two thefts, he would say, it is always the same thing, a little more information to be obtained, a little more reflection, a little more boldness, and slightly better tools. As for the rest, nothing is changed. Just in the same way as the thief educates himself by thefts of small importance, So the Investigating Officer should by their means familiarize himself with the manner in which the thief conceives and executes his thefts, so that when occasion arises he may know how to deal with more important thefts. Apart from his professional duty, which orders him to concentrate all his energy even upon insignificant matters, the Investigating Officer will soon find himself rewarded for the work which he has consecrated to this kind of problem by the ever-increasing interest which he takes in it for its own sake. What are called interesting cases, that is to say those in which blood flows in streams, where it is a question of a theft of several lakhs, or where the cunning of a woman or betrayed lover plays a great role, are not so frequent, and if the Investigating Officer has not much luck, he may go on for a considerable time before an interesting case comes along to break the monotony of his daily life. Now if he does not find the interesting side of his work, he will fall into a commonplace routine, and when an interesting case does turn up, he will be incapable of attacking it with vigor and energy. When things arrive at this stage, the whole service suffers from it, and we have to complain of an Investigating Officer who goes on wearily and with endless routine, for it is indeed to such a routine that the Investigating Officer, who does not know how to seize the interesting side of his profession, must come. It is not rare to hear it said, all watches are stolen in the same way. In a general sense this is true, but anyone who studies the motives for the theft, the preparations which have been made for its accomplishment, the precautions which have been taken to hinder its discovery, the employment of the subject matter of the theft, and the consequences of the crime, will not be slow to perceive that among 1,000 cases of theft there are not two alike, that facts which seem quite identical are really very different from one another, and that each case presents an interest of its own. The Investigating Officer who has attentively and minutely made a point of studying minor thefts will start upon the study of important cases with just as much ardor, and from their outside aspect at least will not fail to disentangle them. While treating in the following pages of some particular points concerning thefts and different varieties of theft, we have not endeavored to reduce these crimes to a single system, or even to indicate to people how to guarantee themselves against thieves. We simply desire to give certain indications to the Investigating Officer as to what he should ask a witness or the victim of the theft, and upon important points what should be the object of his attention. He will doubtless find here many things he will know already, but we have thought it as well to touch upon certain details for the benefit of those who for one reason or other are still unaware of them. Thieves' scouts and spies. Commencing with the facts preceding the theft, the most important matter concerns thieves' scouts and spies. Without going so far as Ave Lament, who sees a spy in every intruder entering a house, we may yet say that strictly all may in fact be so. All sorts of persons in various capacities may make their business but an excuse for exploring localities. Such are peddlers, beggars, cripples, infirm persons, the blind man who can see but is led about by a child, the child who weepingly relates the miserable circumstances of its parents, the bold youth who asks, with malicious smile, a stranger stopping at a hotel whether his sister's female cousin may come to see him, the timorous young girl who asks for his linen to wash and mend, so as to enable her to support her old mother and her brothers and sisters, the commission agent who tenders his assistance, and the commissionaire who offers his services, the respectable old lady who changes a bank note at a money changer's, the commercial traveller who unpacks his samples, the unfortunate orphan daughter of an officer who comes for advice to a profligate, and, in India, the bogus policeman who demands a plague certificate, law touts, Eurasian beggars, hawkers, and many others. This preliminary investigation is made from different points of view. It is first necessary to know the topography of the place, make sure of its situation, get to know the neighborhood, and decide whether the doors and windows shut and open favorably for the carrying out of the theft. A view of the premises must then be obtained by daylight, so that the thief may be able to find his bearings in the dark or by a dim light. Next, the places of entry and departure, the number of persons necessary for the actual commission of the theft, or to keep watch inside or outside must be decided. Particular attention has to be paid to the closing of doors, windows, and almirahs, not forgetting the key itself. An expert thief can not only judge the quality of a lock by taking a rapid glance at the key, but he can remember besides the size and shape of that key, as well as a dozen others, and this so accurately that when the moment for action arrives he will only have to carry with him a very small number of skeleton keys, thus finding the right one without much noise and without injuring the lock. The most arduous point, and consequently the most important in every such exploration, is the study of the ways of the victims both in their public and private life. The first difficulty is to collect information as to the connection existing between these persons and outside. Particulars must be obtained as to the number of persons in the house, how many servants there are, whether people sleep in the house, and where or at what o'clock they go home, whether they sit up talking and drinking, whether they are armed or are in communication with one another or outside, bells, telegraphs, and telephones. It is evident that a thief who has been but once inside a house cannot learn such things, but if several persons belonging to the same band of thieves visit the house, for the same person never goes twice, if they watch the goings and comings from the house, and the time of lighting up and putting out the lights from some neighboring point of vantage, if in an important crime one of the male members of the band makes the acquaintance of one of the female servants, or vice versa, a female member with a manservant, the thieves may obtain information upon many points, and if they know how to put two and two together, they are soon all courant with all they require to know. It is more difficult for them to find out the details of the private life of the inhabitants of the house, details of a psychological nature which, however, the expert thief considers to be most important. He seeks to know whether the master of the house, his family, and other persons are orderly, whether they regularly and scrupulously shut up the house, whether they put the keys in a safe place, whether they live freely or economically, whether the people of the house are on good terms, whether or not they are intelligent folk. He will try to find out the character of the servants, and whether the men of the house are timid or brave. All such details concerning the character and manner of living of the inmates are of the greatest importance. 1,000 points are useful, such as whether the master gambles, or the mistress has a guilty liaison, whether the daughter is a flirt or the son short of money, the love affairs of the footman and the cook, the date the master receives his salary or dividends, what he gives his wife for the housekeeping, and how much pocket money the children receive. It must not be supposed that this information is only sought for important thefts of rare occurrences. An individual who desires to be taken for a particularly skilled thief, and this is the ambition of them all, practices the minutest research in minor thefts, where indeed, as in all things, preparatory study is necessary. It must be admitted that too little attention is paid to preparations precedent to thefts of no great importance, it being supposed that the thief has merely entered the house, seized the first thing he could lay his hand on, and decamped. But even for insignificant thefts criminals make preparations of all kinds, and this is proved by the fact that while an enormous number of such thefts take place but a relatively small proportion are detected. This would not be so if the plans had not been carefully laid and all the necessary information most minutely obtained. It is just these preparations, these apparently inoffensive explorations which, in the hands of an experienced and dogged detective, may bring about the discovery of the criminals. The Algiris, one of the criminal tribes of South India, are adepts at the art of reciting the Vedas, and disguised as religious mendicants, gaining admission to the houses of respectable villagers. The situation of the bolts and the geography of the house is taken in at a glance. A faint scratch on the door frame is made with a piece of glass, which, like the Cape Maries they invariably carry, shows the position of the bolts and indicates the work of the bragi. The breach in the wall is made close to the bolt, sufficiently large to admit of a man's arm being inserted, and the bolt is drawn. This mode of housebreaking is known in other parts of India as the bugli operation. The instrument used is called by them the kuchi or gadi kol. It is most ingeniously made, and is carried about by them on their begging tours. To the casual observer it is a musical instrument somewhat resembling the veena in shape, but on a minute examination being made by an observant officer, it will be discovered that the instrument is composed of two parts capable of being separated from each other, in one of which halves is encased a sharp iron tool about 12 to 15 inches in length, octagon shaped, and tipped with steel. When a theft of some importance has been committed, it is the custom to start by first questioning the victim of it, then other persons who all affirm that the objects have in fact disappeared, and that so far it has been impossible to find them. Next the objects are described in a special circular, the police authorities being requested to make active search, and here the whole matter ends. The thief not having left his calling card, what more indeed can be done? Such is the habitual formula of consolation. But the facts are quite overlooked that the culprit cannot have acted on the spur of the moment, and that long preparations have been necessary which can themselves become points of departure for further investigation. Here again we take exception to the opinion of those who consider that the Investigating Officer must not make researches which are the duty of the police, or that such work is beneath his dignity. The duty of the Investigating Officer is to throw light upon the case, and it would indeed be assigning to himself a role unworthy of his position if, abandoning the whole of the work to the police, he leaves to himself only the business of coming in afterwards, when they have made everything ready for him, to complete those formalities connected with the accused and the witnesses, etc., specially prescribed by law to be his particular duty. Even when the criminal is unknown, the Investigating Officer should go through with and terminate his inquiry just as if an accused has been already brought before him. He should make all necessary investigations and assure himself of the whole story of the theft, so as to have every proof ready against the day when the thief may be discovered and arrested. Moreover, the great experience and high intelligence of the Investigating Officer should give an impulse to the whole course of the inquiry and guide it in the right direction. The complete case will then be presented to the court as it ought to be to ensure a fully satisfactory trial. Moreover, an Investigating Officer, when questioning the victim of the theft and the people of the house, should spare no trouble to elicit every scrap of information about all details having any connection whatever with the preparations made by the thief. He should ask about people who, recently or even at a distant date, may have visited the house, and concerning all the parts of it they may have been able to observe, such as the rooms from which things have been taken, the places where the thief has got in and out, and even the spot from where the above-mentioned persons have been observed. In most cases a negative answer will be the result, for these visitors, if they have had any approach to cleverness, will have endeavored to prevent drawing anyone's attention, and seeing that the theft has succeeded, their end in view has been attained. The Investigating Officer has therefore no other resource but to question the witness, however intelligent he may be, just as if he were questioning a child. Has he seen a beggar, a commissionaire, a peon, a commercial traveler, hawker, or any other stranger going into the house? Or has he seen people who come seeking situations in his employ, or observed children or young girls who have come into his house under some pretext or other, etc.? Then he must pass to the personal relations of the master of the house, of his family and of his servants, in order to help clear up the matter. This cannot be gone through without the commission of some indiscretion. More than once must delicate points be touched upon, points difficult to approach, but which none the less must be elucidated in the interests of the case. But we may say that, taking them all together, these delicate questions are not so difficult to deal with as is generally believed. The Investigating Officer often only decides with repugnance and hesitation to put certain questions, and he is perfectly astonished to hear in what a simple and natural way he is answered. This is because in the office of the Investigating Officer people speak quite differently to the way they do at other times, and when the Investigating Officer knows how to be precise, and when the person questioned is aware that it is nothing but his keen interest in the case that makes the Investigating Officer speak as he does, that his questions are really necessary for the elucidation of the matter, and that he wishes to know how to put together bit by bit the information that he receives in order to furnish a logical whole. The witness speaks with the best grace in the world, and even with a considerable amount of frankness. Having in this way found, after prolonged and troublesome research, a certain number of persons who may have some connection with the facts in question, the first precaution to be taken is to note them down carefully and then reduce as much as possible their number. To do so there is no other way than first to eliminate all the persons who do not appear suspicious. This elimination ought to be made with the greatest circumspection. The statement of the individual questioned should never be alone relied upon, for the best spy is exactly that person who can put on the most innocent air in the world. Only those persons therefore should be eliminated whose innocence is absolutely incontestable, and the certainty of this innocence must be due to the private analysis of the Investigating Officer as well as other circumstances of a trustworthy character. The Investigating Officer must then try to find out whether there is not a certain analogy in the behavior of all those persons who have been noticed. This is an essential point. It must not be forgotten that in crimes of some importance, one person is not sufficient to obtain all the necessary information. The first only explores the lie of the land in a general way. He seeks a good opportunity, and on the same day he turns up as a beggar, a commercial traveler, or canvasser, in a number of houses, and chooses such or such a one among them as the theatre of his exploits. But this first person does not minutely examine the locality, for he does not know whether he will not find something better later on. It is just a voyage of exploration, and as the same person, as we have already said, never comes twice to the same place, a second person is sent who endeavors to fix all the details and obtain all important information. It may be that this spy has neither the time nor the opportunity to study everything, and that many points at first sight insignificant assume in the course of the subsequent planning some further importance which makes it indispensable to know more about them. In this case a third, a fourth, or even a 10th individual is sent, till the whole scheme is made as clear as possible. It is therefore easy to understand that the methods of such persons present certain points of resemblance, points which will evidently not escape an experienced Investigating Officer who has to deal with an accomplished fact, but which would not strike an outsider, especially before that fact was accomplished. The witness ought therefore to be asked if he has not noticed, while observing the suspected individual, any glances, any constant effort to arrive at such and such a place, any desire to remain in the house after the pretended object of the visit was definitely obtained or had encountered failure, or certain questions or peculiar turns of expression, etc. Often people are seen to arrive in a house one after the other who seem to have a certain resemblance in their dialect, attitude, costume, or some other mark of appearance, or are distinguished by their importunity or humility, who lower and hide their faces to prevent their being seen and looked at, and who, in a word, betray in some way or other that they belong, so to speak, to the same family. It is easy to understand that such inquiries are difficult, and this the more so because scouts never as a rule address the same person twice. They ask to see sometimes this person and sometimes that, today exploring one part of the house, tomorrow another, in such a way that their goings and comings do not draw suspicion towards them. The Investigating Officer will only obtain a satisfactory result by questioning all the people in the house and combining their answers. It is true that even when this result is arrived at, that is to say when it has been settled and established that various suspicious persons have tried to approach the house, he is hardly at the end of his work. Suppose he knows, for example, that under various dissimilar pretexts 1 man, 2 women, and 1 child have been seen in the house. Then, if at least an approximate description of these people can be procured, the police will be able to find out without great difficulty whether a family of this kind and number has been observed near the scene of the theft and at what spot it may be found. In all cases this band must be suspected of having taken part in the theft in question, and a starting point will be obtained for further investigation. It is always very difficult to find the beginning of the thread when but a single person, or at most 2, have been employed on the business of exploration, for rarely in such a case can sufficient matter for their identification be obtained. But of this we may be sure that those thefts where but 1 scout has been sent out either are very insignificant, or among those who have taken part in the theft there will be at least 1 person who has exact knowledge of the locality and the personal relations, such as is possessed by dismissed servants. In this case it is quite superfluous for the thieves to undertake a fresh investigation, especially where no great space of time has elapsed since the servant was dismissed. A rapid examination is then sufficient to make sure whether any change has taken place. And here the Investigating Officer obtains a fresh clue which greatly lightens his task, for the thieves will send the person who knows the place and can therefore most easily and rapidly carry out this work of verification. What generally happens is as follows. An old servant comes to his old master and asks his assistance in a matter that will take some time. When they have parted on fairly good terms, he generally pretends to have lost his certificate of character to which he attaches great value, and asks for a duplicate, or he requests a letter of recommendation to a new place, or advice, information, or sometimes even assistance, but in all cases he will have sufficient time to make sure that everything remains as it was before, or on the contrary to notice and remember any changes that may have taken place. If the presence of some such old employee comes out in the course of the inquiry, he or she may very well be suspected of the theft in preference to anyone else. But a too natural precipitation must be guarded against, and before taking extreme measures it will be as well to watch carefully. If however the inquiry points to no such scout, if it is certain that no previous exploration has taken place, and if on the other hand the theft is one which could not be carried out without a previous investigation, there can be no doubt that among the participators in the theft must be a person who is au courant with the habits of those in the house, either through having served in it or in some other way. One must doubtless be sufficiently circumspect to decide the question whether there has really been such an incident as that described, for on the one hand it may have taken place so far back that the victim forgets it or omits to mention it, judging the date to be too remote, and on the other hand it may have been carried out with such precaution and so naturally that it has passed unperceived and no mention is made of it, in spite of all the perspicacity exercised by the Investigating Officer in his investigation. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Hoffman. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Theft. Continued. Section 3. Other preparations for the theft. The emissary sent by the thieves is not content with merely obtaining information. The scope of his work is not settled for him in advance. He ought, on the contrary, without drawing attention to himself, to do all that he possibly can to render the operation more easy. Thus, when leaving the house, he will as if by mistake go the wrong way. Instead of going out by the principal entrance, he will make in the direction of the back door or a side veranda, there to open a bolt, lift up a latch, push a box in front to make a step, make note of a passageway, and in short take stock of a number of details, almost imperceptible and apparently insignificant, but upon which will perhaps depend the ultimate success of the undertaking. He will not miss a chance of stealing a key, or taking an impression of one, or at least copying the keyhole. Let us then distrust all those strange persons who have always something to do near doors and in places where keys are hung up. In the country, part of the business of the scout is to poison the watchdog. He is therefore always furnished with some prepared substance for that purpose. It is but exceptionally that one hears of watchdogs who refuse to accept anything from strangers, and there are very few dogs who will refuse to be tempted by the bait of some dainty. One has only to glance through the narratives of important burglaries committed in the 17th and 18th centuries to find, stereotyped one might say, the mention of the fact that so many days before the theft, the faithful and brave watchdog, who would certainly have hindered the theft if he had been still alive, had unexpectedly, accidentally, or inexplicably died. It is related in the official list of thefts in churches and burglaries accompanied by murder committed by a band of Jewish thieves, that these rascals, before committing their crimes, used to poison the watchdogs with nux vomica. Lips Tullian, the prince of all burglars of all time, gives the following good advice. Keep a little watchdog inside your house. A dog outside the house is no obstacle to an accomplished housebreaker. Now, the poisoning of a dog furnishes us with all kinds of clues. If the theft has not yet taken place and the poisoning cannot with probability be attributed to some other person, such as a disagreeable neighbor or a sportsman when the dog is one given to poaching, we may expect a burglary in the near future. In this case, as well as when the theft has been actually committed after the poisoning of a dog, the investigating officer must turn all his attention towards persons who have been seen to occupy themselves with the dog. These are often, if not always, those people who seem to be the least offensive in the world. An old woman who kindly offers a piece of her dry bread to the dog when it barks at her approach, or a child who plays with the dog and runs away crying because the naughty doggy has taken its slice of bread and butter. In such a case, one has a chance of laying one's hand upon at least one member of the band of burglars, and the inquiry has some chance of being brought to a successful conclusion. The important thing in most inquiries is to find a tiny clue in the inextricable chaos of events. Once this is laid hold of, we need no longer despair of disentangling the problem. A very original procedure with regard to dogs consists in the employment of bitches. No dog can resist a bitch in heat. Even a dog that has been castrated will nearly always follow a bitch in heat. It is always possible to prevent a dog from being poisoned by never letting it out without a muzzle, care being taken to submit it to this torture without interruption. But against a bitch in heat there is no remedy at all, unless one keeps a dog so old as to be insensible to such things. But then, such a dog is quite useless for anything. The bitch, whose period of heat must naturally be awaited, can only be made use of during the actual night of the theft. It is led in a leash and with the wind to the house where the dog to be incited is to be found. As soon as the latter scents the bitch, he becomes harmless and tries to get near her. If he is at large, he goes at a run, and the person leading the bitch makes a half-turn and goes off in the opposite direction to the house. The dog quietly follows the bitch and her master, who can, when far enough away, seize him and tie him up or kill him. If the dog is not free, but tied up, he will not bark at the approach of the bitch, but will permit its leader, who must naturally advance with the utmost precaution, to come up to him without making a noise. This result attained, the dog will be left with the bitch until the burglary has been committed, or, if possible, the dog will be unchained and enticed away with the help of the bitch and thus rendered inoffensive. It is therefore not a surprising fact that wandering tribes have so often bitches with them. Doubtless, as is affirmed by sportsmen, bitches are more attached to their masters, and are more docile and more easily managed. They do not so often go off by themselves, but remain not far from the house, are much more equable in temper, and regular in their habits. But all this is not a sufficient explanation why vagabonds are almost exclusively accompanied by bitches. It must therefore be presumed that they are used, as we have pointed out, to lure away watchdogs, and it is difficult to understand why bitches are so rarely used in the country to guard the houses. The inconvenience caused by their having puppies is largely compensated by their usefulness as watchdogs. If then a burglary has taken place, and it is concluded that the dog has been drawn far away from the house in this manner, it is above all necessary to take stock of those wandering people who are in possession of a bitch and have been seen in the vicinity of the place of the crime. It should moreover be remarked that the same result is often obtained without actually bringing the bitch to the spot. These people sometimes content themselves with rubbing their shoes, trousers, and clothes against the sexual parts of the bitch in heat, and this produces much the same effect on the dog as the bitch would herself. The dog will not bark at the approach of a person giving off this odor, and will follow him wherever he wishes. The scout often has recourse to this expedient in order the more easily to approach and explore the house, and observe it at a greater length without being betrayed by the barking of the dog, and so discovered by the inmates. When the investigating officer learns from a witness, naturally after long questioning on the subject, that, a short time before the theft, he noticed a beggar on whose approach a usually vigilant dog had not barked but had run like mad to meet him, caressed and jumped up upon him, and had been loath to leave him, he knows of at least one person who has taken part in the theft. Especially is this means used by horse stealers, who thereby are able to pacify the most ferocious dogs. A quite up-to-date device employed in large cities is to decoy away from his house or shop the person to be robbed, or even his whole family, by an anonymous or pseudonymous writing. Whether the communication be the request for an important consultation, or for a tender rendezvous, or free passes to the theater, depends on the person to be deceived. In any case, the investigating officer will be careful in examining the document, as it shows an intimacy with the private circumstances and habits of the person addressed, and allows inferences to be drawn concerning the identity of the writer. Section 4. Thieves' Equipment. See also Chapter 9, Wandering Tribes, and Chapter 10, Superstition. In the execution of his often hazardous schemes, the thief requires all sorts of tools. It is easily understood that this is an important matter for the investigating officer, for the discovery of such tools often constitutes overwhelming proof against the person in whose possession they are found. But it is rare to lay hands on such implements, for every thief of any experience at all takes care to get rid of such compromising articles when he has no immediate use for them. But on the other hand, there are many things necessary and even indispensable to a thief which he does not fear to carry with him, the more so in that they seem quite inoffensive, and their use and importance is rarely known to outsiders. Speaking generally, we may say that all articles found upon a suspected person, the use of which does not appear clear, ought to be considered suspicious. It is therefore impossible to give a list of compromising articles, and we must content ourselves with saying that those things which appear to be the most inoffensive may be the most dangerous when it is impossible to determine their necessity and natural usage. In this way, light slippers or short, thick stockings found in a person's house indicate that their owner is a thief who operates in hotels and who slips furtively about houses. In winter, he finds it too cold to walk barefoot or in ordinary socks. Long, thin rods or large quantities of birdlime betray the thief whose speciality is money deposited in charity boxes in churches and elsewhere. This was known as long ago as the 14th and 15th century, and is carried on much in the same way today. In the Graz Criminal Museum are several instruments of this kind, in which, instead of pieces of whalebone, splinters of reed were employed hidden in a bamboo used as a walking stick, and to the eye, harmless looking enough. Walking sticks which appear to be tipped with a piece of black metal, really wax or resin, are also to be suspected, for with them small articles exposed for sale in an open window may easily be removed. Sometimes these sticks are made to lengthen out like a fishing rod or the leg of a patent camera stand, thus rendering them all the more dangerous. In India, a long, thin stick with half a coconut shell fixed to the end is commonly employed to abstract grain from a granary through a hole in the wall. One such, nearly 6 feet in length, deposited in the Madras Criminal Museum, is depicted in Figure 129. A piece of black cloth can be for no other object than to render the thief unrecognizable by masking his face. Only recently, 2 London experts who broke into a house and murdered an old couple for the sake of a few shillings were convicted mainly on the evidence of some old pieces of black stocking. One of the victims had been able before death to state that the thieves had their faces partially covered with black cloth, and on a search being made, one of the masks was discovered under the murdered couple's bed. Similar pieces of cloth were found in the house of the accused men, and this practically secured their conviction. Every burglar or house thief is furnished with a piece of tallow, stearine, or candle to enable him, if need be, to find his way about in the dark places of a strange house. Again, the thief who foresees that he will have to break windows without making a sound will take care to be provided with some adhesive substance, ergo cobbler's wax, wax cloth, gum, etc., spread on paper or cloth, which he affixes to the window to be broken into. Much in use is the well-known fly paper called tanglefoot, which may be purchased all over the world. The pieces of glass then stick to the adhesive cloth or paper, and the thief thus avoids the noise that would otherwise be made by their fall. Often a strong fishhook attached to a thread is discovered. This is used for throwing through open windows on a level with the ground to catch clothes, chains attached to watches, etc., which are then drawn out without difficulty. See Chapter 9, Wandering Tribes. Equally suspicious are long, sack-like pockets, carried more particularly by market thieves to hide stolen merchandise. Almost any item may be compromising. Thus, a signet ring furnished with little knives proves that the owner uses the latter to cut open pockets of garments from the outside and abstract pocketbooks. Odd gloves, especially if stuffed up, betray the railway, bus, and tram thief who wishes to conceal his own hands which are occupied in stealing. A pickpocket with an entirely false arm was recently arrested in a London bus. The papers found upon a suspected person are also very important. It cannot be too often repeated that such papers should be submitted to a minute examination. It often happens that the smallest piece of paper saves endless trouble. All addresses should also be noted. They often enable us to find out the names of accomplices, receivers, or even prospective victims of the thief. Finally, we may mention lists of the markets or race meetings which generally denote market thieves or card cheats. End of section 9. Recording by Philip Hoffman.
Section 10 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abayi in July 2017. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Theft. Continued. Section 5. Accomplices. Important thefts such as burglaries accompanied by sneaking entrances or carried out by armed burglars, etc., are nearly always committed with the help of people who keep watch or mount guard. This is only natural, and these watchers often furnish a point of departure for further investigation. Whoever commits a theft does an act of compromising in itself. He must therefore take the utmost caution not to be seen, and as a matter of fact he is very rarely observed if his watchers are good ones. But the watcher himself has nothing reprehensible about his appearance. He will no doubt try, if possible, not to be seen by passers-by, but without directing all his efforts to this point. Indeed, he will often not hide at all, but intentionally attract attention to himself. He will even pick some quarrel, so as to get himself arrested for drunkenness or resisting the police, in order that he may give the comrade for whom he is keeping watch a chance of carrying out the theft comfortably and quietly. Such procedure is often met with, and leads to mishaps as vexing as they are comical. Since a novice is not usually chosen for mounting guard, it may be easily understood that he will not remain motionless at his post of observation, nor will he march up and down like a sentinel. He will seem to be coming out of a drink-shop or bazaar, or going to or coming from a rendezvous. He whistles, hums, sings, stumbles about in walking, leans with his hat over his eye, and discoursing to himself against some house or lamp-post. Or he lies down in the middle of the road in the attitude of a man who is dead drunk. But as often as not, on the approach of a person of suspicious mien, he wakes to his work and takes care to be in an easy position to get a sight of the newcomer, so as to find out whether he is dangerous, and whether in consequence the alarm must be given. This warning is of two classes. If the thief is merely to be invited to be careful, use is made of a whistle, a smacking of the tongue, an unsuspicious cry such as, "Hullo, Tom," or "Mary Ann, open the door," or "Bill, fathead, are you coming?" etc., or else of a cry indicating that all is lost and the best to be done is to take to immediate flight. A common method used by Indian choravers, who mostly work on railways or at fairs and festivals, and nearly always 2 or 3 or more together, when a wary passenger or spectator is found closely watching his property so that it cannot be easily purloined, is to post themselves on different sides close to him, and one of them, seizing a boy of their party, gives him a thumping, making the boy cry so loudly as to divert the attention of the watchful spectator. Seizing the opportunity of this momentary inattention, one of the coravers makes away with the bundle or other article of property nearest to him. If on redirecting his attention to his things, the spectator spies the thief, he naturally runs in pursuit of him, leaving his other things inadvertently behind, which in their turn are carried away by the remainder of the gang present at the spot. Should one of the bystanders, happening to observe the coraven, run and attempt to seize him, the latter flings the bundle in his face, takes to his heels, and thus eludes pursuit. The attitude of the watcher towards an intruder depends, partly upon the circumstances in which the theft is committed, and partly upon his discretion and presence of mind. Above all, he must have a practised eye, so as to be able to recognize at a glance the relative importance of individuals coming to interfere. Neither the merry-making tradesman nor the student going home gaily singing will be judged worthy of any attention. It will be enough to make their presence known in some way or other. If he observes other people coming who at the time have no suspicion, but who may become suspicious on seeing a light or hearing a noise as they are passing near the scene of the crime, he will warn his companions by a prearranged signal, a whistle, smacking of the tongue, etc., to interrupt their work for a moment, to make no noise, and to extinguish the light till the danger is past. A second conventional signal will inform them of the moment when the coast is again clear. When the person living in a home where a theft is going on comes back home in the nick of time, or when a neighbor or watchman comes along, and yet the danger is not quite great enough to give the signal for a general and sudden stampede, not only must warning be given, but also enough time must be gained to allow those working inside the house to hide, or even to slip away with the booty already collected. The watcher outside must for this purpose hinder intruders from advancing, and at the same time make enough noise to drown that necessarily caused by his companions during their flight. He will himself accost the person who has come along, or else will manage to be accosted by him. He will ask the way, or the name of an hotel still open, or the time. He will request a light for his cigar, or will beg for help to get up, pretending that he has fallen and hurt his foot. Sometimes he will relate in a loud voice, and with many details, that he has a paralyzed arm and has need of someone to help him on with his overcoat, remarking how chilly the night has suddenly become. Taking up another line, he will draw the attention of the passer-by to something abnormal. He has heard a cry for help or groans. He has seen a glare in the sky, or the hooligans who infest the neighborhood, or he has even met a mad dog, but all this in a direction calculated to make the stranger look or walk away from the spot where his companions are carrying on their work. If he has courage and finds a suitable piece of wasteland, he will play the drunkard, will give the passers-by the benefit of a lecture under three heads, will launch into politics and criticism, will quarrel with those who for amusement take up the argument, then he will make it up with his adversaries and finish by offering them his friendship. And when this rum-cuss, for this is what he is in the eyes of passers-by, has at length taken himself off, his companions have also disappeared, with the booty. The author remembers how, as a student, he was going home one night with some of his companions, when the party was accosted by an old man who on some pretext entered into conversation. He prophesied the approaching end of the world, and proceeded to prove it from the prophet Jonah. After a long talk, the parties separated in a friendly way. Meanwhile, about 200 yards distant from where the conversation took place, the Freemasons' lodge of the town was broken into, and not only all the working tools stolen, but also the new tiled roofing, much to the satisfaction of all the good Catholics of the place. The cleverest watcher is without doubt one sharp enough to induce others to accost him. He looks about on the ground, and declares to the sympathetic person who questions him that he has lost a coin, his watch, or some other article, and, when the newcomer helps in the search, relates to him, not only everything concerning that loss, but the whole history of his life into the bargain. Another lies stretched upon the ground groaning so lamentably that the passer-by cannot help asking him the reason for his doing so. Then, amid continual cries of pain, he tells how he is suffering from a broken leg, strangulated hernia, or colic, until our compassionate soul goes off to find a doctor, who naturally fails to discover the invalid. One day the proprietor of a house where theft was going on returned home unexpectedly. All at once the accomplice, who was watching near the front door, and who had not heard the return of the master of the house in time, the latter wearing rubber-soled shoes, began to ring the bell like a madman. The master of the house asked our friend what he wanted, and the later replied that his wife had just been suddenly attacked with the pains of childbirth, that she was suffering terribly, and that he had come to fetch the midwife who lived there. He was answered that there was no midwife in that house, that there never had been one, and that there never would be one. But our man refused to listen and continued to babble and bewail his fate, till the master of the house offered to conduct him to the dwelling of the nearest midwife. The offer was accepted with 1,000 thanks, and they both went off in haste to find her. And when the master of the house got back home, bathed in perspiration, he was just in time to catch sight of the last of the thieves escaping from the house, loaded with much rich booty. Above all, the approach of the police must be hindered, but as it is not always easy to draw them into a conversation under some stupid pretext, or ask some useless information from them, there is no other recourse for the watcher than to attract the attention of the police to his own strange behaviour. If possible, he will do so in a way which exposes himself to no danger. He will pretend some illness, or make some important communication, etc. If this experiment does not succeed, or if the danger is very menacing, there is nothing else for him to do but to get himself arrested. Without doubt he will take care that this does not cost him too dear. He will therefore for preference pretend to be drunk. He will stumble about, sing, cry out, bang up against the policeman. In short, he will do everything he possibly can to get himself arrested. And to make this arrest as prolonged as possible, he will try not to walk, will lie down, protest his innocence, ask pardon, but he will take good care to do no more than is absolutely necessary. That is to say, he will not go so far as to assault the policeman, for this would only have the effect of aggravating the offence and increasing the punishment. When he gets far enough away from the scene of the theft, his behaviour will get sensibly better, and when nearing the station-house or the police court, his drunkenness will have so far disappeared that there will be no longer any reason for keeping him in custody. And if, on the way, his custodians have found him to be a decent sort of chap, and see that they have not got hold of an old offender or suspected person, they may let him go with a severe warning, cautioning him not to behave like that again. If the pretended drunkenness does not succeed, either because the police take no notice of it, or it will take up too much time, the watcher is obliged to have recourse to a misdemeanour, which will bring about his prompt and certain arrest. The offences practised will be those generally committed by vagabonds when they desire to procure board and lodgings for the winter, for example, insulting the police, disturbing public worship, or any crimes rapidly committed and needing no preparations. The police may therefore safely not trouble about those small offences committed in words, such as insulting the police, the courts, or the powers that be, especially if the words have not been heard by other people, and it is impossible to discover the reason for their commission at the particular moment. If this reason is difficult to discover, it is because it has been carefully and intentionally hidden, and the police constable would do well not readily to fall in with the wishes of the offender and assist him to fulfil the service with which he is charged. He will then notice a hastiness on the part of the individual in question to commit some more serious offence, which will thus betray his desire to be arrested. The prudence of the constable thus warned must then be redoubled, and he will have every facility, while consenting to the desire of the criminal to be arrested, to keep his eyes open so as to find out what it is that the latter wishes to hide. In India such accomplices have a ready refuge in a night case, a bait which no Indian policeman can avoid swallowing with avidity. The following anecdote told of Count Sander, a person well known for his jokes and eccentricities, proves how easy it is to get oneself arrested. About the year 1830, the Count made a bet with the chief of police of Vienna that he would get himself arrested without having done anything in the least reprehensible. He disguised himself as a vagabond and drank in a disreputable drinking shop a glass of brandy, which he paid for with a genuine 1,000 note. 10 minutes afterwards he was arrested. But if Count Sander succeeded in being arrested without having committed anything reprehensible, the expert swindler will succeed much more easily, as it costs him little when necessary to commit a real offence, if the success of the coup is worth it. The lesson to be drawn from the preceding considerations is therefore as follows. The police should not lose sight of the fact that the suspicious behavior of a man may always have some connection with a guilty act which is being committed, and that this is all the more likely when the person in question, inoffensive as he seems to be, cries out on the approach of a policeman on his beat or any outsider. He must therefore pay particular attention to what is going on. Doubtless, in many cases, it will be impossible to prevent the watcher from carrying out his design, especially when he sees the police first. And yet even in this case it would be a fault to be no longer anxious. Suppose that an individual who is lying on the ground whistles on the approach of the police so as to inform his companion that there is danger. Of course the effect of the alarm cannot be prevented. But if, as is usual in large towns, 2 constables make the beat together, one of them can occupy himself with the person who has just whistled, while the other will try to find out as far as he can whither the whistle was directed and whom it was meant for. In short, discover the place where the theft is being committed and take the necessary steps. If the policeman is alone, it will nearly always be better to prefer the certain to the uncertain and make sure at all events of the suspected individual. Then he can call for reinforcements to look after his capture while he himself goes off to discover the main case. In many instances a noise is sufficient to make criminals seek for safety. It is better therefore at once to look after the individual arrested, and the case will soon be cleared up. The sprained ankle will soon get well, the drunkenness will be found to be quite a pretence, no papers of identification will be found on our friend, and, after an attentive examination, he will be recognized as an old offender. One individual of the band being in custody, the search for the others will be simplified to a great extent. The role of watcher is best filled by a woman, particularly a girl of 14 or 15 years old. A woman is more patient, more attentive, more cunning, and more reflecting than a man. She can count less upon bodily strength, quickness of flight, and personal courage, all of which qualities she is obliged to replace by an indefatigable attention, a straining of all her senses, and an ability to take advantage of all circumstances, qualities which naturally obtain for her this position. A woman is less suspected than a man, she excites compassion and needs assistance and protection. Every man feels himself forced in spite of himself to offer assistance to a woman whom he meets alone in the middle of the night. Moreover, a woman can make use of a number of situations in which she has a chance of invoking someone's assistance, situations which, thanks to her sex, she alone has at her disposition. She is more easily exhausted by fatigue, has more frequent fits of feebleness, and is more often in need of help than men. She can be turned out of doors by her husband, can be overtaken by the pains of childbirth, may be obliged to wander without a situation and without shelter, and she may be exposed to all the tortures of hunger. And in addition she has at her disposal the whole domain of sex. A woman, alone and in the middle of the night, especially if she is young and, as often as not, in the darkness of the night, pretty, will nearly always succeed in stopping a passer-by, and, if he does not accost her, she will know very well how to speak to him and make him stop. Nothing is more natural than to ask him a question, make a request, or utter a complaint in his presence. Nothing is easier than to get him to stop, if not altogether to turn him from what he is about, and if the woman pretends to be ill, unhappy, hungry, etc., there is no one brutal enough to quietly continue on his way. We have said that it is the young girl who succeeds best in this task. She will generally be met with crying discreetly, she is questioned with sympathy, and the little one then tells with sobs how she has been turned out of doors by her cruel stepmother, and does not know where to take refuge. She will not go home where she has been so maltreated for anything in the world. This very day she had been beaten so hard that her body is all bruises. Naively she pulls up her sleeve to show the bruises, which, however, do not exist. She has them also on her legs, and, childlike, she lifts up her little dress to just below her knee to show the marks of the blows. All this can but excite the interest of the compassionate man. He has seen no bruises, but he has noticed a nice white arm and a well-rounded leg. And then the little one babbles so prettily. She is almost willing to accept the hospitality her new protector offers her for the night, but all at once she changes her mind, for she has heard a slight whistle, which informs her that the theft is successfully carried out. She decides to look for a friend, and presto, she is gone. We all know these sort of stories, which are indeed more numerous than we suppose, for people who meet with such adventures are hardly ever willing to relate them. A rather amusing story may be told in this connection. 2 students on arriving home in the middle of the night had just opened the front door and entered the lobby, when they heard the most dreadful groaning coming from the back garden. They at once ran to spot from whence came the cries, and perceived a woman on the ground, seemingly suffering from the pains of childbirth. Without leaving the students time to inquire how she had got over the high hedge which surrounded the garden, she entreated them to lay hold of her arms and hands, adding that she had need of nothing else and was well aware of what it was, etc. After a few moments she declared that it was time to find, as quickly as possible, some woman in the house. Hardly had the 2 students got up, when 3 men rushed out of the door. The woman was also at her feet, and all 4, bolting across the garden, disappeared through a hole previously made in the hedge. The amazed students were soon able to find out that the first floor, whose tenant was in the country, had been broken into and stripped. To keep guard in the interior of a house is the most difficult part of a watcher's business. He must have self-possession and presence of mind to be able to justify his being in the house, or even, when it is divided into flats, inside a particular flat. The most incredible examples of effrontery are met with on the one hand, and on the other of, let us call it, credulity. A case may be mentioned where the actors were gipsies. A well-to-do peasant, having carefully shut up his house, had gone to work in the fields. On returning home to fetch something, he found, to his great astonishment, the front door open and the gipsy woman in the corridor, who, on sight of him, began to blow him up for having left the house open. She added that she had visited the stables and found an animal very ill indeed. The peasant made in amazement for the stables, and at the same time a gipsy escaped from one of the rooms and through the corridor, whence he made off along with the woman, carrying away the peasant's money and watch. Of course there was nothing the matter with the animal. Even in presence of the police the position of a woman watcher is much easier. It may be too much to say that women try to seduce them with their advances, that is exceedingly rare, but it is none the less true that a policeman, as much as any man, generally shows more regard and compassion to a woman than to a member of the male sex. Without wishing to blame them, yet we must never tire of pointing out to them by examples that a woman is as a rule a more cunning scoundrel than a man, and in the present connection it would be as well to suspect every woman, whatever her age, whom one meets alone in the middle of the night. Genuine cases of women suddenly overtaken with the pains of childbirth or illness, or who have been turned out of doors at midnight by an unsupportable husband or stepmother, or for some other reason, are exceedingly rare, and in such cases the utmost prudence is necessary. The position of the Commissioner of Police and the magistrate is quite different to that of the policeman on his beat. The latter can only discover the watcher when the theft has not yet been completed, for once all is over, the watcher is no longer at his post. The police constable infers from the discovery of a watcher that a theft is going to be committed in the vicinity about the same time, a theft of which he as yet knows nothing. It is very rare, on the other hand, that an individual is brought before the Commissioner of Police or a magistrate for watching, or whose arrest is a certain indication of an as yet unknown theft. Usually the crime is reported, and no one knows whether anyone has come across a watcher in the neighborhood of the scene of offense. But if the question is not looked into, it may happen that the watcher for the entire band of thieves is lying at the police station for drunkenness, while the inspectors and investigating officers are deliberating over a bold burglary and lamenting the absence of the least trace of a clue to the criminals. It goes without saying that in a big burglary other important investigations should not be dispensed with on the pretext of looking for the watcher, and this refers particularly to the inspection of the scene of the crime. Yet an investigating officer is never so short of men as to be unable at once to allot one of them exclusively to search for the watcher. The latter always exists when the theft is one of any importance, and if it has taken place in a town or other frequented locality, the watching cannot be done without the watcher being seen by several persons. The essential thing, therefore, is first to find out the persons who have seen him. The most difficult case is where those persons who have seen or even accosted him are members of the police force, who are ashamed to confess that they have had the principal criminal under their hands. In this case it is the business of the superiors to let their subordinates understand that they have committed no fault in not arresting the watcher in question. If the latter is very skilful, he knows how to pretend to be quite inoffensive, and it is not possible to arrest or even watch closely every person, merely because he or she is found in the street at a late hour of the night. But even if the watcher has been awkward, or his appearance so suspicious that the police ought to have been and were able to arrest him, and have refrained from doing so because duped by him, the best remedy, as in all cases without exception, is to own up to the mistake which has been committed. This avowal will be all the easier, since the fault will generally be quite pardonable, for the watcher usually carries out his task with the greatest address, and the only fault of the policeman in not having unmasked a person so little calculated to arouse suspicion is, that he has not acted with the most particular prudence and the greatest presence of mind. But when a police functionary has the confidence of his subordinates, and when the latter are aware that the fault is not an unpardonable one, it sometimes happens that he learns from the constables of his division that they have perceived such and such a person in the neighborhood of the burglary on such and such a pretext. In the light of such information, the suspected individual must be arrested, and a practised police constable, who has seen and perhaps accosted the man or woman, is generally able to describe him accurately, or he will at least foresee the possibility of discovering a reliable clue. But if no constable has seen anything abnormal, it is necessary to find out, and as quickly as possible, whether a passer-by has observed anyone. This passer-by need not of necessity be an habitué of the immediate neighborhood in which the theft has been committed. He may have come from a distance. It is therefore indispensable that the circle of investigation be enlarged as much as possible, especially when an important theft is in question. In this, as in all analogous investigations, the investigating officer must proceed with much circumspection so as to avoid scaring people, who often imagine that they are going to be made partly responsible for the offense. The main cause of the difficulty in finding persons capable of giving information about a theft is that, having an idea that they have not done their duty, they prefer remaining in the background to coming forward and making important statements. In the present case, they probably do not wish to appear to have been duped by the thieves, or perhaps they imagine this fact alone has rendered them criminally liable, Or it may be that they are too ashamed of having conversed with the woman on the watch to say anything about it. Yet another reason why a woman watcher is more dangerous than a man. End of section 10. Section 11 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2017. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Theft. Continued. So far, we have only considered watchers employed in cases of burglary or sneak thefts, that is, secret introductions into houses. We shall now say something about those met with in other branches of the profession. Besides their role of watcher, they have often another mission as well, namely to screen and divert attention from the actual thief, in short to facilitate him in his work by all the means in their power. Let us here repeat that there is no graver error than to try, while in the midst of difficult investigations, to reach one's goal right off and immediately lay hold of the criminal. One rarely succeeds at the start, and it is generally by a detour that we obtain our first results, which then enable us to march straight ahead. No doubt this depends on the manner in which the theft is committed. The actual thief tries to remain as little in the foreground as possible, while the assistants and watchers can and ought often to expose themselves for his sake. Hence we question the victim of a pickpocket to try and find whether he has not noticed any individual brushing against him in a peculiar way, or touching him, or whose general bearing has been suspicious. The answers to our questions are generally negative, and, if we are contented with these first answers, we have hardly any chance of laying hands on the pickpocket. The attention of the victim must therefore be directed towards all persons who have been strolling near him, have accosted him, asked for some information, requested a light for a cigar, or who have rendered him any kind of service. These confederates may have drawn the victim's attention to some object or other, such as one of the beauties of nature, a rainbow or sunset, or a remarkable picture in a gallery, or perhaps some comical or dangerous situation in which third parties are mixed up. They may have seized him all of a sudden and drawn him to one side to prevent him from being run over by a carriage or overturned by a man with a bundle. If dirty, they may have sympathetically brushed him down. They have asked him whether he has not lost his handkerchief or something else, has not taken someone else's umbrella by mistake, or forgotten his stick. All such questions are put with the object of assisting the thief to touch and examine the person questioned, or else cause the latter to examine his own person, thus drawing his attention to that part of his body touched and rendering him incapable of feeling any other contact effected soon after. This requires some explanation. The human body has a general sensibility, and a sensation already localized is easily confounded with another analogous sensation effected on another part of the body, though, as a sensation, the latter has hardly any independent existence. Presuming this second sensation is not vigorous enough to annihilate the effect of the first. This psychophysiological peculiarity, besides being remarkable in itself, will explain more than one case of pocket-picking which might otherwise appear impossible. These statements may be proved by an experiment which requires certain preparations. Two persons A and B plot to carry out the following on a third party, X. A all of a sudden gives X a blow with the elbow on X's right side, excusing it by making some such explanation as "Look, stop," etc. Soon after, B will in his turn give X a blow with his elbow, but on X's right side and with less force than A. The most difficult part of the experiment is to discover the exact moment when B should strike. He will strike too soon, if X's attention is not sufficiently fixed on the point indicated by the blow and cry of A, and he will strike too late if X has had time to recover from the blow and cry of A. To strike with profit, B must seize the exact moment when the sensation caused by A has reached its culmination. If the experiment is successfully carried out, X, when questioned as to what he has felt, will be sure to answer that he felt the blow and heard the cry of A, and that he immediately afterwards felt a new sensation of that blow, but harder or more prolonged. As to the blow given by B, he has not noticed it as such. The effect of the blow given by B does not therefore produce an independent effect, but becomes added to the effect of the blow given by A, although the former was given on the left side and the latter on the right side of the body. In practice, the experiment is verified by the following example. One afternoon a gentleman had his inside coat and his overcoat slit open, and his pocket-book containing a large sum abstracted from the breast pocket of the former. He had not felt the slightest contact, and yet, to make the slit, which was in the shape of a cross, the operator, however skilful and circumspect he might have been, must have exercised fairly considerable pressure. Moreover, to get the pocket-book out, it must have been pulled with some force, for the slit was not sufficiently large to enable the pocket-book to drop out of itself. Added to this, that the gentleman had noticed nothing extraordinary, had been in no crowd, nor been run up against or elbowed about, in short, nothing suspicious whatever had happened to him. At last, after many questions, he began impatiently to remark that he had seen something, but it had absolutely nothing to do with the theft in question. He then stated that an old gentleman, exceedingly well dressed, who happened to be following him, had remarked to him with the utmost politeness that he had stepped in some filth. The old gentleman added that he had been following him for a considerable time, and had noticed an unsupportable odour, and this would be very disagreeable if our victim intended to pay any visit. The latter thanked the old gentleman and stopped to look at the sole of one of his shoes. Then, finding nothing, he raised the other leg to examine his other shoe. At this moment the old gentleman seized him firmly by the arm and exclaimed laughingly, "It is not easy to stand on one leg. You were nearly over just now, but I see you have nothing on that boot either. It must have been myself who has stepped in something, and I have been laying it on your back, or rather under your feet." The old gentleman laughed most heartily at this amusing episode, and that very evening was arrested as an accomplice of the pickpocket. It was proved later on that the real thief had in slitting up the coat naturally taken advantage of the moment when the old gentleman had seized his victim by the arm on the pretence of preventing him from losing his balance and falling. The procedure of the pickpocket's accomplice depends on the circumstances under which he operates, and what chiefly characterizes pocket-picking is that it is always, or nearly always, committed with the aid of a comrade. It is best to admit that a pickpocket rarely steals by himself. In most cases he is seconded by one or more helpers, either men or women. The railway thief has nearly always a woman with him. In Europe, if he be a high-class operator, he travels first class and in express trains, or he may appear to be a respectable old countryman who travels third or fourth class with the country folk. In both cases he will generally be accompanied by a woman who will occupy the victim with her looks, talks, or something even still more intimate. The procedure is nearly always the same. The most difficult part is the choice of a victim. The latter ought to be well-to-do, not too intelligent, and not insensible to a bit of fun. The pocket-book must be a fat one, and visible in the left inside pocket, and with respect to this, every pickpocket who wishes to live by his trade possesses an excellent eye. It is a mistake to suppose the railway thief only travels at night. All detectives are aware that these kinds of theft take place as often by day as by night, for an expert pickpocket is not afraid of the light, and he knows that travellers look after their valuables more carefully at night than in the daytime. It goes without saying that the thief and the woman who goes with him do not appear to know one another. One of them gets into the carriage first, and looks about for the information mentioned above. If there is nothing tempting, he gets out again, but if business can be done, he makes a sign to the accomplice to follow. It is generally the man who gets in first, for it is easier for him to do the necessary exploring, to walk on the platform, look into the carriages, and get in and out of them if necessary. In the daytime they will do their best to be alone in the carriage with their victim. At night, on the other hand, a number of passengers does not worry them, for railway carriages are generally badly lit, and the thieves trust to most of the passengers dropping off to sleep. As to the order in which the travellers sit, the real thief must at any price be beside the victim, and the confederate who has to occupy the victim's attention must be opposite him. The thief takes part in the conversation for some time, and then drops off to sleep. But he takes care to lose sight of nothing that is going on. He nearly always has a sham hand on the side next his victim. This false hand is joined to the real hand on the other side, and rests upon the knees, while the real working hand is hidden under the large folds of his cape or cloak, and is ready to thrust out at the side at any moment. When the victim is engaged in animated conversation with his vis-à-vis, the true hand of the thief begins to move. If this movement is awkward and is perceived by the victim, he is soon reassured on seeing the clasped hands of his neighbour, who is beginning to snore. The theft once committed, one of the two gets out at the next station, and the one who gets out first is always the person carrying the purse or pocket-book. This is hardly ever the thief himself, for the latter endeavours as soon as the theft is completed to skilfully pass the pocket-book to his confederate, who, of course, is quite harmless in everyone's eyes. Indeed, if the theft is discovered before the pickpockets have got away, the actual thief willingly allows himself to be searched, and his confederate is exempt from any suspicion. For how can people who are seated face to face and talking steal from one another? As a rule, the second cut-purse gets out at the same station, and nearly always under the pretext that the first has forgotten something which ought certainly to be given him. Naturally, the train starts before he comes back. When dealing with one of these railway carriage thefts, the following points should be borne in mind, especially during the examination of the person robbed and the witnesses. As a rule, the former makes no mention of the thief's helper, unless the helper was a man. When the helper was a woman, she is never mentioned. Either he does not like to talk about a woman whose acquaintance he has struck up in a railway carriage, or he does not think it worth mentioning, as she did not know the person suspected, or appeared to be so natural, or she was so well bred that it is quite impossible to suspect her of the theft. Another way to recognize these people is that one of the two never tells his destination, for indeed he cannot get out before the theft has been committed. It is more often the actual thief who says where he is bound for, generally a fairly long journey, for he only follows the companion to whom he has passed the spoil under the excuse of giving him something he has forgotten. When the fact of the theft has been promptly discovered, it is often possible to catch the thieves by keeping watch at the two neighbouring stations, on each side of that at which they have got out. They never entrain again at the same place, but go on foot to the nearest station up or down the line, whence they take a train back again, or perhaps in the same direction as formerly, in order to make use of the rest of their tickets. Mr. Mullally gives an interesting account of the methods of train gangs in India. He states: "The railways are their most lucrative fields of work, and each gang has its particular beat. They seldom encroach on the hunting ground of others of their fraternity. Starting in a gang of 4 or 5, accompanied by women and boys, they occupy separate compartments. some disguised as traders, others as wandering minstrels, and the women, as eminently respectable travellers, occupy the compartments reserved for their sex. Adepts in the art of entertaining their fellow travellers, they soon learn for what purpose they are journeying, and when the unsuspecting traveller falls asleep, his jewels and valuables are taken. The Alagiri leaves the train at the next station, and the gang unites at a place previously agreed upon, where the loot is divided share and share alike, with 2 portions for the successful thief. Night trains are usually selected, and they are always to be found in special trains running for the convenience of pilgrims and other attending festivals, when women are always decked out in jewels. An instance of their cleverness may be quoted from the writer's experience. A busy junction at night, where changing of trains is necessary. 2 unsuspecting women are travelling and much distressed at the confusion. A respectable native gentleman proffers his assistance, which is gladly accepted. He finds a compartment for the women and helps them in with their goods and chattels, and asks permission to accompany them. This is accorded, and he amuses the travellers with anecdotes. The elder of the women is the custodian of the jewels. She is therefore warned that the safest place for her to keep the bag containing the valuables is under her head when she sleeps. This is unsuspectingly done, and in the morning when the women awake they find the bag ripped open and the contents gone. Their civil friend, needless to say, has also gone. He was afterwards arrested disguised as a travelling musician, and told the writer that for 7 years he had been carrying on this lucrative trade. A mass of interesting and instructive information as to these ubiquitous criminals will be found in the little book on Railway Thieves, by Inspector M. Paupu Rao Naidu, Madras Railway Police. We here quote a passage describing the methods of the Bumptas. This tribe, apparently originating from the Deccan, is spread all over India, so that Bumpta has become a common name for the thief in general, just like Kapemari in Madras. The author says, "Each batch of men go to a station dressed in some sort of disguise, or in good ordinary clothes, take in a canvas or carpet bag, or at least a bundle with them, and purchase tickets for some place far or near. In their bag or bundle they invariably have 1 or 2 coloured turbans, 2 or 3 coats, a knife, a pair of scissors, a mirror, a chisel about 6 inches long and half an inch broad, a long tin case of chunam, vibhuti, namam, and srichurnam, to put on different marks on their foreheads, a string of beads and a few old cloths. They also carry trinkets such as rings, bangles, buttons, nose rings, etc., of very trifling value, which their females expose for sale on roadsides to show ostensibly to the public that it is their means of livelihood. They will make the other passengers understand that they are on a pilgrimage to Rameshwaram, Tirupati, Hampi, Jagnandam, Kazi, Haridwar, or any other religious place on the railway line in which they fix their game. They look out for passengers also having bags which seem likely to contain anything valuable, and they follow such persons into the same carriage, and, sitting near, endeavour to enter into conversation, and ask them where they are going and at what station they intend alighting. After a time, when it begins to get dark, or if it is already dark, the other passengers begin to drop off to sleep. Then one of the Bumptas, on the pretext of making them more comfortable, lies down on the floor and covers himself with a large cloth under the pretence of going to sleep, while his confederate, stretching his legs on to the opposite seat, spreads out his cloth, thus more or less screening the man lying beneath. This latter, when all appears quiet, begins manipulating the bag he has spotted under the seat, to feel with his hands if anything valuable is there, and if he cannot succeed in getting his hand into the bag, he takes from his mouth a small curved knife, which all Bumptas carry concealed between their gum and upper lip, and with that he rips the seams of the bag and takes out what he finds. If the curved knife is not sharp enough to cut the strong canvas, he uses the other knife he has with him, and if the article spotted be a tin or wooden box, he makes use of the chisel in forcing it open, generally at the lock, and transfers the contents to his bag or bundle, or passes up what he had stolen to his confederate, and at the next station the two get out of the carriage and either leave the train altogether or get into another carriage. Should there be any complaint of loss, they throw away the things out of the window. They note carefully where the property has been thrown out, and, leaving the train at the next station, they go back on foot along the line, pick up the booty, and make off with it across country. Train thieves carry little or no luggage. In the first place they have no need for any, and then their movements are freer when looking for their carriage, changing their compartment or place, and getting in and out of the train, etc. If the victim has some little acquaintance with, and is a good observer of mankind and things, he will not have much trouble in noticing that these people seem suspicious. If they are in a carriage with country people, they give themselves the airs of decent peasants, but their hands are in no way spoiled by work, their shoes are not those generally used in the country, and their knowledge as regards agriculture seems to be at a fault. If they have set up to be extremely elegant, it is still more easy to unmask them, for there is always one place where their elegance is threadbare. Everything which comes first before the eyes is of course irreproachable: overcoat, waistcoat, watch-chain, cuffs, tie, etc. But the shirt, which is almost entirely hidden and only appears by chance, is of a doubtful whiteness. The stockings which have come into view of a sudden leave something to be desired. It is the same with the boots, and what the clothes do not betray, the hands tell. No doubt, a person who can observe well enough to draw such conclusions has not much need of an investigating officer, and the latter cannot teach him very much. The only useful thing to be done is for the intelligent investigating officer to question the intelligent observer with precision, so that the latter will communicate those observations which, without the questions of the former, he might omit to mention. A curious role is that of the confederate of the thief who sneaks into the rooms of hotels when the traveller is asleep or absent. If the thief be caught in the act, he asks a skilful question in order to be taken for a person who has come there on business or has been summoned for some good reason or other. Perhaps he is a hairdresser, a cobbler, a chiropodist, or it may be a dressmaker, midwife, etc. Now, if the individual who has come across the thief seems satisfied by the question or representation, the latter goes off slowly and with excuses. But if he persists in his suspicions, speaks boldly, and so on, the confederate cries out suddenly in the corridor, "Hello, there! It is not there you ought to go, but to room number so-and-so." When a theft is not to be committed at hazard, but from a determinate individual who, it is known in advance, intends to stop in such and such an hotel, the confederate of the thief will also take up his lodgings in the same hotel, and, if possible, on the same landing. He will then not only be in a position to find out all necessary information, but also, if need be, to effectively help the thief in some such manner as we have indicated. The rôle of the confederate of a pickpocket is very difficult when the latter operates in the street and the bazaars. He must know how to gather together a crowd, by drawing the attention of people to some object or other, or in offering himself as an object of curiosity for the passers-by. He will pretend to be ill, to have a fit of epilepsy, to be drunk, to be an idiot, or a madman. He will pretend to have been the victim of a sudden theft, or he will trump up a quarrel with someone. When the crowd has been got together, it is easy to commit the theft, or at all events easier than in ordinary circumstances. At the same time, the confederate will lure the individual whom they have decided to rob by relating or showing or giving him something, or by warning him of some danger. If the thief has to beware of the watchfulness of third persons, of public officials, companions of the victim, or even the general public, the The confederate will have to be his screen, that is to say, he will have to divert the attention of such persons, or put himself in such evidence as will effectually cover the operations of the thief. As regards this, the auxiliaries of the thief are at times capable of master strokes. They seem to have the power to, as it were, double themselves, or at least make themselves appear to be twice as big as they really are. An amazing and pathetic story was recently told to a London magistrate. A decently dressed man, describing himself as a tailor, was charged with attempting to pickpockets. The detective said that the prisoner had been seen leading a blind girl about 14 years old from the pavement towards an electric tram car, around which there was a crowd of people. The prisoner was seen to tap the dress pockets of 2 ladies, and then return with the girl to the pavement. He kept the man and the girl under observation for about half an hour, during which he saw them mingle amongst the crowd around a dozen or more tram-cars. At last, as an elderly lady went towards a car, the prisoner ran after her, pulling the blind girl with him. Partly under cover of the girl, he lifted up the lady's cloak and put his hands in her pocket, but, looking behind him and seeing the sergeant, pushed the blind girl into a tram-car and jumped in after her. The officer followed and arrested them. The prisoner protested that he was a respectable man. But at the station the girl said that she knew her brother to be a pickpocket, adding that she did not know what he was doing that evening. 2 skeleton keys were found upon him. The confederate must be particularly skilled in receiving the stolen article. There are naturally 1,000 different processes. The article stolen passes from the hands of one into the hands of the other, either quite simply or with a skill allied to conjuring. Or the confederate, following a settled plan, rubs up against the thief, who thrusts the stolen articles into his pocket, or the thief drops the article to the ground, or, better still, lets it glide down beside his body, when it is nimbly picked up by the confederate. In this respect the Hungarian pickpockets are astonishingly skilful. They go over the frontier to visit a market, commit their thefts, and return back quietly into their own country laden with booty. One of these thieves used to wear at the end of his shoe a short pointed needle, which he thrust rapidly into the pocket-book let fall by his colleague, and then, bending his knee, he would raise up his leg underneath his long cloak and cleverly seize the pocket-book with his hand. A woman was skilful enough to withdraw at the right moment her foot from her shoe and seize the pocket-book with her bare toes. Then she would lift up her foot under her dress and, with a skill which would have done credit to a circus, drop the pocket-book into a bag attached low down in the inside of her under petticoat. Then she again thrust her foot into her shoe, the whole business being executed without the slightest help from the hands. Still cleverer was a young girl who wore stockings with the ends cut off, to enable her toes, which were as mobile as fingers, to protrude. She used to skilfully seize the pocket-book slipped down through his or her clothes by the real thief, and would then fold her leg, raising her foot so as to place the pocket-book between her thighs, where she held it by a strong pressure, which did not, however, prevent her from walking rapidly and without effort. She only came to a standstill on finding a favorable opportunity of withdrawing the pocket-book from its hiding-place. For a long time the actual thief, a female, had been observed and suspected in the markets and arrested on more than one occasion. But there was no proof against her, no stolen articles being found in her possession. She used to arrive at the market from one side, while her companion came from another, and when the woman was seized, the young girl, whom no one suspected, was already far away with the booty. The latter was only arrested thanks to a clever police constable, who had often seen the woman in the market and set himself to watch the persons constantly close to her. He noticed that the girl, while generally remaining some distance away, never lost sight of her, and even went up to her at a prearranged signal. Finally, he succeeded in observing a stolen purse slipped on to the ground by the woman, which was immediately picked up by the girl in the manner described. The task of the auxiliary of a shop thief is quite analogous to that of his comrade the pickpocket's assistant. Thefts in shops and similar places such as open bazaars and markets, etc., are much rarer nowadays than formerly. The number of thefts in markets has probably diminished because the owners of stalls and shops keep better watch, and there are more police about than in the old days. As regards shops, there are generally more employees than formerly, which helps the watching of customers. When all the attendants in a well-frequented shop consisted of the master and an apprentice, they had too much to do serving their customers to be able to keep a lookout for thieves. The introduction of cashiers' desks has also contributed to make the life of the shop thief a hard one. The desk is usually placed at the back of the shop and a little on one side, so that the thief must turn his back to the cashier when facing the server and is consequently always in fear of being observed from behind. In shops containing such desks there are far fewer complaints of theft, but when they do take place, the thief is always accompanied by his confederate to distract the attention of the cashier, screen the theft, and take charge of the stolen articles. The most frequent and most important thefts are those committed in jewelers' shops. There are always two thieves, one coming in a little later than the other. It can be easily understood how the shopkeeper, alone in the shop with a customer difficult to please, loses his head when he sees a second customer come in, who appears to be impatient and seems as if he would make good purchases. One sees a jeweler, who is not perfectly at home in his business and hardly a man of routine, become quite nervous in such a case. He runs from one customer to the other, then back again to the first, bangs his boxes and cases about, pushing them here and there, and does everything rather than properly guard his valuables. It goes without saying that the first customer has taken care, before the arrival of the second, to mix up the articles, taking them out of their boxes and cases, placing them in a heap, and, in short, doing everything to prevent their being efficaciously watched. Then, when the second is already very impatient, he ends by selecting his jewels and has them addressed to his hotel, where naturally he will pay for them on delivery. At the same time he does not forget to steal all he can. Hardly is he outside when the second customer starts his work, that is to say, he keeps the jeweler out of breath so as to give him no time to immediately check and arrange his jewels, and so discover whether he has lost anything and what. If need be, a third arrives while the second is still in the shop, and during all this time the thief gets the stolen articles safely away. Time-worn methods of thefts from jewelers are well enough known. How a sickly, coughing purchaser drops his handkerchief on the jewels displayed in order to remove one. How another lays a visiting card with sticky stuff on the back upon a diamond. How a lady throws into the hat of a beggar who comes into the shop a coin, and with it some stolen rings. How Mr. T buys, the salesman or commissionaire accompanies him to the door of his house, and has the door shut in his face. These are things that are always to be read in the newspapers. How many thefts of jewels are effected is illustrated by a story which Griffiths heard at a great London jeweller's shop. He had, partly for amusement, a large brilliant lying apparently free, but in reality protected by an unbreakable, immovable, and practically invisible glass plate. The jeweller assured Griffiths that it was incredible how many attempts were made to remove this jewel lying about, and often in the most wily manner. A much favoured method is for the thief to appear in a shop and place a lump of wax or some sticky stuff underneath the projecting glass counter-cases. He then asks to see many things, fixes his attention on something small but very valuable, catches it at the right moment, and places it on the wax, which cannot be seen from any part of the shop. If the shopman misses the jewel, the thief allows himself to be searched. If followed in the street, he is quite sure that it is not on him. A few days later, an accomplice comes to the shop and takes the ring or other valuable away, unnoticed and without danger. The first thing to be done is to throw light on the concomitant circumstances of this category of thefts. It often happens that the victim of the theft has absolutely no idea which of the customers has robbed him. Before their arrival his stock was intact, and after their departure many things were missing. In such case the fault is often committed of suspecting all, but believing that only one is guilty. Hesitation and uncertainty is the result. Suspicion is thrown upon all, but only one can be arrested. Another idea, equally bad, is to allow the victim to nominate one of the 2 or 3 customers as the presumed thief, because he seemed perhaps to be more awkward, or because he was not so well dressed, or because he discovered the loss of a jewel after his departure, and to be led into the mistake of tracking that person alone, though he has already got clear away, or at all events is no longer in possession of the stolen article. In such cases the important thing is always to find out what has taken place before and after the theft. When the victim has related the story of what he believes he has seen, and has suspicions as regards some particular person, the investigating officer is often contented with taking the exact description of that person and noticing the reason for which he has been suspected, while the essential thing is to find out from the victim who was in the shop before the suspected individual, what he did and what was his mien, then who came in after the suspected individual or at the same time. In this way a faithful picture of the whole case will be obtained, and precise information regarding the way the theft has been carried out and persons of whose participation in the theft there can be no doubt. End of section 11. Section 12 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2017. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers and lawyers, Volume 3 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Theft. Continued. Section 6. The theft itself. As regards the theft itself, a report must be drawn up as to the state of the premises, and if an investigating officer desires, with some chance of success, to carry through the inquiry as it ought to be carried through, he should see the state of the premises as soon as possible after the commission of the offence. Unfortunately, this inspection is often neglected, for reasons of convenience or economy, or, if made, is carried out by lower-grade police officials who are contented with a summary description of the spot where the thief has broken in, the article stolen, and the place where he has made good his escape. And as a rule the conclusion of the whole report is as follows: no trace whatever can be found of the thief. But, more often than not, this is incorrect, for in nearly every case the thief has left the most important trace of his passage, namely, the manner in which he has committed the theft. Every thief has in fact a characteristic style or modus operandi which he rarely departs from, and which he is incapable of completely getting rid of. At times this distinctive feature is so visible and so striking that even the novice can spot it without difficulty. But on the one hand the novice does not know how to group, differentiate, or utilize what he has observed, and on the other hand the particular character of the procedure is not always so easy to recognize. Only a practised, intelligent, and fervent observer is capable of distinguish those traits, often delicate but always identical, which characterize the theft, and draw important conclusions therefrom. We have often heard tell that in such and such a district numerous burglaries have taken place, greatly troubling the population, or that a legion of pickpockets is infesting certain fairs, and because in both cases any clue to the thief is missing, nothing whatever is done, neither a report as to the state of the locality is made, nor even the victims of the pickpockets examined, only the most indispensable formalities are gone through, and there the matter ends. Naturally, it cannot be supposed that the thief will always be captured, even if a minute and intelligent examination of the scene of the crime be made in every case, but better results might be hoped for, and the continual turning up of the same facts avoided, if we resolved always to make the necessary inquiries even in thefts of minor importance. Above all, the investigating officer must learn to recognize, by studying previous cases of theft, the procedure of certain known thieves, and a kind of register should be kept, at least in those districts in which they generally carry on their operations. With the help of such a compilation, it may be established whether or not a certain crime is characteristic of the usual methods of such and such a band, and if it is, the investigating officer will know how to proceed with the case. Secondly, quite a series of crimes of which the authors are unknown may be attributed to one and the same person, the expert noting a common and permanent character about them all. Finally, it often happens that a thief, who has been caught red-handed in some theft of minor importance, is soon released after undergoing a short term of imprisonment. But if all the thefts recently committed in the district were carefully examined from the point of view of their method of execution, the same procedure may perhaps be found as that practised in the case for which our thief has been arrested, and he may be rendered responsible for all those crimes which bear the same character. Keeping to the broad lines of theft in general, it is natural to commence with what are called specialists, and nearly all thieves are specialists nowadays. Their speciality is due to various causes, but is based on principles of general significance. In the first place, it is birth and upbringing that assigns each criminal his own particular line. He who is by nature self-possessed becomes a burglar. He who is quick with hands becomes a pickpocket. He who has audacity and effrontery secretes himself in houses. The coward thief must also live, it has been said, and this explains why a member of a band of criminals whose speciality is burglary leaves his comrades to become a bazaar thief. But once a thief has become habituated to work in a certain manner, for everything requires study and practice, he sticks to it and learns no other. Competition produces analogous effects. When there are already many thieves whose speciality is to sneak into houses, a newcomer will find it difficult to earn his bread, for thieves of the same class object to new competition and watch with jealous care that no outsider intrudes within their domain. The most lucrative, but at the same time the most dangerous branches, are practised by the sharpest and most courageous. Others must be content with inferior methods, and if one among them be still young or less clever than his companions, and yet possesses certain gifts, he will have to choose some branch which has as yet been scarcely exploited in the district, or is indeed quite a new one. If he is a success, he goes on till he works it so extensively and so well that he has elevated it to the rank of a speciality. Chance also plays a large rôle in this connection, especially as regards individuals, who, once honest, have become thieves by chance. The procedure that chance has presented to them, they preserve, as if there were no other way of carrying out a theft, and except in particular circumstances, they do not lightly quit that path on which they have once set out. In this connection, Lieutenant Colonel Sir Henry Smith, K.C.B., ex-commissioner, City of London Police, states, "Criminals, if they will pardon me for saying so, show a strange want of originality. The streets of London have thousands of pickpockets. They began to pick pockets, and they continue to pick pockets. The omnibus thief remains the omnibus thief, and the stealer of milk cans steals milk cans and nothing else. The stealer of dogs might surely diversify his program by occasionally stealing a cat, but no, the feline race concerns him not. With a pocketful of liver, rendered additionally attractive by an admixture of aniseed, he prowls about, annexing everything canine, from the lordly Saint Bernard to the pitiful pug. With strange stupidity they frequent the same line of omnibuses, return to the same streets, and, till Nemesis overtakes them, steal the same articles. In the higher walks of the profession these peculiarities are still more striking. The bank robber and the forger are fascinated by their own style of business. They never have an idea in their hands beyond bank robbery and forgery. The coiner is always severely dealt with, but whoever saw him take to a less dangerous pursuit? The ruffian who robs with violence uniformly knocks his victim down as the slaughterer pole-axes an ox. The good old-fashioned stand and deliver would in the vast majority of cases be quite sufficient, entailing possibly only 6 weeks or 2 months instead of 5 years or 10. The murderer, should he escape capital punishment, immediately on the expiry of his sentence commits another desperate crime, and again puts his neck in jeopardy. Women have less scope for the exercise of their talents, and have fewer openings to choose from, baby farming and decoying their younger systems to ruin being the most common, and with a good clientele far the most lucrative. Although the words of Sir Henry Smith are no doubt very true in a general sense, they cannot be accepted without some qualifications. Experience shows that no thief confines himself absolutely to his particular speciality. The inveterate forcer of doors, breaker of window bars, and crowbar expert will have no qualms about pocketing a gold watch that can be easily stolen. But as a rule, the specialist will not depart from his speciality unless he is influenced by chance and necessity. This speciality is of several kinds. It may refer to the particular kind of theft, such as burglary, pocket-picking, sneak thefts, etc., or it may denote the particular way in which for some reason or other a theft is usually carried out. For example, in a theft of money, the thief may be in the habit of leaving part of the money behind to make believe that it is a domestic theft, or it may be his custom to enter at the attics and lay hold of one of the handbags generally put away there. He will hide the stolen articles in this and calmly go off with it in his hand. Or he turns up as a workman sent by his master and goes off with anything he may find in the hall. Or he comes to read the gas meter. Or perhaps his speciality is to conceal himself near houses in the country to try and find out where the farm people hide their keys when they go to the fields. Or it may be he steals only soiled linen hung out to dry, or brass bolts and locks, or mats in the entrance to houses, etc. Here some particular practices must be noted, which, although they have no connection with the actual theft, may help in discovering and convicting the thief. At the bottom of all the methods there seems to be a trace of superstition, the thief having noticed that his enterprise is successful whenever he proceeds in a certain way. Thus a very clever jewel thief was in the habit of asking, in the jewelers' shops where he intended to commit a theft, for an emerald necklace. A pickpocket of most irreproachable appearance invariably gave his profession, in the hotels in which he stayed when travelling about in the interests of his calling, as that of a traveller in Java wine. A poacher belonging to Upper Styria, who for many years committed misdeeds of all kinds, and whose name was surrounded with a circle of legends, never showed himself, in his audacious expeditions, without an old black silk hat on his head, decorated with a peasant's plume 2 feet long. His face was also always blackened. A band of burglars greatly feared on the confines of Hungary was in the habit of leaving behind a rosary wherever a burglary had been committed. At the commencement of the 19th century a great number of thefts were committed in London in the following manner. The thief with the greatest possible impudence used to open with skeleton keys the houses of people who were absent, generally for the summer holidays, and clear out all the money and other objects of value he could find. No lock was too complicated for him. He opened and closed them without damaging them and apparently without the slightest difficulty. Apart from the astonishing boldness of the thief, he had another remarkable peculiarity. He left behind in all the houses he ransacked a strange perfume, of great strength and persisting for months. It was always the same and could be recognized by no one. The accounts tell us of the terror inspired among people who noticed this thieves' smell on their return home, for it signified a great loss. This mysterious individual was never discovered, but it is more and more curious that this penetrating odour, known to all the London police as thieves' smell, never betrayed the criminal either in the street or in any other place whatsoever. We must also consider in this connection, and it is perhaps the most important point in discovering a thief, certain tricks of the hand, knacks or technical manipulations peculiar to individual thieves. These knacks are innumerable in quantity, and can only be discovered and grouped by attentive and detailed study. It may be noticed, for instance, that in a certain district the watchdog has been poisoned before each burglary, and also that in every case the same poison has been used. Or it is observed that the burglars always effect an entry by the ground-floor window, in such a way that it must be supposed that they have already succeeded in somehow opening the window during the daytime, and shutting it again to all appearance, thus enabling them to get in easily and noiselessly during the following night. Or it may be found that a particular method is always followed in forcing padlocks, filing window bars, or opening locks, with the object of diverting the attention of the person who is being robbed. The fact of being the only possessor of an instrument is also a very distinctive sign. In England there formerly existed a sole individual, who employed, in cutting open the pockets of greatcoats, a signet ring provided with little knives set on springs and perfectly hidden, an instrument now quite common among thieves. In the same way certain instruments used in breaking open safes, guaranteed burglar-proof, are first the property of but a single burglar, and are a great source of profit to him, until the day when others are able to obtain the same instrument and enrich themselves in like manner. To gather in and utilize these particulars in a given case is partly the business of the detective police and partly of the investigating officer. Every representative of authority must watch, and if necessary communicate his personal observations and deductions to the investigating officer, whenever the latter has been unable to repair to the scene of the theft on his own account. It is in noticing such particulars that the greatest difficulty lies. For this, a broad and extensive view is necessary, which does not become absorbed in some particular point, for only he who has learned to dismiss from notice trifles of no importance is able to appreciate details of real value. Points of no significance and no precise character should be rapidly observed in passing, and a full stop be made only at essentials. An unskilled observer will examine attentively hundreds of broken padlocks and forced drawers, and will find them all either entirely alike, or else absolutely different from one another, according to his manner of looking at them. An intelligent observer, on the contrary, will also find them all alike or all different, but he will further notice one or more common points of resemblance in a great number of them, and he will know how, with more or less rapidity, to arrange all such points into different groups, each bearing a mark indicating one and the same origin. This done, these points or peculiarities must be utilized, that is to say, they must in turn be grouped. For this it is necessary to have two categories, according to whether the particular observed belongs to a known person or not. We must then note, as regards the thief whose speciality is known, the particular process he has used, and register the cases where this process has been noticed. In this connection the person of the thief himself must be taken as a point of departure. But if the thief is unknown, care must be taken to mark those particulars which strike us in various thefts, They are then grouped according to their nature, that is, their particular character is noted, and they are then added to the list of all other thefts bearing the same character. When a new theft occurs showing a particular feature, we first look through our personal list, and then try to establish whether it can be attributed to a known thief. If it can, attention must in the first place be directed to that thief, and if the observance of the particular sign is accurate, the thief will be found. But if it is impossible to attribute the particular sign or feature which has been discovered to a known thief, we shall try to find out whether there is not an analogous precedent, and if it is determined that similar thefts have previously been met with, the authors of which have remained unknown, there is nothing else to be done but to register this new case in the same list as those others presenting the same character. If subsequently we have the luck to discover the author, either of one of these old thefts, or of a new one belonging to the same category, a mistake will hardly ever be made in rendering the person arrested responsible for all thefts bearing the same characteristic signs. The importance and usefulness of this process are of the highest order. It may seem at first somewhat futile and difficult to turn to practical use, but whoever has tried it soon perceives that the trouble given is largely compensated by the results obtained. It may also be noted that this kind of research work is interesting and adds variety to the monotony of our daily work. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 3 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Burglary and housebreaking, general. In the following pages it is not intended to set out at length all kinds of thefts accompanied by breaking in or out, which have been so well studied by Hurt, Thiel, Avelayement, and others. Nor do we pretend to set out entirely new ideas, but simply to bring together facts known to all criminal investigators and abstract therefrom those points which are worthy of notice in inquiries relating to burglaries and housebreaking. In Europe, the investigating officer nowadays hardly ever has to do with a real case of breaking, committed openly upon an inhabited house, and where the thief is stopped neither by the noise that he makes nor the resistance with which he is opposed. Finn and his like used to seize farms by assault, breaking in the doors with trunks of trees, exchanging gunshots with the inhabitants, beating back in a lively skirmish any neighbors who came to the help of the persons attacked. Now, indeed, it is doubtful whether an investigating officer, even in the country of the Carpathians, one of the most savage districts in Europe, has ever seen farms attacked in such a way. Many persons must have wondered while walking through thinly populated districts why these kinds of assault do not happen oftener. Everywhere there are lonely hamlets inhabited by wealthy peasants, whose houses are often so far away from each other that even rifle shots would not be heard by the nearest neighbor. The master of the house goes off to the cattle market, and the farm laborers go courting the girls, perhaps a league away. A band of merry men, combined and resolute, would not have much difficulty in stripping the house, the more so as it would be easy for one of them to mount guard so as to decoy away or stop approaching police patrols by some pretext or other. In short, it is not at all impossible that the investigating officer may even in our days have to deal with such cases. Here we are speaking of European countries. In India, housebreaking dacoities are not at all uncommon, generally taking the form of torchlight dacoities. Investigating officers meet with them every day. We shall deal with those in another place. At present, we confine our attention to ordinary cases of housebreaking and burglary. Cases of breaking into uninhabited houses, or houses inhabited by sleeping or harmless persons, are frequent. We have both cases of breaking from the exterior and breaking from the interior. By breaking from the interior, we mean such breaking as the breaking of a closed cistern loft which is inside the building, and into which the thief has secretly introduced himself by means of a ladder or in some other way. The legal distinction in English law between housebreaking and burglary need not trouble us here. Suffice it to say that, generally speaking, burglary is feloniously breaking into or out of a dwelling house during the night, while housebreaking is feloniously breaking into any house or outhouse during the day as well as the night. In India, the various degrees of the offence are defined in the Penal Code, section 441 to 462. In this chapter, we shall refer to all cases of breaking as housebreaking, stating where necessary, whether by day or by night. It will moreover be presumed that the housebreaking is for the purpose of theft. In each case of housebreaking, it will be essential carefully to establish the condition of the locality, and first of all examine all traces which the thief or thieves have left behind. And let us remember that no details must ever be considered too insignificant or unworthy of the trouble of examination. Naturally, footprints must be observed to see whether they are made by the criminals or by others. If it is certain or probable that they are made by the former, they must be guarded as much as possible, without wasting too much time over them, unless of course they are exposed to deterioration, as for instance footprints in the snow, etc., would be, or where they constitute presumptions of a grave character against an individual who is already suspected for other reasons. Next, we obtain any other information such footprints can furnish us. From what direction have the thieves come? Where have they got in? At what place have they got out? And where have they posted their sentinels? This last must on no account be forgotten. If this work is carried out with care, a mass of important points may, with a little luck, be at once established, such as, example, the number of thieves and the number of sentinels, their sex, age, and even their origin, for the class of shoe permits us to draw conclusions as to whether a person hails from the town or the country. Doubtless these conclusions must not be drawn too hastily, for it often happens that certain persons wear, either by chance or on purpose, shoes which have nothing in common with their position in life. Not until this has been completed do we pass to the next important point, namely the place of attack. This is often characteristic of the whole case. Above all, it must be established whether the point of attack has been chosen with care and skill, having regard to the interior arrangement of the house, to the carrying out of the theft, as well as to other analogous circumstances. This is a matter which cannot be sufficiently studied, for it will tell us if the thief was acquainted with the habits of the family and the arrangements of the house, thus rendering possible the elimination of a whole class of possible thieves. In a general way, this is not difficult to do, and is always possible. No doubt, it must not be forgotten that certain particulars of a house are easily guessed, or can be picked up on a very rapid scrutiny. Thus, the flats of new town-houses, and also peasants' houses in the country, at least in certain districts, are constructed upon the same plan, so that a large number of particulars may be known without the slightest observation having been made inside the house in question. The bungalows occupied by Europeans in Indian towns and cantonments are mostly built after a well-known model. The thief has but to complete with a little care what he already knows in order to possess all the information he needs. The chimney will tell him where the kitchen is. A single glance will suffice to know the way in and the way out, how the windows are shut, and the nature of the roof, etc. He will distinguish the dining room from the way it is lit at supper time. A bedroom can be recognized in like manner. There are a vast number of details an experienced thief can guess from outside, but in spite of all this, the Investigating Officer will quickly find out, thanks to a little experience and attention, whether the thief really knew the exact arrangement of the house, or has taken his bearings approximately with the help of some indicator, or was only able to observe and make a guess from outside, or has set to work with no information whatever. The consequences of these conclusions follow at once. When it is certain that the thief has only had an approximate knowledge of the locality, it is necessary to establish by questions ad hoc if anyone has been seen who has possibly been watching, or if the presence of any people having a suspicious aspect has been noticed roaming round the house, seemingly to observe its character and position. No doubt, it sometimes happens, though very exceptionally, that the thieves operate on astonishingly little previous information. For example, burglars who enter and stripe uninhabited villas near large towns during the summer holidays only seek to make sure that the villa is really not inhabited. All they do is to push a dead leaf into the keyhole, and if next day it is still there, the villa is an empty one, and that evening a pantechnicon van turns up, upon which, the doors of the villa having been broken open, the thieves load everything that can be taken away. If a passer-by stops, they request him to help them to carry some heavy pieces of furniture. They speculate, and with reason, upon the laziness of the onlooker, who generally goes off, and they are relieved of a bothersome witness. It must therefore be settled whether the theft has been committed with skill and planning, or without such, or, indeed, simply because occasion offered. The last point, as a rule, is not difficult to recognize, and whoever has seen half a dozen burglaries can soon tell whether a theft has been committed with art or has been hurried over. The most significant thing to note with respect to this is a certain consciousness on the part of the thief of the end to be attained. An experienced thief avoids all useless work. He knows how precious time is. He knows how dangerous it is to remain with no object in a place. He is careful to make no more noise than is absolutely necessary. He husbands and does not vainly exhaust his forces. If he has become a thief, it is nearly always because he was too lazy to work and worry himself, and these traits of character are manifested in all that he does. When it is noticed, for example, that the thief has first tried to break a window, i.e., that he has filed several bars or tried to tear away the grating, and has finally abandoned that window to try another one, it can be immediately and with absolute certainty be presumed that it is not the work of one who has grown gray in the profession. The latter takes care to thoroughly examine his object, and to this end possesses all the requisite information. He distinguishes hard and good iron from that which is bad and soft. He recognizes the quality of a door and the way its panels are set into the frame. He knows what is good or what is bad about the lock, the hinges, and the bolts. He can tell whether the bars of a window are buried deep in the stone and whether a wall may be pierced, and he can tell at first sight whether he himself or his boy will be able to get through a hole which already exists, or squeeze in between two bars. And once he has recognized the weak point of a place and has decided to attack that point, to file here and to cut there, he sticks to that place and does not give up the work once commenced. Perhaps he may be forced to completely renounce his burglary and be obliged to leave the work half done, but he will never try to break in at another place. Only the inexperienced thief, the botcher, will attempt such extra work. The thief who is a past master in his art will never do so. It seems almost that a point of honor, or perhaps even of superstition, forbids him to give up what he has begun, for the purpose of starting upon another task. It is somewhat curious that the thief often makes use, while breaking in, of some article brought from the house itself, or even from a neighboring house. At first sight one is tempted to believe that this is the procedure of a dilettante, or of a person who is merely a thief by chance. It is difficult to get rid of the idea that some person or other of not very strict principles has happened to pass that way, and has noticed a ladder and made use of it quite by chance to get into the nearest house. But this is not, as a rule, the case, and such procedure ought really to lead us to suppose that the thief is a professional one. Such a thief objects to walk long distances carrying some heavy object which is bothersome to himself, renders him suspicious in the eyes of passers-by, and, moreover, hinders his flight after the theft. The professional thief also takes good care not to have in his house instruments the use of which cannot be explained, and which may cast suspicion upon him. In this connection one often hears of the accidental theft, that is to say, where the thief chooses as the theatre of his exploits a house in the neighbourhood of which he finds an instrument fitted to his purpose and easy to carry. When, therefore, after a case of housebreaking, an instrument of this kind borrowed in the neighbourhood has been found, it is necessary in every instance to turn the whole of one's attention upon that instrument. Before all, the instrument must be properly identified, then its situation before the theft, how it came to be there, and whence it could be seen, etc. And lastly, we must try to find out how long it remained in that place. This last detail is of some importance, because if the instrument has really only been carried there on the eve of the theft, e.g., in a coach-house giving on to the road, the theft must have been committed quite accidentally by someone passing down the road. But if the article has been there for some time, the first hypothesis is the likelier, namely, that the thief had every hope of finding the object in question still there when he wanted to make use of it. Another point to establish is whether any intruder has been seen busying himself with the article, looking at it attentively or taking it in his hands. This procedure happens more often than one would think. In one case, the thief himself, and not a more or less stupid auxiliary, entered into conversation with a peasant some little time before the theft, and asked him whether a jack which he pointed out was always in the open stable, whether it did not rust lying there, whether it would not be stolen, whether people did not take it to make use of without his permission. And when he was assured that it was always there, and it was never touched, the implement was subsequently made use of to prise open the bars of the windows of a house situated some distance away from that of the owner of the instrument. Since an implement found near by may be made use of, since a strange one may be left on the scene of the crime, or since there may be no trace of an instrument at all, the investigating officer must do everything he can to try and find out how and with what the breaking in has taken place. Natural though this point appears to be, and important as it seems at first, it is none the less true that he often neglects to clear it up. It is also important in that it enables us to find out the particular procedure of the thief. We may perhaps recognize therefrom the characteristic manner in which a burglar goes to work. A new procedure may perhaps be discovered, and later, when we come across it again, we will remember to have seen it before. We often discover, moreover, a technical process, common to quite a category of workers. We recognize the hand and skill of a carpenter, a joiner, a stone dresser, or a turner, etc., a skill which is often appropriated to the end sought after, but which is often not so, and which is turned to some other use. We remark a particular way of attack, of working or of fixing an object, work which, while seeming to respond to the aim in view, yet denotes a certain knack. We get the impression this procedure shows the skill of a workman, but he is out of place here. The explanation is very simple. The accused has been in the habit, in his trade, industry, or ordinary occupation, of working in a manner particular to his class, and when the day arrives when he must make use of his knowledge to commit a burglary, he employs no doubt the same procedure. But this last point may be of some importance. It is therefore advised that in all cases where one of these characteristic methods has been noticed, experts should be examined one after the other until one is found who can give the information desired. Generally speaking, the circle of workmen to be questioned will not be extremely large. First, it must be determined whether the advice of a worker in wood or in metal is required. This done, it may be settled in the former case whether a blacksmith, locksmith, or founder, and in the latter whether a joiner, turner, cooper, or carpenter should be sent for. Generally, the case will only require 2 or 3 different specialists who may be found almost anywhere. Experience teaches that in this respect the ordinary workmen of the country are worth more than the skilled artisans of the towns. The latter are usually specialists who do not attack all kinds of work. They employ all sorts of instruments, machinery, and other auxiliaries, often even with the assistance of workmen under them. But the country workman is obliged to tackle everything that is brought to him. He himself does the whole of the job, or a greater part of it, using old and ordinary methods. He is therefore better fitted to reply to the questions put to him. He knows the usual way they work in his trade, and can say more readily than his comrade in the towns what idea the criminal had and what special knowledge he possessed. It must also be remarked that in this class of work recourse to experts should be had much more frequently than is usual. The men chosen by the investigating officer to be his experts, necessarily men of intelligence, of whom he can make use when need be, will learn something new every time they are called in to examine and make a report. They will fill up the gaps in their technical education, and as time goes on, will be better able to enter into the spirit of the investigating officer's ideas. The latter will thus gradually bring together a regular staff of experts who, in the various cases that crop up, will place their best services at his disposal. Moreover, the experts will also lend their help in the subsequent investigations, for the thief is not contented with employing violence in order to get into houses, but also employs it in order to break open safes, almirahs, and other closed receptacles. Indian Penal Code, section 461. Here again we can clearly see the professional habits of the criminal. Anyone who has lost the key of an almirah and been obliged to have it opened by force must have learned that one has only to observe the workmen summoned for the purpose in order to note the difference between the various methods according to the trade to which he belongs. The locksmith will attack the lock itself; the joiner, the wood of which the almirah or table is constructed. The locksmith will open the lock with a master key, or if that does not do, he will smash it. The joiner will try to raise the top of the table or the lid of the cash box without touching the lock, or perhaps he will turn his efforts to the joinings of the planks, or try to pull out the nails which hold the hinges to the doors. In short, each workman works in his own way, and when a workman of one class has done a job, the specialist can immediately say what that class is. It is therefore necessary carefully to inspect, describe, and, if possible, draw and take mouldings of all the damage done by the thief to doors, windows, or any other object. The trouble of doing so must not be shirked, for if such information, obtained with so much difficulty, cannot be made use of at the moment, it may come in handy in some other case of perhaps considerable importance. For example, a theft had been committed in the house of an old widow who was not very rich. The thief had got into the house with the help of false keys, had broken open a box disguised as a seat, and taken therefrom a small sum of money. There was no clue to the criminal. The theft having been brought to the notice of the authorities, the investigating officer, went with a policeman to examine the scene of the offence, but with very small result. The box opened like a trunk, that is to say, by lifting up the lid. The lock was an old and rusty one, and did not offer much resistance. The wood was also old and worm-eaten, and in consequence sufficiently soft to receive the impression of the instrument which had been used to force off the lid. It was easy to ascertain that the thief had thrust in his instrument, which must have been a kind of cold chisel, quite near the lock, between the upper edge of the front of the box and the lid, and had exercised on the handle end of the chisel a downward pressure. The iron was pressed into the front of the box at one place, and the sharp end leant against the inside of the lid. An attentive examination of the impression made by the chisel in the top edge of the front of the box showed that the tool was not the same breadth over all its length, but narrowed towards the sharp end, as screwdrivers generally are. It was also noticed that in the inside of the lid, where the sharp part of the chisel had rested, one of the corners of the sharp edge was broken, for the mark was not straight, but terminated at one end with a broken line. The picture of the instrument used could from this be easily reconstructed. It was known that the sharp edge was incomplete, a corner being wanting; that it was now 38 millimeters in breadth, while before the accident the breadth was 41 millimeters. It was also known that the chisel was 54 millimeters broad at a distance of 99 millimeters from its sharp end. All these measurements were accurately set out in the official report, but it was impossible to discover the thief, and the papers were pigeon-holed. Some time afterwards, a big burglary was committed at a rich corn merchant's in the same neighbourhood, and a large sum of money stolen. The most minute inquiry gave no positive result, but shortly a rumour got into circulation that a man well respected in the neighbourhood was the guilty party. He was supposed to have been seen hanging about the neighbourhood of the house where the burglary was committed, and he was said to be in a troubled condition of mind ever since. No conclusive proof could be given of his guilt. Little by little the rumour gathered shape and substance, but the authorities abstained from making an inquiry with respect to it, for, as we have said, the man was perfectly irreproachable, and was well esteemed by all. Nothing would permit of his being made responsible. The case was about to be forgotten, when, quite by chance, the policeman who had assisted at the examination of the scene of the first theft visited the individual whom rumour publicly accused of the second. He had to talk to him about quite another matter, and was on the point of leaving, when he perceived in the hall some tools. He continued his conversation a few minutes longer, at the same time observing the tools in question. Among them was a large and strong screwdriver, the sharp end of which was incomplete. A corner was missing. The policeman carried off this tool on some excuse or other, and a few minutes later the investigating officer and himself were measuring the screwdriver and comparing the measurements with those indicated in the old case. They were exactly the same to a fraction of an inch. This respected gentleman was very miserly. He kept no servant, and inquiries among the local tradesmen made it clear that the present owner of the tool had bought it long before the date of the theft committed in the house of the old widow. Our gentleman was, therefore, proceeded against on the charge of the first theft, and, there being nothing now against such a course, he was also accused of the second. In the end he confessed to them both. In this way all the charges brought home to the perpetrator were due to the attentive examination in loco of the circumstances of a theft of absolutely no importance. But not only must the damage done by the actual breaking be established, but also all traces, however insignificant, left behind by the thief must be observed with the greatest attention. Everything the thief has abandoned on the scene of the theft may be of interest. A garment, a tool, a bit of paper. All these objects should not only be noted in the usual way, but they must be examined, described, and compared, without losing sight of the fact that the accused may have placed them there to put the police off the scent. It is, moreover, important to establish what measures have been taken by the thief to prevent surprise. It may generally be noticed that every thief has particular practices which, as we have already explained, have an importance of their own with regard to other thefts committed subsequently. For instance, one burglar used to stop all the clocks in the rooms in which he worked. Perhaps he was very nervous and could not bear the ticking, or perhaps he feared that the noise would prevent him hearing the steps of an intruder. It is a fact that in our own homes we hear neither the ticking nor even the striking of our clocks, while in other houses this often inconveniences us. It is therefore natural that a thief may be influenced by the ticking of a clock in a room in which he is working. When, later on, the thief in question was captured, he was called to answer for all the thefts of recent date in which the clocks had been stopped. But curiously, he was not the author of all the thefts committed under these conditions, and it must be concluded that there were more than one of these nervous thieves. One important characteristic of a thief, and a method of distinguishing whether he be a novice or an old offender, is the manner in which he covers his retreat. It is easier to get in than to get out, say all thieves, or one can always dispense with getting in, never with getting out. Once you are in, you must get out. As a general rule, a thief of cunning will not rely for his flight entirely upon the opening by which he entered. He will take care to reserve a door, a window, or some other exit for escape should his presence be discovered. He will also secure every inside entrance to the room where he is carrying on his depredations, so as not to be disagreeably surprised by the master of the house. In this respect, the methods of the gipsies are very significant. Gipsies belong to the class of criminals who obtain information with the greatest precaution and the greatest accuracy before committing their thefts. Besides, their nomadic life and habits of mendicity greatly facilitate their operations in this direction. Moreover, a gipsy is not obliged to thieve in any particular house. He can do it in the next house, or further off still. He hunts about, begging, telling fortunes, mending pots and pans, etc., until he finds the place that suits him best. He generally chooses, in a peasant's house, and it is such houses he attacks 99 times out of 100, a room where no one sleeps, but where there are almirahs full of clothes, linen, and other materials, and where money and other precious objects are shut up. Such rooms are to be met with in every rural district, and also in large country houses. Among the latter, the gipsy chooses, if possible, a corner room on the ground floor, with 2 windows facing in different directions, the number of interior doors being of no importance to him. He starts by tearing out the iron bars from both windows, so as to make sure of a free passage on both sides. He counts, and rightly, upon the fact that, if discovered, it will not be on both sides at once. The people of the house, or even outsiders, will come in the direction of one window or the other, and he will either hear of their approach in the room itself, or be warned by his confederate on the watch, and will easily escape by the window, which is not threatened. To prevent surprise from the inside, gipsies practice another method which is quite peculiar to themselves. It is necessary for them to shut at all price the inside doors of the room in which they are committing their theft. First, the gipsy ascertains whether the key is on the inside of the lock, or whether the door is furnished with a bolt. In the latter case he slowly and gently pushes the bolt. If the key is on the inside, he turns it with precaution till he can draw it out. Then he plunges it into some oil which he carries with him, and then locks the door, the oil thus preventing the key from grating. If there be neither key nor bolt, he has recourse to another method of closing the door. For doors opening towards the outside, he takes the following precautions. He places transversely across the door frame a strong piece of wood, which he ties to the latch as securely as possible. It is then impossible to open the door, or at least to open it sufficiently to allow anyone to get in. But if the door opens towards the inside, he fixes it by a piece of wood placed slanting-wise against the door. One of the ends of the piece of wood leans against the latch, and the other rests upon the ground, where it is held by a strong gimlet driven into the floor, preventing the wood from slipping. A door closed in this manner cannot, as a rule, be opened easily. Such methods nearly always denote that the thieves are gipsies, and we cannot explain why other thieves so rarely employ them, for they are very practical and an excellent guarantee against surprise. See Chapter 9, Section 2. As a rule, other housebreakers are content with locking or bolting the doors where this is possible, but if there is neither key nor bolt, they place large articles against the door, such as lumps of wood, poles, tools, chairs, and the tops of tables, which fall upon the person wishing to enter. The noise they make in falling, the injuries they may bring about, and the obstacles they place in the way of the intruder, give the thief the necessary time to take to flight. End of Section 13. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 14 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Burglary and housebreaking, entering by the window. We have now to treat of the methods of entering a house by force. In the first place, we must consider the window bars, which are the point of attack usually preferred by housebreakers. This is because a door, as a rule, is more solid, and offers more resistance than a badly constructed window grating. Moreover, people imagine that windows furnished with iron bars are perfectly secured, and, in consequence, the thief is very well aware that, having raised these bars, his work is over. He naturally chooses the easiest way to overcome them. That is to say, he will first try to slip through. If he himself cannot succeed, perhaps his boy may be able to manage, and once in the house, he will simply open the door bolted from the inside and let his companion in. If it is impossible to open the door from the inside, this simple way of getting into the house will be far too difficult for flight, and the boy will perhaps be caught in a trap. But if they can succeed in opening the door, they certainly prefer to make their first entry by slipping between the bars. Speaking generally, a man can pass wherever his head, plus the thickness of his extended arm, can pass, at least if the formation of his body is not abnormal, such as a particularly small head, very large shoulders, or a very bulging chest. But as regards ordinary window bars, it may be said that every individual whose head alone can get through is able to squeeze between them, for there is always room enough for his arm. Window bars 5 1/2 inches or more apart are quite useless, for there are plenty of people whose heads, including their ears, are no more than 5 1/2 inches in diameter. And as there are many, generally children, whose heads are still smaller, often 5 1/8 inches, the distance between the bars ought never to exceed 4 3/4 inches. This detail is also important from the point of view of the culpability of a certain class of people, for often the residents in the house and the servants are accused of having committed a theft for the sole reason that it is deemed impossible that anyone could have passed between the window bars. If, however, the bars are fixed more than 4 3/4 inches apart, it can always be said that an entrance may have been effected from outside. If it is impossible to squeeze between the bars, the entire grating of the window must be removed. The way to do so will depend, for the accidental thief, on the means at his disposal, whereas the experienced criminal will choose his instrument with regard to the difficulties to be surmounted. He will commence by attentively examining the grating, which, thanks to his skill, he will do in a few moments. He will then be guided in his procedure by the weak point of the grating. If it is solid and very thick and well fixed into its frame, the thief will decide to only partially remove it, if he finds in it some fault furnishing a suitable point of attack. Several of these faults are indicated in Fig. 132. In the first bar, the rivet hole where the two bars cross and join is too large, and the vertical bar is weak enough at that point to allow of two cuts being made, one on the right and one on the left, in order to sever it completely in two. The second bar gets narrow at the bottom, at the point where it is embedded in the stone. This happens fairly often, especially when the grating is an old one, and is produced by the damp which descends to the base of the bars. This occurs most often when the window casing above has become rotten, and allows the rain to get through and run down the bars, and thus maintain a dampness of the part of the wall where the bar is fixed. It also frequently is found when the wall round the window is of stone, some of which is particularly hygroscopic, that is to say, contains saltpetre. At this part of the wall it is always damp, and if a bar of iron be placed there it quickly rusts. The third bar presents a defective soldering in the iron. In order to solder two pieces of iron, which have been warmed and softened, the same method is followed as in uniting two pieces of wax warmed in the hand, but the iron is beaten with a hammer, while the wax is only pressed with the hand. If therefore the soldering is not carefully done, the iron not being hot enough or the hammering not strong enough, the joining of the two pieces of iron is not complete, and by breaking a bar of iron thus soldered, the work is considerably simplified, as it suffices to separate the parts soldered, the rest coming away by itself. When the thief discovers such a fault, he will not think of taking the trouble to remove the whole grating. He will be contented with cutting through the bars at the feeble spots and folding them over at the fixed point, that is to say, they are folded back until they are in a position perpendicular to the grating, the middle bar being bent upwards, the two others downwards, and once a part of a bar is raised or lowered, an opening is formed by which anyone can get in. Formerly, when window bars used to be cut with big files or with watch springs made into saws, a difficult piece of work, this operation used to be considered quite a masterpiece of burglary. Nowadays the first criminal one comes across, perhaps hardly grown up, can do it. He has only to buy a few English files and some good fret saws. After that, all that is required is to have patience, to oil the instrument continually, and to prevent any noise by enveloping the iron in cloth, tow, or better still, cotton wool. The iron, however thick it be, if it is not of very excellent quality, will soon be cut in two. If the grating has no weak point, but is not well fixed in the frame, neither file nor saw is employed, but an attempt is made to remove it entirely. Different processes are resorted to for this purpose. The best known is to take a strong and long crowbar, which is passed under the crossbar and rested as near as possible to the point of attack, upon a support such as two pieces of wood placed crossways, or even on a single block of wood. A lever is thus obtained, on the end of which one of the thieves sits so as to exercise sufficient pressure, and if the arm of the lever between the grill and the point of support is sufficiently short in proportion to that between the point of support and the power, a considerable force is obtained, which even a solidly constructed grating is unable to resist. The author has himself made experiments in this way upon the gratings of the windows of a house in process of demolition. He employed the method just described, as well as that of the jack, which will be dealt with later on. The operation was found to be astonishingly easy. If, besides, it is done slowly and with precaution, the noise which results is insignificant, and is even reduced to a mere light cracking. It is only when the bars are, though well embedded in the stone, yet not very firmly fixed to the wall, that small pieces of stone or brick become detached, and fall with some noise upon the ground. One of the thieves is then obliged to keep always near the window, to look out for these morsels, stop the work of his comrade operating the end of the lever, and carefully pick up the debris with his hand or some tool. Another method of forming a passage through window bars is to employ the jack we have spoken of above. The criminal has recourse to a jack when he knows that one, generally called a coffee mill, may be found in the neighborhood, or when he supposes that this instrument will save him the trouble of having to remove the entire grating. Indeed, he can find lateral points of support for the jack in the bars themselves, which will then be forced apart from one another, thus forming a sufficient space for him to get through. The parts of the grating which yield so as to give the bars their necessary extension in bending vary according to the construction of the grating. Sometimes it is the iron itself which stretches, sometimes the rivets which start, or sometimes the bars give way at the top and the bottom, or it may be that the horizontal bars work out of the masonry, or several of these effects, or even all of them, may happen in combination. But the operation nearly always meets with marvelous success. If the thief has to give up the idea of thus widening the space between the bars, either because he cannot find convenient points of support, or because such a narrow opening appears too dangerous in the event of his having to take to flight, he will remove the whole grating. As a rule, the jack will not be high enough to reach from the ground to the lowest crossbar, but the thief will remedy this inconvenience by placing it on a stone or block of wood, or by leaning it upon a long beam which he will rest against some fixed point, such as the foot of a building opposite, or in the angle which a tree makes with the ground, or, more simply, in a hole dug to no very great depth in the hard soil. He will thus obtain, so to speak, an extension of the jack. The only difficulty consists in keeping the jack and the beam exactly in the same plane, that is to say, to prevent them coming away at the place where the jack rests on the beam, the result being to throw the whole out of gear. The difficulty is generally got over by fixing underneath the point where the jack and the long beam touch another beam to support them, and tying the whole together with thin ropes or chains. Moreover, if care be taken to guide the beam with the hand, raising it and lowering it to avoid any displacement at the junction of the jack and the beam, then the jack may be counted upon to work properly, and after the operation the thief has but to get rid of the whole paraphernalia and leave the peasant, who is his victim, and very often other persons as well, completely amazed and unable to explain how on earth the grating was torn away. Besides the grating, there are other obstacles to be overcome in order to get in by a window. In the first place, there are, if the windows are folding ones, the flaps or shutters, persiennes or jannals, which are sometimes in front of and sometimes behind the grating, or even in exceptional cases on both sides of it. Here again there are different processes which depend nearly always on the particular construction of the window. Those presenting the least difficulty are outside shutters, opening outwards, for then the hinges are fixed on the outside and are easily accessible. The hinges in country houses are notoriously so weak that they can often be detached with the aid of an ordinary pocket knife. Once the hinges of the two folding doors are taken away, it is easy to separate the latter, except where the system of bolting is particularly complicated. But if the hinges offer considerable resistance, or it is found impossible to remove them, or if the window opens towards the inside, then the attack is directed towards the window itself. The thief must naturally find out beforehand the system of fastening, and as a general rule he is informed on this point long before the theft. If the bolts are ordinary ones, or any other fastening not particularly complicated is used, it is, relatively speaking, easy to open them. For this purpose a large hole is drilled with a gimlet at a suitable distance from the window fastening. An iron wire is passed through this hole, grappled to the bolt, and the window opens. This is not very difficult, for the thief can follow the direction taken by the iron wire by looking through the window. But in the event of difficulties presenting themselves, or the manner of fastening not lending itself to the employment of iron wires, there is nothing else for him to do but to break the glass, when the fastening will be easily reached. We have often heard it said that thieves sometimes cut out the window panes. The author has never seen this done, and does not believe that a thief would bother with such work, even if he has been apprenticed to a skilled glazier. Indeed, to cut out a window from its frame, the glass must first be cut with a diamond, and then knocked on the whole line where the diamond has passed until the glass becomes detached and falls. But the thief will never make up his mind to create a noise by rapping the glass, and if, in a case of theft, we were to see a pane of glass cut in this manner, we should consider at first that the theft was a sham one. Indeed, the piece of glass may have been cut out at leisure and replaced, and then made to fall at the opportune moment, to make believe that a theft has been committed from outside. Occasionally a pane of glass is removed by detaching the putty which holds it to the frame. Especially is this the case when the glass has just been put in and the putty is still soft, or, on the other hand, when the putty is already old and has become friable and easily broken, through being exposed to the heat of the sun. Putty is composed of chalk and linseed oil, which in time oxidizes and becomes incapable of resisting the effects of temperature, so that little is left of the chalk but a solid substance of an earthy and friable nature. Nothing then remains but pieces of putty, dry, prism-shaped, having no force of cohesion, which can be easily and noiselessly removed with a knife or chisel. But, as we have stated, it is rare to find the putty quite soft or completely dried up, and as a fairly long time is necessary to remove it, the thief is generally satisfied with breaking the glass. Thieves usually perform this last operation in a marvelously skillful manner. The noise of the falling pieces of glass must of course be taken into account. It is therefore necessary to prevent them from falling, and for this purpose they are stuck or gummed, a kind of plaster comprised of a piece of cloth of the size of the pane of glass and spread with a substance of a cohesive nature, such as birdlime, black pitch, grafting putty, wax mixed with turpentine or even with soot, or simply clay, or clay mixed with dung, or half-liquid pitch, etc., is spread over the whole window. When this is done, some soft object is stretched over the surface so as to smother the noise ensuing when the glass is shattered. For this a garment, towel, sometimes also grass, hay, or moss, etc., is used. When all these precautions have been taken, the middle of the glass is slowly pressed with increasing force till at last it smashes. As a rule the noise made is insignificant. The sound of the breaking glass is deadened by the pad, and the fragments remain attached to the plaster. If, in spite of all, noise cannot be avoided, the thief stops work to make sure that it has not been heard. If all is quiet in the house, he can continue his operation and remove the plaster. Omitting special notice of window shutters, for what we shall say concerning doors will also be applicable to them, the thief will pay attention to all the objects which are usually placed inside the room, such as bottles, vases, flower pots, and other articles which common folk especially are in the habit of placing on the inside window-sill. Still, the thief even takes care as a rule to exactly ascertain the existence and position of these objects beforehand, for, on opening the window, he may cause them to fall and thus lose all the trouble which he has taken. If he has made certain of the presence of these disagreeable articles, there is nothing else for him to do but to try and reach them, pull them out through the broken window, and throw them away. If he cannot reach them all, he may have to break another pane of glass, or perhaps give up the attempted theft altogether. The curtains and blinds which are generally seen in country inns and other places are also very disagreeable to the thief, for he cannot open a window noiselessly on which one of them is hanging, as they are generally made of stiff and well-dressed material. In this case he has to break a pane of glass near the cord of the blind or curtain, so as to draw it up. If the window frame is narrow, he may perhaps be able to reach the cord by passing his arm through the half-opened window as far as possible, and, if he fears the noise, he will sometimes cut off the blind crossways with a scissors or sharp knife. It is worthy of note that spring roller blinds are very distasteful to thieves, as, when such a blind is down, the window cannot be opened without noise, and an instrument must be introduced to release the catch of the blind or cut the cord. Care must also be taken to prevent the blind springing up quickly and causing a noise. One method is to cut the blind across the top, but then the top part of the window must be lowered first, which is not always so easy. A thief as a rule avoids a window with a roller blind. End of Section 14. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 15 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Burglary and housebreaking. Entering by the door. Breaking open doors and shutters is extensively practiced. The differences between and the combinations of the methods used are very considerable, so that the subject can only be dealt with quite generally. As a rule, doors are fastened in a more or less complicated manner, and they present two points of attack for the consideration of the thief, namely, the surface and material of the door, and the mode in which it is secured. Attacking the door itself. There are many other modes of breaking open a door than battering it in with the trunk of a tree, a heavy beam, or a crowbar used like a ram. There are numerous ways of opening it without making a noise or attracting attention. The method most like those we have just been considering is to raise up the door by introducing a lever or wedge between the frame and the threshold. One of the parts of the door is bound to yield, the part depending upon its construction, if the force used is only sufficiently great. Either the lock, staple, hinges, or the whole door will give way. No doubt this cannot be done without noise, and proves the criminal to be either extraordinarily audacious or sufficiently acquainted with the situation to know that the noise will not attract anyone's attention. He is aware that the house is untenanted, or that the residents are too far away from where he is working, or that he knows them to be fearful folk who will not budge in spite of or because of the noise. If the thief cannot raise the whole door in this energetic manner, he attacks a part or parts of it. He chooses the hinges for preference if they are accessible from outside, that is to say, if the door opens outwards. In towns and populous places, doors hardly ever open outwards, for they are situated on the pavement and would encroach on someone else's ground. But in the country they open outwards much more frequently than is convenient, and the hinges are in consequence also fixed on the outside. And if these hinges are not fixed as shown in Figure 135, they may be removed almost noiselessly by the first blockhead who comes along. To fix them properly, it is necessary that the arm of the hinge be fixed to the door post at point A, while the support of the hinge is strongly bolted at B by a screw passing right through the door post from one side to the other. If the thief cannot succeed in taking off the hinges, he will attack the wood of the door or shutter, and in this connection the manner in which doors are made, i.e. with panels, greatly helps him. Such doors have certainly their advantages. They look well, and there is little probability that the wood of which they are made will split or decay, but, on the other hand, they seem to be constructed for the very purpose of housebreaking. They offer no serious resistance. Their manner of construction excludes any chance of solidity. They are made by slipping the panels, the edges of which are thinned down, into grooves in the four boards which form the frame. If, then, we take a section of the door from E to E, Fig. 137, we can see that all panel doors are particularly thin between the frame and the panel itself, i.e. at O, O. We can all notice this on our own doors. It may be seen that the wood can be easily pierced at O with a knife, the blade of which is inserted in the direction of the grain of the wood. The two opposite sides of the panel can then be easily cut, slitting the wood gently. It is naturally more difficult to slit it against the grain, since a saw cannot be used for fear of the noise. A gimlet is here resorted to, and little holes pierced side by side in the wood, the spaces between them being subsequently cut away with the knife. In Fig. 138, lines A, A and B, B are cut with the knife, lines A, B and A, B with the gimlet. Having thus cut round the panel, the thief can remove it and get in through the opening obtained. The weakness of such doors has been frequently noticed, especially in village inns, where people have been known to push out, in a drunken quarrel, the panel of a door by mere pressure of the back, a kick, or a knock with the head. At other times the thief attacks the cross bolts, which are fixed in various ways, and, all things considered, render excellent service. Naturally, they are useless unless the door itself is a good one. A door furnished with a cross bolt cannot be lifted from its hinges or opened by a master key, but if its construction be light, it will offer no more resistance to either a gimlet or a knife than any door without bolts at all. In addition, the bolt must be fixed securely, not so that it may be pushed from one side to the other. Let us consider one of these systems of shutting up doors or windows. In the country, the door is provided with a wooden bar of more or less strength, which generally rests in a lateral hole in the wall, and is slipped through two rings or guides, and into a hole in the wall opposite the first mentioned wall. For window shutters, the fastening is made with a crossbar, which turns on a nail strongly driven in, and hangs in a vertical position during the daytime. In India, this method is also commonly used for doors. To fasten the shutter or door, the bar is turned round the nail and fitted into a staple or hook in the opposite wall. To be of any use, it is not sufficient for the door or shutter to be of solid construction. The bolt must also be well fixed. If not, all that is necessary to render the bolt quite useless is to make a small hole in the door. This hole must of course be made in the proper place, and be a little larger than the lever that is to be used. It should be pierced just behind the bolt, and the lever, such as a thin bar of iron with a pointed end, should be placed with its arm or handle away from, and its point towards, the latch edge of the door. The point of the lever is then dug into the bar or bolt, and levered backwards and forwards, thus pushing the bar back little by little. No doubt it only moves a fraction of an inch at a time, but if the operation is kept up, the bar will be withdrawn and leave the door free to open. The same method is used for the bolt or bar which turns on a pivot. The hole is again made exactly behind the bar and the same lever used, but instead of pushing the bar horizontally, a circular and upward movement is employed till it comes out of the staple or hook. This process is of course impossible where the bar is fixed by some means or other, as, example, by a pin passed through the hook or staple above the bolt and terminating in a hole in the door frame. All these methods are generally interesting from the point of view of the police. As regards the investigating officer, they are very important, for whenever a breaking in has been effected in this way, he may presume that the thief has been in the locality before, and ascertained that there was a bolt, how it was fixed, and whether or not it was furnished with a safety catch, etc. A thief who does not know all this is also ignorant of the method of making the hole and of how to use it when made. Of course, we do not mean to say that he would have to take measurements of the place where the bolt is fixed. It is enough for him to look for certain indications, which can be seen both inside and out, and to which he will direct his attention. Suppose he notices, for instance, that the bolt of the door is about a finger's breadth above the keyhole. He has but to draw a horizontal line to fix the hole position of the bolt. Or at the window he may remark the pivot nail, which in all probability runs right through the bar from back to front and ought consequently to be seen from outside. But the bolt when shut is horizontal, and thus it is easy to find its position throughout its whole length. In many cases, as when the bolts are small iron ones, or the thief decides to attack the lock, or some reason or other renders it convenient to insert the hand inside the door, a larger opening has to be made. The method mentioned above for removing a door panel is generally followed, but the gimlet holes will be made in a circle and then joined up with the aid of a thin knife, thus obtaining a continuous circular section which will come away and allow a hand or piece of bent wire or other instrument to be inserted. In Figure 139 the holes are shown drilled and the joining lines cut. That locks may be opened, bolts withdrawn, and safety catches manipulated in this way may be readily understood, but what often appear incomprehensible are the smallness of the hole and the distance from it at which the thief can operate inside. It seems all the more remarkable when we remember that he can see nothing of the field of operations from outside, and cannot trust to his sense of touch, as it is with a wire and not with his hands that he works. Openings made with a gimlet or drill in this way furnish the investigating officer in every case with rich material for deduction. The place itself where the hole is made permits him to form an idea as to what the thief knew concerning the interior arrangement of the door. Upon examining this opening, a conclusion can be formed either that the thief had absolutely no knowledge of the interior aspect of the door, or that he had an approximate idea of it, founded upon a rapid observation, or that he had an exact and complete knowledge of the situation, such as only an old servant, friend, or even, as has happened, former occupier of the house must have had. If the opening does not appear a success, the question must be asked what reason the thief could have had for making it in that way rather than in some other manner. The examination of this question, based as it is upon all the circumstances, however small, gives at times most interesting results, for it may be discovered, for example, that the accused must have seen the inside of the door, but only from a very special point of view, which has given him a false idea. Certain researches, if properly conducted, may perhaps be able to put us on the track of persons who must necessarily have considered the situation from that point of view. Finally, the impression may be obtained from this inspection that the accused's only knowledge comes from outside sources, such as descriptions and rough sketches, and he has thus obtained a false idea of the state of things. a discovery which will give the investigating officer a fresh point of departure for new investigations. In such cases, it is above all important to have the scene of offense attentively examined by experts, for the work of the thief will nearly always present some characteristic signs. It may perhaps be established what kind of instruments have been used by the thief, whether the criminal is a workman of a special class, what trade he belongs to, whether he had enough time for his work, whether he used a light, whether he employed considerable force, whether he proceeded with skill or originality, and knew how to profit by certain advantages, as, for example, to avoid nails or other iron parts. In short, it will perhaps be possible to discover a certain number of particular circumstances capable of characterizing the thief and bringing about his subsequent arrest. This result appears to be more unreal than it is in fact, for it must not be forgotten that these are not isolated points which have been determined, but are very frequently corroborated by other determined points, noticed by some person or other who has been called in to give information, and thus become more definite in form. Care must of course be taken not to heedlessly express any opinion which has been formed, or which one may have thought it possible to form, nor to communicate it on the spot to people present, who will perhaps believe themselves obliged to agree with Mr. Investigating Officer, and immediately start about making a number of more or less inexact observations solely in order to be agreeable. We all know how often we have been led into error by such people, animated by the best intentions in the world, but we also know that if in such a case we observe the state of the locality with attention, take the advice of experts, and hold ourselves in reserve before communicating to the witnesses the results acquired, if we then gather with care the opinions of these latter, and if we combine the information thus obtained, success can hardly be missed. We may here cite a case where the thief had made such an opening as we have been discussing. The case is interesting from more than one point of view, and at the same time the opening made was a larger one than the author ever met with before. It was not, however, made in the door. A coachman of the name of C.R., after many long years of work, had saved a fairly round sum and hoped to live quietly upon it in his old age. He was a bachelor of a distrustful nature, and his distrust increased when he learnt that about the same time as he was retiring from his business, one of his old fellow-coachmen had just been the victim of a mysterious theft and had been despoiled of all his fortune. He rented on the downstairs floor a room which had only one door. He got the two windows fitted with bars and shutters, and the door with all kinds of bolts and locks. He bought a revolver, and at last thought he was safe. As for his money, he placed it in the savings bank. In the daytime he carried his bank book in the pocket of his coat, and at night he placed his coat beside his bed, still leaving the book in the pocket. Now, C.R. was still in possession of an old carriage, a relic of his old business, stabled in the same house in which he lived. One fine morning he was awakened by an individual who said that he had come to see the carriage with a view to purchase. Avaricious by nature, C.R. hurried out to show the carriage to the unknown purchaser, and finally both repaired to a neighboring job-master to borrow a couple of horses to be attached to the old carriage, for the purchaser insisted upon trying it. C.R. and the purchaser drove about during the best part of the morning. The latter was satisfied, and promised to return in the afternoon with his money to pay for the carriage and horses to take it away. But hardly had he gone off than C.R. discovered that instead of his savings bank book, his pocket contained another one similar to his own, but which showed a balance of only a single gulden. He went off to the savings bank, where he learnt that the whole of his deposit had been withdrawn about an hour before by some unknown person. Naturally, the buyer of the carriage did not turn up in the afternoon, and there was no manner of doubt that his story of a purchase and the trying of the carriage was only a feint for the purpose of keeping C.R. occupied and hindering him from discovering the loss of his bank book, and at the same time giving the confederate of the purchaser the necessary interval. At the outset it was supposed to be a case of pocket-picking, skilfully carried out by the purchaser himself, who, it was supposed, must have removed the book from C.R.'s pocket during the examination of the carriage, or during the trial drive, and then skilfully slipped or thrown it to a confederate. But an attentive examination of C.R.'s room gave other results. Under and towards the back of his bed, and in consequence invisible even to a person at some distance from the bed, a nearly square hole of fairly large size, having a diameter of about 16 inches, had been made in the floor. Following the process above indicated, a large number of little holes had been bored beside one another and then joined up with a knife, so that 2 floorboards were each found to be cut in 2 places, rendering their removal perfectly easy. The floor consisted of parallel beams about 1 yard distant from one another, upon which were fixed strong planks which formed the floor of the room as well as the ceiling of the basement. Figure 140 represents the ceiling seen from below. Underneath was a cellar used for storing vegetables, which some unknown woman had hired under a false name about 2 weeks before the theft, and where she had deposited some vegetables of practically no value. The thief must have hidden on several occasions in the cellar, which was all the more easy as there were never many people in the courtyard, and then during the daytime, when he heard C.R. go out, have started making the holes. He doubtless worked noiselessly and cautiously, for the room next to C.R.'s was occupied by a tailor who was at home all day. When the hole was made, the thief slipped one evening under C.R.'s bed, knowing him to be sound asleep, and took a hold of his coat and changed the bank book in the pocket for another one. The false book was to serve to tranquilize C.R. in case he looked to see whether his treasure was still in the pocket of his coat. As regards this point, the thief's speculations were correct. He had then withdrawn in the same way, and had taken the precaution of rendering the perforated place as difficult as possible to recognize. He had indeed placed a screw in the lower part of each piece of wood, the screw carrying a large fixed ring serving as a handle to open or shut the trap, and before replacing the 2 pieces of wood after having committed the theft, he had smeared their edges with wet clay, which, on being pressed, when the section was replaced, squeezed out and hid the cut surface. The thief hoped in this way that if by chance they looked under the bed, where it was fairly dark, the clay would be taken for dust, and the manner in which the theft had been carried out would not be discovered. The lower part of the section was also easy to hide, for there it was only necessary to pass the finger over the clay which was squeezed out, in order to make believe that there was only a dirt stain there. As the description of the woman who had hired the cellar was known, as well as that of the self-styled purchaser of the carriage, the thief was discovered, and in the end confessed to having committed the crime in the circumstances indicated. What is still more interesting as regards this theft from a psychological point of view is that the thief pretended that he had buried the money. On several occasions he was on the point of indicating the place where it was buried, but yet never did so. He died in prison, and this large sum of money, 16,900 florins, was probably lost in the ground. End of section 15. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 16 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, A Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 3, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Burglary and housebreaking. Entering by the door. Attacking the lock. Ever since locks have existed, people have attempted to open them, either by force or by using false keys, and as the locksmith's art has progressed, so has that of housebreakers made corresponding progress. When necessary, these gentlemen can rank as artists. But if the locksmith's skill is such that it can only be attained as regards its highest flight by but a few even among themselves, example, as regards the manufacture of safes, the thief has to replace the professional skill which is not in his possession with craft and cunning. Let us take an example. When a safe, guaranteed fire and burglar proof, is sold, 3 similar keys are handed to the purchaser. The first he himself carries. The second is enclosed in the safe itself, whereas the third is entrusted to an intimate friend or confidential servant. But it is certainly not the manufacturer himself who makes these 3 keys, but one of his workmen, and whatever confidence we have in the latter, we cannot help supposing that there may be a dishonest one among them. What hinders him from making a 4th key like the others and keeping it for himself? And when he is in possession of a certain number of these keys, it will not be difficult for him to find out, from packers and servants employed in the factory, to whom these safes have been sold, and whither they have been sent, and when he knows who are the purchasers of the safes of which he has keys in reserve, he will only have to obtain access to the house, as a servant if possible, or as a workman upon some job, such as a chimney sweep, water-pipe man, gas man, etc., or, if he does not succeed in entering the house in this way, he goes courting the cook or the nurse. In short, he will be able to get at the safe guaranteed against burglary, and will know how to make use of his key to open it. We therefore advise that 2 safes be bought from different manufacturers, a small and a large one, and that they be placed one inside the other, in which case a 4th key will be useless. But as often as not, it is by strength and skill that the lock is forced. Let us first deal with padlocks. False keys are used much more rarely for padlocks than for fixed locks or locks screwed into doors, for force can be much more easily used with a padlock. In this case, the thief has only to profit by the unheard-of thoughtlessness of most people. It may often be noticed that the peak or peg AB in Fig. 141 is simply let into the wood without the 2 parts of the end at B being stretched away from one another or twisted round. It is ridiculous to attach to such a peg a heavy padlock, which serves for hardly anything else than to allow a thief to get a good hold of the peg and pull it out. It often happens also that the hasp C of the padlock is strong and massive, and cannot be worked with a file, while the ring A of the peg is so weak that the thief need not even have recourse to a file, but can cut it in 2 with the pincers. But if the peg is well fixed, if the stems are stretched apart and bent round, and if the iron of which it is made is strong, the thief tries to wrench the padlock off, and now the desires of the thief seem to have been foreseen, especially in the case of the padlocks called American, which are quite round and have a very high hasp. The work and manufacture of these padlocks are doubtless excellent, for the tumblers of the locks are made by a permutation machine, and it rarely happens that 2 keys are exactly alike, but these padlocks have the inconvenience of possessing an exceedingly long hasp, so that between the ring of the peg and the lock itself, that is to say, the inside of the hasp C, there is a large empty space into which it is easy to insert a bar of iron. It is then only necessary to twist the bar of iron and the padlock is broken. While on the subject, we may also draw attention to another weak point in these padlocks. They are composed of two cylindrical capsules, one being set into the other, and it is in the space inside that the lock system is situated. But the capsules are frequently not riveted, but simply joined at the edges, which are made to overlap one another. In such a case, it is sufficient to knock all round the edges with a piece of wood until the capsules become detached from one another. This done, the mechanism is disclosed and the lock easily opened. In all cases, the method employed should be well noted, for it will generally betray the kind of thief and the way in which he works, and will tell us whether or not he was well informed. As regards locks fixed or screwed into wood, much cannot be said. We all know how the ordinary lock of a door or almirah is constructed, and even if some of us did not know it, the sketch and the description which might be given would not be of very much assistance. The Investigating Officer who is ignorant of the construction of a lock is advised to get the first locksmith he comes across to minutely explain the working of a lock taken to pieces, for without some such knowledge he will find himself at his first burglary in much embarrassment and will meet with insurmountable difficulties. The locksmith will also be able to show and explain to him the various false keys and skeleton keys. Figure 142 shows a complete set of the different sorts of picklocks, skeleton keys, etc., that are usually found in the possession of a versatile burglar. For ordinary use, he finds the tools shown in the drawing all he requires. But in practice, the Investigating Officer must never forget that the fact that a thief has not a complete set of skeleton keys does not prove that he is not a housebreaker and has not been in the habit of forcing doors. Indeed, the skillful and experienced thief, whom outsiders never represent without a bunch of false keys, is content with much simpler means: a bent nail, a piece of iron wire, and a knife. The heads of the profession even pretend to be able to open strong locks with a piece of wood and a length of thread. When a thief wishes to obtain the highest regard of one of his comrades, he says he can open locks by blowing on them, that is to say, with the simplest of means and in an extraordinarily short space of time, avec l'aimant. On the other hand, it must be confessed that a bunch of false keys and implements of a fine and delicate nature are often found in the home of a professional criminal. One set was as ingenious as elegant. It seemed no imaginable case had been unforeseen. The instruments were of the finest steel, the handles were of copper, and of the most delicate workmanship, the screws were microscopic, and the whole was enclosed in a velvet case. Something similar is shown in Figure 143, which displays the working tools of a notorious London burglar. Such bags are commonly used by these people, for lawyers, doctors, and others carry similar ones, so that their possession is by no means remarkable. Two things remain to be pointed out. If the thief succeeds in getting near the lock to be opened, he makes first a wax copy of the keyhole, then buys in the first ironmonger's shop a common, suitable rough key of malleable iron, and files it until it fits the keyhole. Then the key is blackened with soot, carefully introduced into the lock and lightly turned, so that the compartments of the lock are impressed on the sooted key bits. Then the final act is rapidly accomplished. When, however, the question is whether a lock shall be opened by a master key, then a man gains admission and examines the inside of the lock. This is covered with a dark layer of rust, thick oil, and dust, which are wanting only where the key rubs against the wards. When a master key has been used, traces of it are almost always found, bright, fresh scratches and cracks, which do not occur when the ordinary key is used. As for modern locks, which are often of fine construction, such as those of Chubb, Bramah, Newell, Ade, Hobbs, Fenby, Wertheim, Yale, Kromerschlosser, and all other locks of such kind, their mechanism is so complicated and so difficult to understand that it is useless to give a description of them, inasmuch as outsiders will be obliged, in spite of all, to call in the assistance of experts when necessary, for without them he will be incapable of obtaining any results whatever. What the executioner of London said in his memoirs should be remembered. There is not a single lock in the world which cannot be easily opened, but the more complicated a lock is, the greater is the mystification. And indeed it is very true that to open a complicated lock it is not always necessary to make use of very complicated instruments. It is asserted that the best of locks may be opened with a certain number of needles, skilfully disposed, and even by the vigorous jet from the nozzle of a pipe placed to the keyhole. The most approved method is to introduce into the keyhole fine moist thread, by means of a piece of wire, until it is nearly filled up, and all the tumblers are covered. Then a piece of wood, in the shape of a chisel, is pressed on the thread, and the tumblers are pushed back. If this does not succeed, the thread is pulled out, and the same manipulation is tried a second or even a 10th time. In ordinary Indian and even Anglo-Indian households, every key opens every lock, so that burglars have little difficulty on this score. In many cases the thief does not attack the lock itself, but some other part of the safe. If the bottom of the safe be screwed to the floor and the top jut out a little, this is a help to the thief. He takes his jack, places it against the top, works the screw, and the safe rarely resists. At times it also happens that the manufacturers of safes are absolutely wanting in conscience. The following fact, which comes from a reliable source, is a proof of this. The owner of a safe, guaranteed against burglary, had mislaid his keys. He sent for a skilled locksmith. The latter did not take the trouble even to look at the locks, but started to carefully scrape the varnish at the edge of the back of the safe. He soon brought to light a number of screws, which he took out and then pulled out the back. The heads of the screws were only smeared over with some substance and then covered with varnish. But it is not always so easy to open a safe, and, when necessary, burglars are equipped with the most perfect outfit. Lately the public press took considerable interest in implements used in breaking open safes on the occasion of an exhibition of these instruments organized by the Polytechnic Society of Berlin, and connected with a conference concerning electric apparatus destined to protect property. In one of the reports of this exhibition it was stated that a burglar who wishes to make a serious attack upon a safe guaranteed against fire and burglary ought not only to possess great bodily strength and technical skill, but must also be, in a certain sense, a man of considerable capital, for the instruments which he requires must be of careful workmanship and represent in consequence a fairly considerable capital. The days when the thief used to pierce a hole with an ordinary centre bit and then make it larger with a cutter are gone. Nowadays housebreakers' implements take up little room and can be easily carried in a small handbag. The most important instrument is a folding lever, with which considerable force may be applied. But in the meantime the manufacturer of safes has not remained stationary. In the first place, it was necessary to construct safes offering no hold to pincers or grapnels. Hence they are cast in one single piece of metal. It was then attempted to make them proof against gimlet and file by using plates of steel, but
as steel is not very elastic, a blow of a hammer is sufficient to break it. So then manufacturers combined plates of steel with plates of ordinary iron in order to render such blows harmless. But thieves in their turn made corresponding progress. The skilled thief is furnished with an oxyhydrogen gas lamp, with which in from 10 to 15 minutes he can pierce a hole large enough to allow the passage of his whole body. It is true that heavy safes offer considerably more resistance and necessitate several hours' work. Be that as it may, the necessity having been recognized of finding other measures of safety, recourse has been had to electricity. A Munich manufacturer has made an electric apparatus of safety bells, upon the principle of the contact of wires. These are enclosed in the safe itself, the wires passing through holes which unhappily are the most vulnerable points. An engineer named Berg has devised another method. He places his apparatus upon the safe itself and establishes communication with bells installed in the watchman's room. The advantage of this consists in the impossibility, even to a clever electrician, of preventing the apparatus working, for as soon as the slightest movement is given to the safe, as soon as a flame is brought to bear upon the electric wires which encircle it, or as soon as the current is interrupted in any other manner whatsoever, the bells begin to ring and the presence of the thief is betrayed. American apparatus depend on the mobility of mercury. In the safe is a shell filled with mercury, in which is dipped one wire of an electromagnetic ringing apparatus, while the other wire hangs just above the surface of the mercury. If the safe is now touched, pushed, shoved, bored into, or otherwise manipulated, then the level of the mercury alters, the second wire comes in contact with it, and the sounding apparatus becomes immediately active. The wires must be led through the back of the safe direct into the wall and thence carried to the watchman's room. In addition to the actual cutting of alarm wires, an arrangement of levers connected to an ordinary working current gives a sure protection. As soon as the thief alters such an arrangement in any way, destroys the battery or breaks the conductor, the alarm at once starts, so that the burglar, by the very attempt to render the alarm arrangement ineffective, betrays himself. The principal tool is still the familiar crowbar, and it is true that in many complicated burglaries, especially where the burglars have been frightened away, a crowbar is left behind. A glance at Figure 144 shows remarkable similarity among crowbars. Hence it is not strange that burglars, when alarmed, leave behind the heavy and not easily identified crowbar and take away with them only the small tools. Besides crowbars, we can distinguish between two different systems of burglary implements. One system is not intended to force the whole safe, but only to make a hole large enough to reach inside and withdraw the contents. For this purpose, the so-called shutter cutters are used, the lower one being for small and the upper for large holes. Figure 145. First, a quite small hole must be made with a drill in the side or back of the safe. If the lower cutter is used, then the middle drill of the trifurcated end is inserted in the hole, the head of the cutter is pressed to the breast, and the handle is turned with the right hand. The two other prongs of the trifurcated end are sharp chisels that bite further and further into the steel plate, and at last cut a circular piece out of it. If the upper cutter is used, the central borer is brought into the drilled bore hole, and the long handle is turned until the two end chisels have cut out a circular piece. In the second system, leverage is used. Here also a small hole is first bored with a drill, and this is made larger by the center bit A in Figure 146, with which the various bits F can also be used. The file C lends a helping hand, and projecting edges are removed by the rasp D. When the hole is sufficiently large, the implement B with its steel jaws is brought into use to seize and bend the edge of the plate at the hole. The length of this implement ensures an almost irresistible leverage, and thus it is easy to rip open the whole side of a steel safe. Figure 147 shows the result of such work, for which a burglar in Hamburg had no more than 1 hour. An experienced burglar said once, "Never mind how secure the lock may be. A safe can be opened like a sardine tin." Safes have recently been constructed of 30 mm plates, of which the steel is so treated by a special process that the outside is as brittle as glass and the inside as tough as iron. The outside cannot be bored, and the inside cannot be destroyed by blows. Naturally, even such plates cannot withstand explosives. 4. Entering in other ways. Cases in which the thief enters neither by the door, nor by the window, nor by a hole made in the door or the floor, but, on the other hand, through the roof, as by descending the attic ladder, or climbing down the water pipe leading from the cisterns, are, it is true, somewhat rare, though without being so rare as is supposed. We lay stress upon this way of getting into a house, for if the thief is a little skilful, he leaves no trace of his passage. No one paying attention to an attic or water closet or bathroom door found open in the morning, and besides the recognition of this method is important, as serving to explain a theft, which, for want of other indications, may be laid to the account of the unfortunate domestics. Of the many false accusations concerning thefts, the greater number are laid against servants. We have all known many cases where articles asserted to have been taken by servants have been found again, or stolen by other persons. This is a fact which is easily explained. An article of value disappears, the servant knows the place where it usually is, he has not been long in service in the house, and it is not known what confidence may be placed in him. Besides, the mind of the victim of the theft cannot understand how any other thief could have got into the room. It must therefore be the servant who has stolen the article, and if the investigating officer is not more intelligent than the complainant, suspicion will continue to rest upon him or her. Hence, if the thief has been clever enough to leave no striking trace of his passage, one can understand without difficulty the regrettable error that may be committed to the prejudice of an innocent person. If, then, a theft remains unexplained, in the sense that the way in which the thief has entered the house is unknown, and suspicion falls upon servants of irreproachable conduct, the question must be asked whether the thief could not have entered by the roof or the water pipes. In a well-known criminal novel, the plot is worked out on the hypothesis that a person who had been a chimney sweep descended into the house through a large old-fashioned chimney, and got away by the same channel after having committed a big theft. Though told in a novel, the method is not impossible, and it is astonishing that it is not met with more frequently. A clever and audacious Madras burglar, now spending the evening of his days in the Andamans, always entered by the top of the house. He operated on the biggest mansions, the ground-floor verandas and doors of which were always well guarded by armies of peons and watchmen. He always worked single-handed, and never carried an implement of any kind. Being a man of great agility, he easily reached the top story by means of the outside bathroom stairs so common in Madras, rainwater pipes, parapets, etc. Here the coolest part were generally the bedrooms of the Dorai and Mem Sahib, windows all open, jewelry thrown off after a ball, and toilet ornaments lying about. These rooms despoiled, he coolly worked his way downstairs, picking up any trifles as he went, until he reached the ground floor, where he opened a door and made off. Any noise at this stage did not matter, as the startled servants always rushed into the house to catch the thief, who meanwhile was making his way out of the compound as noiselessly as a cat. He was generally detected through his stupid dealing with the booty. Breaking into houses through the outer walls, though still most common with the mud structures of India, is less seldom resorted to in Europe, probably because walls are more solidly built now than formerly. Much more frequently we find the thief working through walls or ceilings from one house to another, the operating house being an empty one or rented temporarily for the occasion. If a wall has to be broken through, the job is comparatively easy. It is, however, a work of art to break through a ceiling. This is done either from the next house or from a loft in which the thief has concealed himself. First, a sufficiently large piece, say about 20 inches square, of the floor is sawn through the boards, or the boards are cut out, and then with great care a hole about the size of a fist is worked between the beams, and through this hole the plaster of the ceiling is carefully examined. Then an umbrella is fastened by its handle to a cord, dropped through the hole, and opened with the help of some previously arranged device. The most recent invention, whereby on pressing a small knob in the handle of the umbrella opens automatically, is well adapted for this purpose. Then the small hole is slowly enlarged, and the falling material is caught in the open umbrella, and so all dangerous noise is avoided. When the opening is large enough, the thief descends with the help of a rope. Most large thefts in banks and jewelers' shops are nowadays executed in this way. The most detailed accounts of ultimately successful roof and ceiling breaking are those of the Chevalier de Sangot in his historic description of his escape, after 18 months' confinement, from Les Plombs, the famous prison of the Doges at Venice. His ingenuity, audacity, and caution have never been excelled by the cleverest modern housebreaker. End of section 16. Recording by Linda Johnson.